after midnight in the hamlet of Dixville Notch in the state of New Hampshire. Dixville Notch residents have cast the first ballot of election day for the last 60 years, and they have done so again. Watch DD India's 14-hour coverage of the US presidential polls that has just begun with us to know every move of Trump and Biden teams and why this election matters to India and the world. I'm Munmun Bhattacharya, and with me is my colleague, Shubhendu Ghosh.
Thanks very much, Munmun. The big question, who will take the White House next, is the question everyone's focusing on. Will it be President Donald Trump all the way again, or will former Vice President Joe Biden finally land the top job? Namaskar and welcome to DD India to this very special coverage of United States presidential elections. It's 6 p.m. here in New Delhi and 7:30 a.m. in Washington, D.C. But wherever in the world you are, if you're interested in American elections, understand the implications of it on the world, on India in particular, this is the place to be. Our correspondents are spread through the length and breadth of United States. A distinguished panel of guests, Munmun, will be joining us every hour to decode the election process and core issues. Record early voting, as Munmun mentioned, already made the contest exciting. There is, however, some nervousness and apprehensions as well as security is beefed up in towns and cities across America. We bring you the race for White House. Let's first look at the top stories at this hour. It's D-Day for United States as Americans vote to decide fate of incumbent President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, who are head-to-head in the U.S. presidential polls. Voting kicks off in the United States with the first ballots cast in Dixville Notch and Millsfield towns in the northeastern state of New Hampshire. To win the presidency, either Trump or Biden must acquire over 50% of the Electoral College vote of 538, a minimum of 270 electoral votes needed to clinch the presidency. Meanwhile, Joe Biden continues to lead Donald Trump in the national opinion polls. If elected, he would be the oldest president in U.S. history at 78 years of age. Trump would also be the oldest president ever if he wins a second term. He's currently 74. And DD India gets you extensive coverage of U.S. presidential elections like never before. Get all the news, views, analysis on just one platform, DD India and its social media handles.
And it is election day in the U.S. and we'll get you a ground report from Ira Spitzer in California. But before that, let's do a brief introduction of our guests. Joining us is Meera Shankar, former Indian ambassador to the United States. Dr. Mohan Kumar, chairman RIS think tank in Delhi, will be joining us in just a bit. Vishnu Prakash, a former envoy to Canada and South Korea, Foreign Office spokesperson and Consul General Shanghai, and now Foreign Affairs Specialist, is also with us, and Dr. Harinder Sekho, Strategic Affairs Analyst. I welcome you all, a power-packed panel on this special broadcast on DD India. But before we get started, let's get a ground report from a correspondent, Shubhendu.
Absolutely. It's election day in the United States with Americans deciding between second term for President Donald Trump or giving the office to his challenger, former Vice President Joe Biden. The campaign, which was waged amid the coronavirus pandemic, has been one of the most divisive in the country's modern history. Ira Spitzer brings us more from San Francisco, California.
The moment has finally arrived, the day that Americans and indeed people around the world have been waiting for, the decision for the United States between President Donald Trump and his challenger, the former Vice President Joe Biden. It's been an election season like no other in history for a variety of reasons, but a big one has been the coronavirus pandemic. It has changed the very nature of voting here in this country, with an unprecedented number of people casting their ballots by mail because of concern about actually going to vote in person. The pandemic has also been the largest campaign issue, or it really has cast its very long shadow over this campaign. At the very least, both the tremendous suffering of the American public because of the disease, as well as the tremendous economic toll that the pandemic has taken. So the voters really are, to some extent, making their voices heard about the president's handling of that pandemic, as well as their feelings about how the challenger, Joe Biden, might move things forward. It's certainly been at times, extremely ugly and divisive contest, and we are also expecting potentially not a final result to come in on Tuesday night, because in many cases it will take longer to count all of these mail-in ballots. That has led to some concern about civil unrest here. We've seen images of businesses in cities boarding up their establishments in preparation for some kind of riot or protest. President Trump has indicated that he, and without really any evidence, has indicated that he might not accept the results of some of these mail-in ballots, which he claims are have a higher potential for fraud. So that has led to concerns about the president potentially declaring victory before all of the ballots are counted. But we'll have to see how that all plays out. But one thing we do know is that after the polls close on Tuesday, all of the votes will be cast, and then the United States will enter some sort of new era. And it's certainly been a very eventful 4 years so far under President Trump. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
So Mr. Spitzer has set the stage for us for this discourse on the U.S. presidential elections. But remember, viewers, that DD India is bringing to you the most comprehensive coverage of the U.S. presidential elections. And here's how we've got you fully covered this time.
All eyes are on the US election, and we at DD India have you covered with everything there is to know about it. A galaxy of top-notch influencers, opinion makers and subject experts from India and the United States. A full complement of reporters covering coast to coast with everything in between. And a top-of-the-line production hub, all put together by an enthusiastic team using state-of-the-art technology and innovation. Our experts will walk you through complex issues in a language you understand. The former ambassadors, academics and journalists bring a wealth of experience and knowledge. And our reporters will cut through the noise and cut to the chase. Nina Maria Potts in Washington, D.C. William Dancelow in the battleground state of Wisconsin. And Ira Spitzer in San Francisco. Kate Fisher is tracking Trump. And Nick Hopper is following the Biden campaign. All packed into 14 hours of live coverage of the race for the White House, so that you, the viewer, know what it takes to be on the top of the news.
So there's an extensive coverage planned by DD India. Munmun, it's going to be a marathon, not just in the United States, but in India as well, keenly watching what happens in America. And the perspective that we'll also try to look at closely is what it means for India, whoever takes the office.
And the world, of course. And now, Our PAPACT panel is with us. You can see Meera Shankar, former Indian ambassador to the United States, strategic affairs analyst Dr. Harinder Sekho, as well as Ambassador Vishnu Prakash with us. Meera Shankar, I'll come to you first. These are very different times for a US presidential election. There is a pandemic which is on. Besides that, there have been reports of social unrest since summer there in the United States. And there is also a sense of economic trouble with joblessness being reported in large numbers. How would you see this election in the domestic context of the United States? How significant is it in the domestic context before we come to the global context?
Well, I think that this is an election where both candidates are offering very, very different approaches to economic policy, to energy and climate change policy, to health policy, and to foreign policy. So there are very clear choices before the American people in terms of who they would like for their next president. It isn't that both are broadly, offering the same policies. No, their approaches are very, very different. Yes, this election takes place at a time of a pandemic. Cases are rising in the United States and almost touching a lakh a day, which would be some kind of a new watershed in terms of the number of cases. And President Trump's handling of the pandemic has been his weakest spot in terms of how the public perceives whether the administration has been successful in handling the pandemic or not. So I think this is his weakest spot, and one of the issues of greatest concern, if you go by all the polls, what are the issues which concern the American people today? Then the pandemic is number one. Two is the economic crisis caused by the pandemic, and how to revive growth and jobs in the Indian economy. I think foreign policy follows much later as a priority. Climate change is something where President Trump has basically given no emphasis, but Biden makes that one of the centerpieces of his agenda.
Right. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, if I can come to you, sir. Ambassador Meera Shankar just listed some of the key issues that are at the heart of the US elections, but Trump and Biden also offer two distinct vision of value system of future of America. In that terms, how do you see these elections, whether it is recovering the sort of high moral ground liberal democracy of Biden, or following the chart of the might and strength of America, the version that Trump seems to propagate? How do you see these elections a clash of value systems of America as well?
Basically, the contest between the two leaders is, if I were to sum up in one line, President Trump is engaging in fear, threats. He is talking about how the leftists will come back to power, how America will become a big prison, whereas Vice President Biden is offering hope. So it is basically a contest between hope and fear at one level. And the fact remains that America today is highly divided. Things are quite tense. The society is at an edge, and the society is angry. The big two challenges that this country is facing, one is certainly the coronavirus, and Vice President Biden has already said that on day one, he will bring about changes. And he has accused President Trump of following almost a criminal outlook, criminal approach. And second is the economic considerations. So these are the two basic issues. The rest are a matter of details, but it is going to be a keenly contested election. And last comment, I would like to make is that President Trump is catching up with Vice President Biden. The lead is shrinking, so it is a toss-up in many states. It is getting more and more interesting by the minute.
So let's take that point further. Dr. Harinder Sikho, your thoughts on the importance of battleground states in this election. We've seen a lot of focus in the last 1 month or so, particularly by both Biden as well as Trump, on at least 6 of those battleground states, and we saw the kind of impact they had in 2016, where they totally changed the course of the election. Hillary Clinton had won more popular votes, but because of the swing states victory that Trump had got, Trump managed to carry the Electoral College with him. So how do you look at the last-ditch effort being put in by both sides as far as this battleground states is concerned?
I think the last few elections, the battleground states have assumed a great deal of significance because of the Electoral College votes that they carry. And as you've just mentioned, though Hillary Clinton had got more than 3 million popular votes, much more than Trump, but he beat her because he was able to carry the battleground, the Electoral College votes. And if you've noticed in the last 2 days, both candidates have focused extensively on 6 to 8 of the battleground states, and more especially Pennsylvania, which has 20 Electoral College votes, and Pennsylvania is going to start counting its postal ballots and the advance votes that were cast only after tomorrow. So, so even if the rest of the results come in, those 20 votes, if it's a close fight as is going to be expected, the battleground states assume significance.
So Dr.
Even
Sikho,
then,
if I may come in here, are you suggesting that Pennsylvania could decide this election if it comes down to the wire? It has 20 electoral votes.
It could, if it's a close fight, as was done by Florida when George W. Bush won the elections against
Al Gore.
When he won the election. It was Florida which went in for a repoll and swung the election in favor of Bush.
Yes.
So I think Pennsylvania is very important, and that is why the 2 candidates are focusing their attention there. But apart from that, the 8 battleground states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, and Minnesota, they have 24% of the Electoral College votes. And that is the reason, which is a very sizable chunk of the Electoral College. And that is why, if you focus on these 8 states, and over here they're equally divided between the Republicans and the Democrats. So I think that is the reason why these swing states have assumed greater significance in the last few elections, and more so this time. And the candidates, I think even Biden has realized that after what happened to Hillary Clinton in 2016, nobody can leave things to chance in the battleground states. So that is why they are important. And in the battleground states, wherever there is a sizable population of Indian Americans, that is the reason why we see that both candidates are focusing on this element of the electorate as well.
Well, we'll take a conversation forward on the significance of the swing states, also the role that Indian Americans have to play. But let's, for now, Munmun, understand the importance of the process of US elections. It's a little different. It's not the popular vote, but Electoral College vote that determines who's going to take the White House. Let's now understand the details of how President of the United States is elected. Amrit Pal, our colleague, is joining us now for that. Amrit.
That's right, Shubhendu. It's a very complex process in the US, unlike in India, where the party with the most popular vote gets the election. But there they have an electoral college. These electors get elected from the states. Today, the Americans, when they are voting, they are actually voting on the ballot. They have these electors in their states which they are voting for, and then the number of electors you get, and then if you get more than the other, then the whole state goes one way. The electors usually vote for the candidate they are selected for. If I can put it out in graphics and explain that to you, how the US president is elected. An electoral college comprising of 538 electors is what is going to be elected today as the Americans vote. It's a state-based system. There are 50 states and one federal territory of DC, which will be going to the vote, which is going to the votes right now. It's not the popular vote that decides the winner, but what you get is the number of electors you get in the state. The state-based system, as I said, is not is not by the popular vote. You get the popular vote in that particular state. Every state has a group of electors who are chosen by the political parties for which the Americans are voting today. Each of the 50 states get electoral votes based on their population size. Some states are bigger, therefore they have bigger, more electors. Like the 6 states which have most electors are California, that's the biggest state with the most population. It has 55 electors. Texas has 38, New York has 29, Florida again 29, Illinois 20, and Pennsylvania 20. So these are the big states which have huge electors. 7 least populous states are Alaska, Delaware, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Vermont, and Wyoming, and they have just 3 electors each. It is based on the population size. The presidential candidate candidates compete to win the electoral college votes. So that's what these electors finally again vote. The candidate who wins the popular vote in a state gets all the electoral votes in that particular state. A total of, as I said, 538 electors are elected in the electoral colleges, in the electoral college, and these are the votes which are up for grabs. The winner is the candidate who wins 270 or more of these electoral college votes. So a candidate who gets 270 or more of these electors' vote becomes the President of the United States. Projected winner is announced on election night itself. That means that the counting process begins right away after voting is over. In the event of an electoral college tie, the House decides the winner. And so that's how this whole process works out. And these electors do vote later. If we look at, on November 3rd, that's today, the United States presidential election takes place. The Americans are presently voting in different states of the United States. They'll elect the electors on December 14th. That's next month. These electors vote in their states. There are 2 kinds of electors. One are sworn electors. One are the unfaithful electors.
Yes.
Technically, they can vote wherever they wish to, but generally it is seen, of few exceptions vote otherwise, but generally it is seen they vote for the candidate who they pledge their support to. Congress counts the electoral votes on the on the 6th of January next year, and then on the 20th of January, the inauguration of the new President of the United States is made. So the next term actually begins once the inauguration is done. The President is sworn in. But today, once the votes come in, if it is a clear mandate, we'll get to know by Indian time tomorrow morning or by tomorrow by the day that who the next president of the United States will be.
Right. Amrit, thanks very much for taking us through the process of voting and the election of the President of the United States of America. Ambassador Meera Shankar continues to be with us. Ambassador Meera Shankar, we're trying to understand the ways in which the election process is unique. So getting the popular vote is not the key, as many would think. It is winning each of the states to take the most powerful office.
Yes. I think this electoral college system was introduced basically as a safeguard, in case the popular vote went to Ori. And it's been there as part of the US system ever since. Right now, if you look at the polls, I mean, Joe Biden is ahead. anywhere between 7 to 10 points at the national level in terms of the polls. It's come down in recent days from 8 to about 7.
Yes.
In the battleground states, the picture is more uneven. And here, Biden has been leading in Michigan with a more than 5-point lead. He's been leading in Wisconsin with a very significant lead. Pennsylvania has come into play in the sense that his lead is less than 5. It's some say 4 percentage points, some polls say 2. So it's in play. And then there are other states, North Carolina, Iowa, and so on, which are also there, Georgia, Arizona, Florida. And in these states, actually, the numbers are very, very thin. And the polls have also been fluctuating. For instance, Joe Biden was ahead in North Carolina. Now the latest polls show President Trump ahead by something like 0.5, 0.5. So very, very, thin margins, and it's uncertain where it would go. But by and large, the battleground states seem to have, Joe Biden in the lead by either 4 to 5 percentage points or by a little less.
Absolutely.
Now,
Yeah.
Georgia, Florida, and Arizona had all voted Republican in the last election. This time, they are uncertain. Arizona, the lead is, it's showing Biden with 1 to 2 percentage points. So very fragile leads, which could change.
Absolutely.
Georgia, latest polls show President Trump leading, whereas earlier Biden was ahead by some few percentage points. And Florida, again, has been seesawing. So some of these states are in play, and President Trump has been making a very focused effort in the last few days with almost 4 rallies in Pennsylvania and another event hosted by his wife. And Joe Biden has also been focusing on this. So while pollsters, and if you look at the betting odds, then all the bets are on Biden, for Biden, much larger lead in the betting. But no one is really calling the election because of the problems last time that the polls had not reflected the situation accurately, and the fact that there are what are called silent Trump voters, or shy. They call them shy Trump voters, who support him but are too embarrassed to state in public that they support him.
So Trump would be hoping on and betting on a rush of those shy voters or silent voters on election day, which has started the 3rd of November, because a lot of the early voting has already happened. We'll come to what kind of leanings would those voters who've gone in for an early vote have, as opposed to those who are voting on the main election day, that is the 3rd of November. But before that, you mentioned Florida, Ambassador Shankar. Let me bring that state in discussion with Ambassador Vishnu Prakash. Florida seesaw has been quite interesting in U.S. Presidential politics because it is the biggest swing state. Besides that, it swings between major parties. Bill Clinton won in 1996, then Bush in 2000 and 2004, then again back to Obama in 2008, 2012, and then to Trump in 2016, and now it is up for grabs. It's also a bellwether state, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash. From 1964 to 2016, barring one instance, it's reflected the mood of the nation. So quite a few eyes would also be on what Florida votes for, isn't it?
Very much so. And without winning Florida, it is almost impossible to enter the White House. Such is the importance of Florida. And the best part is that the margins are very thin of late. I was looking at the stat, and in 2016, President Trump won by, or his margin was about 112,000. This time, things seem to be changing. One, because the early vote in Florida has been at a record high. And if you look at the 2016 vote, actual vote, 92% of that figure has been covered already by the early vote, and that was the figure 2 days ago. It would have gone further. There is anger amongst and Florida has a population which is elderly, and they are a sizable chunk. They are quite upset with the handling of the coronavirus, about the kind of discord that has entered the society. While the margin of error is about plus minus 3%, and Joe Biden has a very thin lead, Florida could produce an upset. And but the challenge again is, as you were discussing earlier with my co-panelists, is the how big is going to be the lead that Joe Biden has. If the lead is less than 3%, 4%, then that can be overturned by the Electoral College. But generally, the pundits believe that if the lead is about 5%, either candidate has, then the possibility of the Electoral College overturning that is not very high. One or two other points I would like to make is we were discussing about the shrinking lead of Joe Biden. At the moment, it is believed that overall in the swing states, the lead is merely 2.9%. So that poses a bit of a challenge. Although he is ahead in important states like Florida, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Right.
But the 2.9% lead can go either way. And his overall lead has also shrunk to 6.5%.
Right.
So that is how it is evolving. And it promises to be quite an exciting evening. Or an exciting 1 or 2 days ahead.
Right. More on that, Ambassador Vishnu. Prakash, if I can come to you, Ambassador Meera Shankar, again. Talking about swing states, if you talk about Pennsylvania for a moment, to what extent do these different swing states influenced by various issues? I was particularly looking at the energy factor, the energy issue, climate change issue, and the issue of fracking that was a point of contention between the two candidates. Pennsylvania, potential job losses if a decision is taken on banning fracking. How do you see that also taking a center stage, the issue and also particularly the state?
Well, I think Joe Biden has clarified.
He's clarified, of course, yeah.
He has clarified that he's not going to stop the existing fracking, which is going on, but may not give licenses on government land for new fracking. So it's a question of additional, not losing the jobs that they already have. You know, you take Florida, the issues are very different for different sections of the population. The pensioners, as mentioned by Vishnu, have healthcare uppermost in their mind and are unhappy with the way Trump has handled the virus, which they feel has left them very exposed. The Cuban Americans who are conservative, and because of Trump, you know, breaking relations with Cuba, which is what they want, would go with the Republicans. Then you have the Puerto Ricans who are very pro-democratic. So there is a mixed population, and that's why Florida becomes a bellwether, because different elements in the population have different interests and different approaches. So all these issues will certainly come into play. Now, the 2.9% lead that Vishnu talked of is not uniform. In some of the big states, such as Michigan, Biden has an over 5-point lead. In Wisconsin, he has a very comfortable lead. It is in some of the other states that he has less. Now, if you look at the overall picture, not just the battleground states, then Biden has the support of the traditional liberal states along the East Coast and the West Coast. These are more wealthy and outward-looking states, which are more integrated with the global economy. Trump has the support of the southern states and some of the mountain states, some of the states in the Midwest, particularly the rural states. Then the battleground states come into play after the core support that each of the candidates has. And here, as I said, the thing is that in some of the states, the lead is very thin and they've been seesawing, but in some of these states, Biden has had a comfortable lead. Trump has not had a comfortable lead in any of the battleground states. Yes, he is ahead in Iowa, he's ahead in Ohio. These are the two which have been definitely with Trump, and of course Texas. But even those states which voted Republican last time have, like Georgia or Arizona,
Yes.
or Florida, have been seesawing to some extent with Biden's lead fluctuating, sometimes going up above 2%, sometimes coming below 1%. And in some of them now, particularly like North Carolina, Trump is shown as being ahead by 0.5 percentage points. So when you average the lead, it looks small, but it's not uniformly distributed across all the states. And therefore, the effort by each candidate is really to swing some of those states which have larger electoral colleges. You know, as was mentioned, California is the largest, that would go normally Democrat.
Yes.
Texas is the second largest, which generally goes Republican. But this time the Democrats have been putting up a good fight, though it is expected to stay with the Republicans. Then you have Florida, then you have New York and Pennsylvania. These are the biggies which have the largest number of electoral college voters. So I think the concentration of the candidates is really in ensuring that these battleground states with the, which have more electoral college votes should go towards them.
Absolutely. I understand, Ambassador Meera Shankar, that you have to leave us at this point in time. But thank you so much for your very, very valuable inputs on the U.S. presidential elections. So, Shubhendu, battleground states are going to decide this election like in the past. They've decided so many elections. And
Absolutely.
the last time we saw such last-minute upsets with Trump winning mostly all the battleground states, and that totally changed the tide from what people.
And go back to 2016, 17, Hillary Clinton had about 3 million more popular votes as compared to Trump, but he swept the smaller states, and most of them are battleground state. And that was a crucial strategy and aspect. Let's see how it's going to turn up this time. Dr. Harinder Sekon, if I can come to you, ma'am. We look at the two candidates, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. How do you see them positioning against each other? Evolution of Donald Trump in 2016, he had that sort of, if I may use the word, charm of an outsider, not representing the political class, so to say. Tweets in the middle of the night, like many people do. So a more relatable factor, this lethargy with bureaucracy, with the political class, was something we saw in the elevation of Donald Trump as a president. But 4 years down, how has governance evolved Donald Trump? How has Donald Trump, in effect, lost his sort of, left his mark on his form of governance? How do you see the evolution of the two candidates?
His support base remains very strong. It's unshakable, and they feel that he's done a great job, and especially both domestically till the coronavirus struck, and the US is facing a lot of challenges. But if you speak to his, if you look at the analysis which are coming out of the United States, the domestic polls, etc., his voter base, especially the white male supporters, that 40% core support base which he has in the middle belt, that is still unshakably Trump. And he was doing pretty well till the COVID struck, because the US economy was looking up, jobs had come back, job growth had taken place. And I think especially people were happy with his hard line against China, which they felt would bring manufacture back to the United States and shore up jobs further within the country. Coming to his other outreach in foreign affairs, Americans don't really look at foreign affairs, but they feel that his policy has been successful in trying the outreach to North Korea, and especially the Middle East. West Asia is where they feel that he's been successful and he's been very effective. But of course, the detractors, but all this changed with the outbreak of the virus. And this is where the Democrats have had their chance to hit out at Trump, because initially he dismissed COVID as a minor flu. And he, when the numbers were going very high, and especially what happened in New York when the pandemic was raging, and I think disbursal of aid was lopsided, and people felt that the wherever there were Democrat governors, those states did not get the desired aid at the right time. So the COVID challenge is a very real challenge. But initially, if you look at the domestic politics, even Biden's responses to the COVID challenge were very slow. And it took him 4 days to set up his communication mechanism to start challenging Trump. Because Biden, if you remember, has been out of office, out of Washington, D.C. for the last 4 years of the Trump presidency. So this was a big disadvantage with which Biden started. But he has caught up, and I think the Biden campaign has picked up and done remarkably well in the last couple of months, especially after he won the Democrat nomination. Again, I think it's going to be the issues. Biden is seen as more soft, somebody who's going to reach out and play the role better of recovery and reconciliation.
Yes.
Because I think in America, the elections are not so much about foreign policy. And because of COVID, it's going to be, the social divide within the American society and American fabric, this Black Lives Matter movement. Now, these are going to impact, these are the things which are going to impact Trump, especially in the swing states like Pennsylvania, which has a lot of Latinos and
people of color.
African Americans living over there.
Absolutely.
So when it comes to recovery and reconciliation, Trump has been very moderate, but people feel that Biden's approach would be a softer approach. He would try to reach across the different segments of society all across the United States. Trump, of course, has also been talking about making America great again, but seems more abrasive, runs his policy through tweets. His establishment has seen a lot of changes, and people feel that Biden is going to be bring in a more stable administration. But I think it's going to be extremely close, as has been pointed out by my co-panelists. It's going to be a very close election.
Absolutely. So very divergent approaches, if I may say, on a number of issues. Different campaign styles, totally different personalities. We've seen that kind of contrast, which is difficult to miss. Well, let me introduce another panelist who's joining us, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, Chairman RIS think tank in Delhi. He's a Dean International Affairs and Professor at Jindal Global University and former Indian Ambassador to France. Welcome, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, to this special broadcast. A host of issues that matter in this election were spoken about by Dr. Sikho. Do you think that the most divisive and also perhaps decisive is the COVID-19 pandemic, the way Donald Trump has handled it all this while, and now Joe Biden saying that the day he comes to office, he'll come up with a comprehensive plan to beat this pandemic?
Yeah, I think that's, thank you very much for having me. I think that's a fair point to make. In the last 2 or 3 months, I think the Democrats have had a door slightly ajar, and it's helped them make a comeback So they have latched on to COVID in a very big way. And the fact that the United States, which is known as the richest country in the world, the most powerful country in the world, perhaps the most, the only superpower apart from China, and for a country like United States to still have the largest infections, the largest deaths per million, that is unacceptable, frankly, for a lot of people. And that has got tied into the other issue of Obamacare and the fact that a lot of people don't have health care insurance in the United States. So a lot of angst and anger against that aspect. But for me, the important thing you have to see, I was listening to the commentary that you were having with one of the panelists, and one of the things that you'll have to see is whether the women defect from Donald Trump. Last time he was able to get all the white voters who did not have college education as usual, the Trump constituency, but also the women who voted for Trump. For me, that I think will be the defining factor. Are women going to desert Donald Trump and vote for Biden?
Because Biden coalition focuses a lot on the women, youth, the elderly, the college graduates who are whites there. So Joe Biden has been very, very assiduously trying to woo the women voter constituency there, which, like you said, Donald Trump managed to win last time around in 2016. So you are saying that the shift of women voters, if that happens from Trump to Biden, could prove one of the most decisive factors in this election?
For me, yes. I mean, the fact of the matter is you've got a very strange system where the popular vote counts, but only counts to a certain extent. And it's all down to the 6 battleground states of Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, and Arizona. I've just done a quick calculation. These 6 battleground states have about 105 electoral college seats. And in these battleground states, women will count a lot more than in other places. And that is why I think that, plus the fact that 100 million people have voted already in this election. Remember last time in 2016, the total number of votes cast in the United States was 133 million. And 100 million have already voted in the United States election in 2020. So if you apply that logic, then I think Joe Biden is in with a very strong chance. But it's hard to say until, the votes are counted, and then you will have to see. I think the earliest indication you will get is Florida, because Pennsylvania will take time because of the mail-in ballots and so on. So Florida will give you some idea.
But Arizona has started the counting already.
Sorry?
Arizona has started the counting already.
Yes, Arizona is important too, but for me, going by the number of electoral college seats, Florida is 29,
yes.
Arizona is only 11. Well, 11 is important too, but I think Florida with 29 seats, by tomorrow morning, you will have a very good idea which way the wind is blowing, I think.
Right. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, if I can bring in the theme of the COVID pandemic, that sort of rages on even while this election takes place. The manner in which President Donald Trump handled it, denying it initially, getting infected himself, and then saying that, look at me, I'm a strong man, I can survive it, so can America. Wearing masks when it was absolutely necessary. These also sort of distinguish the manner in which the two candidates stand. One, a strong man sort of air, says that with strength we can take on every challenge. The other saying, no, it's important to listen to science, believe in science and do what the doctors say. So we see Donald Trump at loggerheads with the medical experts in the US as well.
Including Anthony Fauci.
Absolutely. And that sort of distinguishes the kind of candidates the two are.
Well, President Donald Trump is pretty even-handed. He is at loggerheads with practically everybody, and even
his own administration as well.
His own administration and his cabinet colleagues. Basically, it's almost like a musical chair or a revolving door.
Yeah.
But that is his personality. Coming back to COVID, he unfortunately took it very casually. Not only that, he, as you mentioned, he endangered the health of the Secret Service, people around him. And even when he was in the hospital, we will all recall, he came out of the hospital while he was still having the virus and sat into a limo and started waving at the crowds.
Yes.
He has said things which are beyond belief, to say that spray a disinfectant in your throat. Even his rallies have been a source of spread of COVID. It is believed that till Saturday, at least 30,000 new COVID cases happened. At least 30,000 people were infected because of his rallies. Contrast that with the attitude of Joe Biden, who has not addressed a large rally, and he has been very, very careful. That is something that will haunt him. To what extent, I do not know. But, and even in his voter base, when Mohan talks about, very rightly, the disenchantment of the white American women, and that was a strong constituency. One of the reasons that the white women are quite upset is COVID, the handling of COVID. They are getting affected. So it is unfortunate that in a country like the US, with all the facilities that are available, they have been at the receiving end because of the casual approach of the leader who refuses to wear a mask, which is the bare essential, and many others follow suit. So that is one thing that Joe Biden has promised to correct as soon as possible.
Ambassador Prakash, another important issue besides the handling of COVID-19 has been the state of the economy. It was Donald Trump's trump card before COVID-19 struck. And, we've seen how the state of the economy has been, especially after COVID. Also, there have been three, if I'm correct, legislations that have been passed by the US Congress, and there's another one which is in waiting, and there is a back and forth in terms of allegations going on between Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi. Well, on the state of the economy, how do you rate the way Donald Trump has managed over the past 4 years, and who do you think the investors would be backing in this election there?
Well, that is a bit of a paradox, which I have spoken to so many people and find it slightly difficult to comprehend. Somehow, in all the opinion polls, President Trump scored much better in terms of handling the economy, and people seem to have more confidence in his ability to handle the economy. And he has indeed been very strong in some areas, in the sectors area of trade, in the area of onshoring, to crack down on American multinationals which were doing businesses abroad, to decouple with China, etc., etc. Now, but at the same time, the economic pain in the middle class, in the lower middle class, is quite widespread. So there is a lot of concern, and we all remember, he constituted committees to advise him and to help him kickstart the engines of economic growth, and one by one, people pulled out. So the economy is not doing well, although today the challenge is very different, and that is again very interesting. Right. There is so much of cash floating around, and the stock market has gotten de-linked somehow with the economic performance.
Right. So, we'll talk about the economic aspect a little more, sir. There's a tweet that has come in from Joe Biden. If you can take a look at that first. Joe Biden has tweeted a short while back, in 2008, he says, in 2008 and 2012, you placed your trust in me to help lead this country alongside Barack Obama. There's a tweet by Joe Biden. He says, today I'm asking for your trust once again, this time in Kamala and me, Kamala Harris, the vice presidential candidate. He says, we can heal the soul of this nation. I promise we won't let you down. And to look at the context of presidential candidate Joe Biden's tweet message, Amritpal Singh, a colleague, joins us again. Amrit, once again, Joe Biden is invoking the legacy of Barack Obama to terms of governance. How do you interpret his tweet?
Well, he's basically appealing, Shubhendu, to his voters to the Democratic voters that he's invoking Barack Obama's tenure where he was vice president,
yes,
and saying that those are the days we want to wish to bring back. You saw in the campaign time also it was Barack Obama campaigning extensively for Joe Biden. So basically, I think using in a very subtle way of course, the democratic values that the party stands for, Barack Obama's administration, pitting it against Donald Trump's administration, and also, in my opinion, appealing to bringing in race here as well.
Yes.
Because both Kamala and Barack Obama are people who come from the Afro-American community, and though the Afro-American community has traditionally been Democratic supporters, voters, but in this election, after the Black Lives Matter movement and accusations leveled by the Democrats against Donald Trump's administration and Donald Trump himself personally, I think he's using this without actually saying that. So I think this tweet could be understood, today's tweet, while the Americans vote, could be understood in that perspective. Shivendu?
Yeah, absolutely. Building on what you said, Amrit, this is a reference to the social unrest that we've been seeing in the United States. You mentioned the Black Lives Matter protest, and he's been saying in his presidential debates and in his campaigns that we are for the United States of America. It is not about red, it is not about blue, he says, we are united. So he's making a pitch of unity, but it's interesting that he did not talk about Trump's what he calls mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic in his first tweet on election day. He chose to talk about his tenure as VP under Barack Obama and what those 8 years really stood for. And he chooses the issue of social unrest and unity over other issues. Many thought the big elephant in the room was COVID-19, but now we are seeing that he is trying to send out a positive message, an aspirational message in this tweet, isn't it?
That's right, Munmun. I think you've rightly analyzed it, that COVID-19 is something which is there. It has been extensively talked about in the campaign with, President Trump almost sounding, as if he's defending his position, but on the defensive, but the Democrats being very aggressive and saying that he's clearly mishandled it. But today, as the Americans vote, what Joe Biden is trying to do is trying to invoke, Barack Obama's legacy and say that, look, in his administration, I was the best vice president. This is what we stood for. If you want to bring back those days, vote for us. Go out, America, vote for us. And when he says unity, he's basically appealing to people who might not be traditional voters or of the Democratic Party, or maybe the undecided vote. So that's what he's trying to appeal at by sending a message of unity, while he's invoking Barack Obama and the Democratic Party's administration. But he's also widening his appeal and trying to say that be united. It's not about red or blue. Vote, and that's what the good days of America stand for, and I promise you we'll bring you that. So I think that's what his tweet is trying to do.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Amrit, for putting this tweet by Joe Biden, his first on November 3, the main election day, into perspective. And we'll take a breather at this point in time, but do stay tuned to DD India, because this is the place that has got you fully covered on the US presidential elections.
And we wait how soon does Donald Trump tweet and follow with that. Take a break. We'll just be back.
उधर आपका KYC अपडेट करना है, नहीं तो अकाउंट और ATM कार्ड ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
सावधान, सावधान।
2.5 करोड़ का इनाम मुझे। देखिए, अनजाने कॉल्स, फर्जी ईमेल्स, लिंक्स और जाली ऐप से अपना पिन, OTP, पासवर्ड कभी भी किसी के साथ शेयर न करें। आप रहेंगे सावधान तो नहीं होगा नुकसान। RBI कहता है, जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Insightful opinion. incisive analysis, intelligent conversation. Watch the best minds from India and the US decode the US election for you. Join us for a 14-hour live coverage of the race for the White House. From 6 p.m. on November 3, only on DD India, A Billion Voices.
Welcome back. You're watching a special broadcast in the US presidential elections, and this is the most comprehensive coverage that you'll find of the US presidential elections anywhere. We've got you totally covered. We have our reporters joining us from the United States over the next 14 hours or so. Besides that, we have our domain experts and subject specialists who will be putting things into perspective for us. And joining us is now our correspondent Nina Potts, joins us from Washington, D.C. Well, good morning to you there in America, Nina. It's nice to have you. We can see the White House behind you. Now, first, let's start with an update on the polling. It started with New Hampshire. Where all has it started other than that?
Well, polls have opened up and down the East Coast. Of course, the polls are staggered across America's time zone. Most polls opening between 6 and 7 and 8 a.m. local, and closing between 7, 8 and 9 local time. But of course the last votes to be in will be on the West Coast. Although this is an election like no other, 100 million people have already cast their votes. That represents more than 2/3 of the total ballots cast in 2016. With Joe Biden showing at least a narrow lead in 6 of the most important swing states, looking at Arizona and North Carolina and Florida, Pennsylvania and Michigan. And of course, Pennsylvania and Florida is where President Trump really needs to close the gap. But millions of Americans today making it through the pandemic to vote in person.
Right, Nina Potts, correspondent, getting us update from Washington, D.C. Nina, there's an obvious political excitement around the elections, but there's also an eerie nervousness at potential violence that may erupt in the heart of oldest democracy. There's been a spike in gun purchase, we understand. We've seen visuals of shops being sealed. What's going on, if you could give us the bigger picture there?
Well, of course, we've had a summer of protests in the U.S., mainly over racial divisions in this country. And you're right to say that America is also a pretty heavily armed nation. I think tensions are very high. It feels very different from previous elections. Americans, I think, are nervous. Many are angry. And under President Trump, over the past 4 years, America has become deeply divided and quite polarized. We spoke to people in Washington, D.C., where I am last night, and they're certainly braced for protests. An unscalable fence has gone up around the White House, and it's been widely reported. I'm sure you've seen pictures of shop fronts and businesses boarded up here in Washington, D.C., as in many cities across America.
Mm-hmm. And the focus continues to be on the battleground states. We saw both sides doing last-ditch campaigning there in the battleground states. Can these states make and break the election?
Well, it is still pretty narrow. President Trump has a 1 in 10 chance of clearing a way back to the White House. Joe Biden is definitely coming out in the polls, has come out in the polls in the lead. If you look at some of these swing states, I have the percentage breakdown here for you, and they're pretty close. Overall, Biden is leading 50% to Trump's 46%, but in some states like Florida, it's increasingly close, and that is tightening at Biden 51% and Trump at 48%. And we've seen already that with mail-in votes, it's razor thin in Florida, with 66% of registered Democrats having voted already and 65% of Republicans saying that they've already voted in Florida, so razor thin. And there are two, I think, key states that President Trump would have to win in order to clear his path to the presidency. That would be Florida and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, where he's already stated that he will legally challenge the vote counting, which will go beyond the end of Election Day, at the end of tonight, for another 3 days. In Pennsylvania, as in some other states, because every state has its own rules, and Republicans, I think, feel quite disappointed that they've not been able to limit expanded voting options in the middle of a pandemic.
Right, Nina, and how do we interpret that, the record early voting, postal ballot? What could be the possible implications of that on the elections?
Well, I think President Trump and the Trump campaign are worried that the majority of those early votes and mail-in ballots have been Democrats. And if you look at the numbers, you know, nearly 100 million people have voted already. The suggestion and the consensus there is that people don't vote early and make the effort to vote unless they are motivated to call for change. Republicans also have a history through this pandemic of being less worried about conditions, social distancing, and they're expected to turn out in person in greater numbers than Democrats. And one of the reasons that President Trump wants to shut down late counting and delayed votes is that he is also worried that those mail-in votes will go to the Democrats. So that's, you know, perhaps a snapshot of some of the implications of the mail-in votes.
Nina, are we all who are observing the US presidential elections and eventually the outcomes going to be in for a long haul? This is not going to get over, it seems, in a matter of days. It might take weeks. Last time around in 2016, the picture was clear only in December, and considering the kind of statements that Donald Trump has made, that he'll be moving court in Pennsylvania and in other places, in Wisconsin perhaps they've already won in one of the courts in their bid to ensure that, you know, mail-in ballots are not counted beyond a point, and there may be a further challenge from Democrats. So this is not going to end anytime soon, it seems.
No, and I think one of the anomalies of the US system, the election cycle, is of course that the incumbent president, whether he wins or loses, gets another 3 months in the White House before the new president is sworn in the inauguration in January. And President Trump has already made it clear that he intends to make some changes whether he stays or goes, including on Sunday night at a rally in Florida. He basically hinted that he would fire the nation's top infectious diseases experts, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Yes. So President Trump, I think there's a big question over what he might try and dismantle between now and January. But you're quite right that we're expecting, I think, a protracted legal battle. Both sides have said clearly that they're lawyering up. President Trump has even gone as far in a fairly unambiguous way to say that as soon as Election Day is over, he's taking his lawyers and going straight in. Yes. I do think that if Joe Biden wins, one thing to bear in mind is that we might not see the levels of euphoria that we saw in 2008 when President Obama won. President Trump's legacy over the last 4 years has been one of division, and I think it's going to be extremely difficult for any new president. Joe Biden may find it extremely difficult to unify the country and to heal the country. I think America's revealed itself to have a lot of deep-seated issues and to be pretty broken.
Right, and if you were to address the elephant in the room, Nina, one point about the pandemic, in what manner is it playing out as an issue, and also the challenge in the voting process? We can see visuals of voters, officials all wearing masks and going through the polling.
Well, you're quite right. I mean, the pandemic is almost the single biggest issue in this election, and it's really worked against President Trump. But so too is the economy. And on the economy, President Trump is claiming victory. He continues to score highly on the economy. And his narrative is that America has made a much quicker economic recovery post-pandemic than anybody expected. Joe Biden, on the other hand, tells quite a different story. He talks of a country that is in deep depression. President Trump accuses Joe Biden of planning to put the country in a series of consecutive national lockdowns if he wins. And President Trump, to some extent, has made good on his promise to keep the economy going and to make sure that it doesn't shut down completely through the pandemic. And he attributes that pledge that he came good on to an economy that has recovered more quickly. However, jobs are going to be a key issue in this election because so many jobs have been lost during the pandemic. And then, of course, there's the physical challenge of voting itself. As you say, people having to fight their way through the pandemic, put on their masks and queue up for hours at polling stations in order to cast their votes. There are also other dynamics. Some communities have been harder hit by the pandemic than others, especially the African American community. President Trump is on course to win less than 15% of the African American vote. They have been overwhelmingly hit by the pandemic, so that has also played in, I think, into the way the votes will be cast.
Nina, stay with us. We'll come back to you. Ambassador Mohan Kumar, a correspondent, has touched upon a number of issues. One issue which would be bothering many of the observers would be how long is this process going to continue of counting before the outcome is clear, before all of us, considering that Donald Trump has said that he's going in with his lawyers, he would be filing lawsuits against the counting of mail-in ballots. He's already lost those in Pennsylvania and North Carolina, but he's won in a court in Wisconsin, and he's looking at more states as well. So if this is a close election, this could take much longer than what many are anticipating, isn't it?
Think everybody is
it's going to be very protracted indeed, and it'll be very interesting to see what undecided voters do in this
we'll
election.
Come back to
very
you,
different,
taking
I think,
a view
from
on what
2016.
you've said from one of our panelists.
Okay, thank you. So I think what you can rule out is a Trump landslide. Almost no poll is talking about that. There is still a small chance that Joe Biden gets such an unbeatable lead by the end of, let's say, tomorrow, day after, and then it's all over. But I still think that is a very slim possibility. Every indication seems to be that the race is tightening and that we will have a long haul. What really is striking, as I was saying earlier, you had only 139 million people who voted last time, and 100 million people have already voted before today in the US elections. The total number of persons who can vote is only 239. So 100 million people have already voted. Now, given the conventional wisdom that most people who vote before election day in two ways, I mean, there are two ways in which you can vote. One is a drop ballot or a drop-in ballot. The other is absentee voting. I don't think anybody is saying anything against the drop-in ballot. What Mr. Trump and his legal team is saying is, in terms of absentee ballots, there are two or three things. One, somebody has to check that they are authentic. So the first thing is it comes in the relevant, proper envelope. You open the envelope, and then you've got officials who need to check whether your signature is authentic. And in some states, you need an ID or a photo ID to say that you are the person who's voting. The problem is, you have two problems, infrastructure problems. One, the mailing system has been slowed down, somewhat deliberately, I have to say. So it's going to take much longer for the mail-in ballots to come. Secondly, there aren't enough officials, I think, to handle such a big number of absentee ballots. And then on top of it, Mr. Trump says that if, and there are some states like Pennsylvania where actually you can count the ballots or the absentee ballots up to 3 days after today.
Right.
He's saying no.
Right.
He's saying no, everything has to stop today. So you've got a whole panoply of issues which will land up in the Supreme Court.
And we'll have to wait and watch how that pans out. Sir, once again, if we can go across to Washington, D.C., Nina Potts, our correspondent, is there. Nina, we were talking about the pandemic. Now, if we talk about the impact of it, the economic impact of it. Before the pandemic, Trump could use the green shoots in the economy to his advantage as his achievement. But now, world economy, American economy, they're all impacted. How are the people of America looking at this economic debacle due to the pandemic? Do they blame the administration for it? What responses, what voices have you been tracking?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that Americans who've lost their jobs are very scared. As you know, Americans don't have a history of saving. They don't have a history of making ends meet particularly well from one month to another, certainly people that are not high earners. And now that people are hemorrhaging jobs and losing their jobs, I think people in America are very scared. It's worth taking a look at the pandemic numbers. 9.1 million Americans that have tested positive. Nearly 250,000 Americans have died. Those numbers do not look good for President Trump. On the other hand, stepping back a minute, with the pandemic having come back with such force in Europe, talk of President Trump's mishandling of the pandemic, I think that Americans are looking to Europe, certainly Republicans, and saying, well, hang on a second, all these governments all around the world, particularly in Europe, haven't handled the pandemic particularly well either. I mean, in terms of the economic recovery, Joe Biden has walked into a bit of a minefield by suggesting that he wants to transition away from fossil fuels. The question of fracking has played very big in states like Pennsylvania, which are heavily reliant on fracking, and Joe Biden clearly has a huge climate change agenda, which President Trump has mocked him for. So the narrative that we're hearing from the Trump campaign has been that President Trump, as I say, has made good on his promise to keep the economy going, even at the risk of American lives.
Yes, and in the last few seconds, I'll just press in one small question. Would request a 10-second answer from you. Where are the two contenders?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Where are the two contenders? Where are the two candidates? Is Mr. Trump in White House? And is Joe Biden in Delaware, his home state? Where are the two today?
Where are they? Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, President Trump, I mean, we were expecting him to go down to Florida at one point to his home in Mar-a-Lago, but in fact he has decided to watch Election Day from the White House, and he's got a watch party tonight with 400 invitees. The optics of that, as you can imagine, suggest that he's not planning or wanting to leave the White House anytime soon. And Joe Biden is very focused on Pennsylvania, clearly because I think as a swing state it's increasingly apparent that it's crucial in this election.
Absolutely, Nina, thank you so much. And as you were speaking, we are showing to our viewers voting or polling that is underway in Florida. It's a bellwether state, it is a swing state or a battleground state. A lot is decided by Florida usually in election after election. It could turn out to be true this time around as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us, Nina, from Washington, D.C.
Absolutely, and strategic expert Dr. Harinder Sekon continues to be with us. Dr. Sekon, we're talking about the economy, the impact on the economy due to the pandemic, but that may not be the only evaluation that the Americans have of Donald Trump's achievements. If you were to talk about that, the trade war against China made a lot of headlines in the recent years. Although there hasn't been any resolution, but the fact that Donald Trump took a resolute stand and made it an issue for the world, for America, for China to look at, do you think that makes a difference? Again, adding to his image of a strong man, calling it shots, pointing out the problem where it lies?
The China issue was a very major campaign issue for Trump in 2016. But this time, because of what he's already taken steps to bring China, make China play by the rules as much as possible, and he's unleashed the trade war. So the electorate is now looking at, they think that it could be responsible for some of the jobs coming back to the United States, but that has all been negated by the impact of the COVID. So China and the trade war is not really a campaign issue. The voter in America is actually bothered more about jobs on the ground. How does the economic regeneration help them find a job, have a more comfortable life, access to health care? Now, these are the issues which impact the American voter much more than China or the trade war with India or America's coming out of multilateral trade agreements.
You know, if I may add here, Dr. Sikko, one point that Trump repeatedly makes in his rallies and in his presidential debate, he said that as well, that he has brought jobs back from China to America. He's got various American companies that have set up base in China to come back and settle in the United States. So is this an issue that is impacting the electorate and the people in general in the United States? Will that also be a factor as they decide who to vote for?
This is just maybe one of the factors, but I would not say that the jobs coming back from China is the only factor which is going to impact the outcome of the elections. Of course, Trump has been very harsh and critical on China, and this has been, people are watching Joe Biden as well, and Joe Biden has made statements that he is, he's also said that China is a challenge to US authority and globally. But that is more in the strategic domain, what Biden has been talking about, because Trump has actually called him Beijing Biden, because Biden he views as having taken a soft policy towards China when he was vice president. But coming back to Trump, he himself, the Democrat campaign has come out with Trump's business dealings with China, some of those which he had kept away from the focus of the electorate, and he had not declared some businesses which he was doing with China. So it's a mixed bag. So China factor is not the only factor which is going to impact the outcome of this election. There are a lot of, but it's the overall economic downturn which has taken place because of COVID, his responses to COVID, his policies on immigration. Now, those are the policies which are also going to have an equal impact on the outcome of the election, because America has a sizable number of Hispanics. And that is the vote which is going to be important in one of the votes, one segment in Florida, along with the vote of the women electorate. So, so his stand and Black Lives Matter, because even in Pennsylvania, there's been so much of, you can see the social divide which has taken place in America and over Black lives. So now those are the issues which probably has had voters come out in larger numbers because, it remains to be seen, because when Barack Obama won, it was Black voters who came out in very large numbers. And we see that once again, they're coming out in very large numbers to cast their vote. So those are the kind of issues collectively which will play a very important role in the outcome of this election. It's going to be close, as I mentioned earlier. The China factor is important, but not the only factor which is going to impact the outcome of this election. It is basically, who is going to offer better, who's been more forthcoming in laying out, charting out a course for recovery, reconciliation, healing the social fabric of the United States. Now, those are the kind of issues which at this time the voter is worried about, those issues more than just one country.
Right. Dr. Mohan Kumar, I find it quite fascinating when Dr. Sikko emphasizes on how Americans are more concerned about domestic issues. They don't worry as much about the foreign relations, about relations with China. Dr. Kumar, the truth is that the world is very eagerly watching, waiting to see who takes the White House next. So what are the implications on a global stage, implications of who's the next man in the White House? Because Donald Trump has very differently treated his friends and foes as compared to his previous administrations, the other American administrations. So how do you see, how's the world, international community looking at the developments in America?
So it's one of those ironies, and I quite agree with Dr. Sikko that I think the average Joe or Jill in the United States is not extremely concerned about foreign policy. But the fact of the matter is that if whether Joe Biden wins or Trump wins is going to make a huge difference to the international order, frankly. I mean, we have a liberal international order which is on its last deathbed, I would say. There is nothing else to take its place. So we're going to have three kinds of repercussions depending on whether Trump wins or Biden wins. One is America's attitude towards multilateralism and its commitment to international organizations like WTO, the United Nations, and the WHO. So that's the first implication. If you're going to have Trump, you can say goodbye to all these international organizations. It's as good as not having United States in them. A second term Trump is likely to be more unshackled. He has nothing to look forward to except his legacy. So he is not going to be shackled either by the Senate or the Congress. So that's the first implication. The second implication, I would say, it's for transatlantic relationship. I've heard when I visited Paris and London, both Germany, France, UK, they say, listen, we can put up with 4 years, we can look at it as an aberration, but it's very hard for us to put up with 8 years. The European continent then will have to find its own ways and means of standing independently in foreign policy. They have to forget about the transatlantic relationship and the dependence on the United States. If Biden comes, something can be done to repair the relationship. So the second broad implication is for the transatlantic relationship. The third important dimension is obviously ties with China. That I think, frankly, while Biden had to do a certain amount of election rhetoric to match Trump in terms of not portraying himself as Beijing Biden, he has tried very hard, and I think he has succeeded. China is not a big election issue, except that Donald Trump keeps saying that this virus is a China virus. And if it was not for the China virus, I would have done much better. And the Trump constituency seems to be giving him a free pass on that. So the relationship with China will change substantially if Biden becomes president, because his approach is to rein in China, not to confront in a way that, you know, you take it to a kind of catastrophe. His point is, he will say, okay, let's make rules in the WTO to tackle Chinese state subsidies.
Yes,
to
if I may,
Chinese...
if you allow me, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, Biden is saying that let's rein in China through a coalition of countries. So that is one point that he's emphasizing on quite a lot during his campaign. You know, having said that, what does Trump 2.0 or a Biden presidency mean as far as relationship between India and the United States is concerned in the strategic sphere, in the economic sphere, in Indo-Pacific as a whole?
And Munmun, if I may just add in, Trump said that if Biden wins, China is going to own United States. So that's sort of a contradiction.
Yeah, well, let me respond to Ms. Munmun Sen's question about implications for India, because that's pretty important. We are all in India after all. I think, frankly, in areas such as defense, strategic, science, technology, energy, I would not see much of a difference. So you've just signed the Baker Foundation Agreement. No country would sign a foundation agreement 2 weeks before the election. So it's a great indication that there is bipartisan consensus in the United States, at least with regard to the defense relationship with India. The Quad will continue. I don't see any change there with Joe Biden. So that is not an issue. Science and technology, we are doing great things. That will not change. Energy, we've started buying a lot of crude oil from the United States, and that is not going to change because we have reduced our dependence on Iran primarily because of the United States request. But the US has stepped in. And the US and Saudi Arabia supply a lot of oil. So the energy relationship is not going to change. So what is going to change? I think the first thing that will change if Mr. Biden becomes president is climate change. United States will be part of the Paris Accord, and we will definitely come under some broad pressure to cut down coal consumption for electricity. Okay, China too will come under much, much higher pressure, but India too. So that is the first area where there will be a change. The biggest change I foresee is in the area of trade, intellectual property, and investment. There, I think, with Mr. Trump, it was more rhetoric, and that, you know, he has not really had a very detailed dialogue. The Biden administration will have to sit with us, and we will have to justify our position on trade, investment, intellectual property rights. So that is going to be a somewhat difficult issue. Traditionally, Democrats have not been shy of raising human rights concerns with India. So if they feel strongly about what we are doing in Kashmir, if they feel strongly about what is happening to pluralism in India, it will become part.
And so if I can just hold for a moment, there are some visuals coming in from Pennsylvania live. Democrat presidential nominee Joe Biden is going to attend Get Out and Vote events in Pennsylvania before he's expected to deliver remarks on election night outside of Chase Center in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware. Those visuals of Joe Biden in Pennsylvania coming in live.
Absolutely. Pennsylvania is a swing state. It's going to be extremely important to the entire controversy over what he had said on fracking initially, and then the clarification that came in that he wants fracking banned only on federal lands. All that happened in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is also a place where there is a significant population of the Afro-American voters who are likely to play a very, very significant role in this election, like they did when Barack Obama was elected and re-elected. And of course, there weren't as many black supporters for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and perhaps you know, that was associated with a sense of complacency in the Democratic campaign there. So in other words, Pennsylvania, very, very important place or state with 20 electoral college votes. So that's why Pennsylvania counts so much, and so much time has been spent over the last 7 days or so by both the candidates, Trump as well as Biden, in Pennsylvania. Let's go to Ambassador Vishnu Prakash. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, we've spoken about what this election could mean as far as India-United States ties are concerned. There's a broad view that in strategic terms and defense terms, there is not likely to be much change, but there is still a question mark on what really could happen as far as economic ties are concerned, because Trump has been very strident on trade, tariffs, etc. You know, having said that, the issue of terrorism is one issue on which Trump has been extremely tough on Pakistan. Do you expect a Biden presidency, if Biden is elected this time around, to be as tough? He's written an op-ed in which he's indicated that he's going to be tough on terrorism, but what do you think?
Before I talk about that, let us look at the broad picture. The best part of the relationship is that there is a cross-party consensus in both the countries.
Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, we'll be back with you. We are getting a live input. Our reporter is joining us. Nick Harper joins us from Delaware. Nick, good morning to you there in America.
Good morning to you.
You're in Delaware, that's the home state of Joe Biden. And this is one state that has been blue since 1992. It sends 3 electors to the Electoral College. Has voting begun there on the final day of voting?
It has, yeah. Here in Delaware, voting began a couple of hours ago. It'll extend for about another 10 hours from this point. There isn't expected to be any surprise here in Delaware. As you mentioned, it is a blue state and is likely to remain that way, especially as Joe Biden has made this state his home for almost 70 years. Wilmington, Delaware has been a long-time home of the Bidens since he moved from Pennsylvania when he was just a young boy. So he's been here for the majority of his life. It's also Delaware, the state that he represented in the Senate for about 36 years. So many people in this local area know Joe Biden in one form or another. Wilmington, Delaware itself is not a big city. It's more of a large town in some respects. About 100,000 people live here. Joe Biden was out and about in Wilmington first thing this morning. He visited a church where his first wife, his daughter and also his son are all buried before he jumped on a plane to head to Pennsylvania, where he's going to be spending part of the day campaigning. 2 stops in Pennsylvania, a state that he feels is going to be a must-win state. It's likely to be the state which is won, the presidency is won or lost in. President Trump also wants to try and take Pennsylvania And I think it shows very much the importance of the state, the fact that Joe Biden has decided to go there on election day. It's also a state that he's visited several times during the course of the last week, including 3 times just yesterday.
Right, Nick. Also, broadly, if you were to talk to people in America, what kind of challenge does Joe Biden, as a perhaps more experienced politician than Hillary Clinton was in 2016-17, what kind of challenge does he offer to President Trump? What are the particular points of connection between Joe Biden and the masses?
Well, I think Joe Biden throughout this campaign has been trying to draw 2 very different visions of America. He's saying that under President Trump we would have another 4 years of anarchy, 4 years of problems. He's painted President Trump as a threat to America and to America's standing on the world stage with international partners. He, however, is trying to set out a very different vision and version of America if he were to be elected president. He says that he would be able to turn things around in terms of the economic fallout that we've seen from COVID-19. He feels that he would be able to heal a nation that is polarized and politically divided. He also thinks that he would be able to handle the pandemic much better than President Trump has. He says that President Trump's handling has essentially disqualified him from a second term in office. And he's also been pushing very hard on that experience button. He's had 47 years of public service as a US senator and then as vice president for 8 years under President Barack Obama. And he's also playing on this idea of empathy. He points to President Trump saying that he is a man who has no empathy. But he says that he himself, Joe Biden, has empathy. He's had tragedy in the past. He's lost very close family members. And he said that having experienced that tragedy sets him up well to be able to relate to the American people at a time that they are suffering from the pandemic and the economic fallout, that he would be not just their commander-in-chief but their counselor-in-chief. And that experience and that empathy are really 2 pillars that Joe Biden has been running on during this campaign, pushing to the American people, saying that he is the man for the job.
Nick, you are very closely tracking the Biden campaign. I want to ask from you that, considering that nearly every pre-poll survey and poll of polls suggests that there is a 7 to 8 point lead that Joe Biden enjoys over Donald Trump, would you say that there is a sense of assuredness in the Biden campaign, or would you say that there is some sort of nervousness and uncertainty that Donald Trump can make a last-minute comeback just like he did in 2016?
Well, I think the Joe Biden campaign are very much going into election day with a certain amount of confidence, a certain amount of optimism. That national lead by about 7 or 8% is a very strong lead. But it really comes down to the battleground states, and that's where he has a slightly narrower lead. In Pennsylvania by only a few percentage points. He has a stronger lead in, say, Michigan and Wisconsin, 2 states he's hoping to win back from President Trump. His lead there of about 5 or 6%. But I think there is that wariness as well, even though all the polls are suggesting that Joe Biden has that sizable advantage going into election day. There will be wariness because, yes, remember 2016, Hillary Clinton went into election day as the clear favourites to win the presidency, and we all know how that turned out. The political analysts who are surrounding the Biden campaign say that the polls are more robust this time, that they show a stronger advantage. They also show that Joe Biden has a higher likability factor than Hillary Clinton. That was one of her problems 4 years ago. But I think they will be very wary, and they're still doing all that they can on this election day to push the vote, to push as many people as they can to get to the ballot box. They're saying that every vote counts in what they're calling a fight for the soul of a nation.
Right, Nick. Also, do you see around you special security arrangements? Earlier, we were talking to Nina from Washington, D.C. We were discussing about a certain nervousness, about potential for violence that has been talked about. Any special arrangement to ensure that such an untoward incident does not happen by the administration?
Well, certainly here in Wilmington, Delaware, just behind me, you can see the stage. This is where Joe Biden will be later on tonight. He'll be addressing supporters here. And in this general area, there is a very large security perimeter fence that has been assembled over the last couple of days to ensure that no one without the proper credentials, without the right ticketing, can get into this area. Wilmington, Delaware, we haven't seen in the city centre any security precautions, but just 30 minutes away is the city of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, and we know that National Guard are already out on the streets there. We've seen shops and businesses boarded up. It is one of those big cities where there is some concern, like in Washington DC, like in New York City, like in Los Angeles, that if there is going to be any protests or any flare-up in violence, those are the type of places that it could happen. So there are already those precautions in place.
Nick, since you are tracking the Biden campaign very closely, what's your assessment of what the Biden campaign's assessment is of the kind of support they've got in terms of early voters so far? Because we've seen a record numbers have already voted. I'm not talking about Delaware alone, but the whole of the United States.
Well, yes, incredible numbers voted before Election Day. Nearly 100 million Americans, smashing records of the past. Potentially, we could see the highest electoral turnout in over a century. And the majority of those people who've been voting both in person and by mail are Democrats. They're seeing a broad range of people. They've got a very extensive coalition. People very much on the left with liberal ideas, communities of color, African Americans, Latino communities. They're also hoping to get more over 65s to steal some of that vote from President Trump. He did very well with them 4 years ago. And suburban women. That's a group that President Trump did very well last time, but we have seen a switch in opinion polls over the last few weeks, and more of them are heading towards the Democrat side, voting for Joe Biden. There just has been a little bit of nervousness, particularly in communities of color in the important swing state of Florida. Not as many African American and Latino voters have been going out early to vote for Joe Biden. The hope is that they'll be out there today voting for Joe Biden, but there has been that slight wariness. But a whole broad range of people that the Biden campaign is relying on.
Right. Nick, support for people of color, for women's issues by the Democrats has been quite evident also in the choice of the vice president candidate in Kamala Harris. To what extent for Joe Biden could that be a game changer, a distinction factor? How have people been responding during his campaigns about his choice of the running mate?
Well, yes, they've seemed to have responded very well for Kamala Harris as both a black and Indian American person. She's able to pick up a good deal of support. The Indian American community in the US is a voting group that is very important that the Biden campaign is looking to. They only make up about 1% of the US population, but they are particularly in large numbers in important swing states, places like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. There's large communities of Indian Americans. And 4 years ago, we saw the majority, 3/4, voting for Hillary Clinton. Opinion polls recently have suggested that 72% of Indian Americans would vote for Joe Biden, about 22% for Donald Trump. So certainly much more support when it comes to the Indian American community for Joe Biden. I think part of that has been helped by the fact that Kamala Harris is on the ticket, and she has been playing on her Indian heritage as well as her black heritage. So it's an important voting bloc. They're looking to them, hoping that they can get out the vote for the Democrats.
Nick, Donald Trump has said that he will be moving court against what he says would be late counting of mail-in ballots after November 3, the election day. Is the Biden campaign all prepared to face such lawsuits?
Well, yes, they also have lawyers prepared to be able to send in. Donald Trump has already suggested he'll be sending in lawyers as early as tonight. That is causing some concern, not just amongst the Democrats, but amongst legal analysts right across the United States. This suggestion that Donald Trump may look to claim some sort of victory either in states or nationally before we have the full picture. Bear in mind that every single election, voting of ballots continues for several days afterwards. It's just receiving more attention and focus this time around. For example, in Pennsylvania, they can't start counting the votes until election day. So they started a couple of hours ago. But they count some of the in-person votes before they count the postal ballots. And the majority of the postal ballots are likely to have come from Democrat supporters. So we may not get a clear picture. It may begin to show, for example, with those exit polls, with the votes that are being counted after the polls close, that they favour the Republicans, but there would still be a whole heap of votes for the Democrats that are yet to be counted, and that may take several days yet to come. So it may not be clear tonight a definitive winner. We may take some time for that to become evident.
Right. Nick, you've been closely tracking Joe Biden's campaign. A short while ago, he sent a tweet referring to the legacy of his previous experience as an administrator, as vice president in President Obama's administration, where President Obama spoke about hope. He speaks about healing. So there seems to be a conscious joining of legacies and a certain promise of return of good old days, as it were. How significantly is that resonating with the voters in the US?
Yeah, it's very interesting, the choice of those two words, hope for President Obama, healing for Joe Biden, hoping at this time, in the middle of a pandemic in which 230,000 Americans have died, more than 9 million been infected, hoping that he can heal America. He says that this election is a fight for the soul of the nation. He feels that there is healing that needs to be done, not just on a COVID-19 level, but also in terms of the divisions that have been exacerbated during the last 4 years under the President Trump's presidency. He is trying to tie himself to President Obama. We've seen Obama come out on the campaign trail very heavily in the last week or so. He's been sending him to important swing states like Florida, like Georgia, a state that the Democrats are hoping to steal off of the Republicans. So yes, he is relying, I guess, on that Obama effect, the fact that they work so closely, trying to rely on that huge amount of support, in particular from the African American community that President Obama enjoyed. I think it has been important for Joe Biden to rely on that Obama effect during his campaigning, and he's pushing that very much as part of his closing argument today.
Right, Nick, thank you for having joined us from Delaware, the home state of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is currently in Pennsylvania. That's the place he's chosen to be for the election day. Well, let's also listen in to what Joe Biden had to say at a rally in Pennsylvania.
We've been through a lot in this country since we announced. America's facing a confluence of crises unlike anything in living memory. We're still in the battle for the soul of America. Decency, honor, respect. Where has it gone with this president? Well, let me tell you something, folks. Tomorrow's the beginning of a new day. Tomorrow, we can put an end to a presidency that has left hard-working Americans out in the cold. Tomorrow, we can put an end to a presidency that has divided this nation and fanned the flames of hate. Tomorrow, we can put an end to a presidency that has failed to protect this nation.
That was presidential candidate Joe Biden addressing a rather colorful public meeting. It was titled Battle for the Soul of the United States of America. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, if I can bring that theme to you, a battle for the soul of America. We're talking about what is in the mind of the Americans. To what extent are these themes, soul, of values, liberal democratic values, to what extent do they drive decisions of who to elect the next president?
No idea how, you know, that old expression, when my dad lived up there and we had to move and things kind of fell apart in terms of jobs. But I had my great-grandfather, Edward Francis Blewett, was the first Irish Catholic elected to the state senate in the state of Pennsylvania from Scranton, 1907. And, you know, it's a long, long history, but it's good to be home. And one of the things, I know everybody says, why do you keep calling it home? Well, you know, I left here when I was going in the 4th grade, but I came home almost all summers, every summer. When I got married to my deceased wife, my wedding party was 7 people, 5 of my friends from Scranton, I grew up with. So, you know, That's what I learned, like you did, all my basic values. I learned at my grandpa's table at 2446 North Washington Avenue that money does not determine your wealth. I learned that there wasn't anything you couldn't do if you set your mind to it. I learned that basic responsibility everybody had was just to look out, just look for the other guy, look out what's going on, be aware what's going on. And so, you know, they're all the, my dad used to have an expression when we left Scranton, moved down to Delaware. He'd say, Joey, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about who you are. It's about being able to look at the kid in the eye and say, hey, it's going to be okay. Well, guess what? A lot of people can't say that now. A lot of people can't look at the kids in the eye and say it's going to be okay. I ran for 3 reasons. I'm going to stop, not keep you out here. Number one, I said when I announced I wanted to restore the soul of the country. What I meant wasn't being melodramatic. All I meant was restore basic decency and honor to the White House. When I saw those folks come out of those fields down in Charlottesville, carry those torches, and close your eyes and remember that you saw the things, both in 50, 80, carrying Nazi flags, talking about how, in fact, this country is so bad with prejudice that existed. That's when I decided I had to run. That's when my granddaughters and the other 3 of them came to see me after that happened. They knew I was going to say, Pop, you got to run. We know it's going to be ugly. Because their whole life they've either had a father who was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware or a grandpa who was a senator or a vice president. And that's why we ran. The second reason we ran is we got to restore the backbone of the country. You all know it. You know, the middle class built this country. Wall Street didn't build it. The middle class built it. And unions built the middle class. And they're getting clobbered right now. They're getting clobbered. The third reason I'm running is what I want to talk upbeat about today, and that is uniting this country. We have to unite the country. We can do it. I think the country's ready. But I basically came to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
I will sacrifice the greatest honor in my life. The greatest honor in my life. And I'm sure the mayor and Bobby feel the same way about serving. You know, it's a great honor. So I want to thank you all, and I know you're out canvassing. Knock on 3,000, 4,000 doors. We'll have no problem. No, I'm only kidding. Thank you for what you've done. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. You got some white beer?
And that was a live introduction of Democrat Joe Biden with voters in Pennsylvania. And Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, if I can come back to you with the same question, it seems Joe Biden's rhetoric is very high on values. Even when he's talking about jobs, he says it's not just about paychecks, it's about dignity. How do you see this particular rhetoric in reaching out to the Americans?
Has a resonance with a certain segment of the society, and he's talking to his vote base. For a certain segment of the society, it's a question of livelihoods. And what has happened in the process of globalization is twofold. In the U.S., I'm talking of. One is the middle class base has shrunk, poverty levels have gone up, concentration of wealth is very acute in a few hands. So that is the angst that President Trump taps into quite effectively. So now that so much has been said and done, what Joe Biden is trying to do is to sound presidential, come across as a statesman, rise above politics, and approach his voter base. So this will he'll be heard with respect. But whether it will impact the voter turnout is I do not think there will be much of an impact. Now, would you like me to touch upon the other question, or I pause here?
Sure, please, Ambassador Prakash.
Now, as far as we were talking about what is going to be the impact of the presidency if there is a shift or if there is no shift on India-US relations. One is the big picture, and it is remarkable how over the last 20 years since the visit of Bill Clinton in March 2000, the relationship has grown. The very fact that we have something like 60 dialogue mechanisms, the very fact that we have now a 2+2 ministerial dialogue, and we are covering everything under the sun with the US is quite significant. And under successive administrations in India or the US, the relationship has kept growing. So that is remarkable. At the same time, I must mention that relationship, we have found that the Republican administrations have been more focused on the big picture. And whether it was President Bush, who did the heavy lifting for us to get us the NSG waiver, or President Trump, who has infused so much of momentum in the security and defense relationship, in Quad, in other aspects, that is quite significant. With the Democrats, the other issues also which Mohan alluded to do come into the picture. So, but overall, I would think that regardless of which administration comes to power, it is only a bit of an emphasis here or there, but the relationship will continue to grow, and it is the other last point that I would like to make is the China factor, because when you talk of the India-US relationship, there is the bilateral component, which is very, very strong, but there is also the rise of China, the aggression of China, the expansionist tendencies of China, where President Trump has been quite upfront. And similarly on terrorism that you were talking about, he has called out Pakistan. He has spoken about what Pakistan has been up to.
Yes, Ambassador Prakash. Ambassador Prakash, you are underlining the way Donald Trump has been strident on China on the issue of terrorism and on a whole lot of issues, and it remains to be seen if that transition is to happen now from Trump to Biden. If that really is the way the polls turn out to be, then how Biden presidency is going to be different from Trump presidency. But that's all the time that we have for this for now. Ambassador Prakash and Ambassador Mohan Kumar, thank you so much for having joined us for this. But this coverage on DD India is going to continue.
Absolutely.
And now Sakal and Ramesh, our colleagues, will be joining us and will be taking this further. But do not forget that this is one place that has got you totally covered in the US presidential elections. So a comprehensive non-stop analysis continues.
Race for White House continues, and all the updates on DD India. Stay tuned.
Namaste land. Marhaban ila al-Hind.
Zari India. Salam India.
Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata.
Muy
India.
Nahnu Hunura India.
Ma Hindi Hasti.
Hindiani.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
अरे वाह, लेजेंड की बैट। इससे तो मैं खेलूंगा। फ्यूचर बैटिंग लेजेंड है।
इसमें जिसका नाम लिखा है, बैट उसी को मिलेगी।
अरे यार।
देखा, अगर इस पे मेरा नाम नहीं लिखा होता तो कितनी दिक्कत हो जाती। इसलिए आरबीआई कहता है, बैंक अकाउंट हो या बैंक लॉकर, उसमें नॉमिनी का नाम जरूर दर्ज करें, ताकि आपकी जमा पूंजी उसी को मिले जिसे आपने नामित किया है।
आरबीआई कहता है, जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Insightful opinion. Incisive analysis. Intelligent conversation. Watch the best minds from India and the US decode the US election for you. Join us for a 14-hour live coverage of the race for the White House. From 6 p.m. on November 3, only on DD India, A Billion Voices.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
Come on boys, let's go practice. अरे रुक यार, मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में गलत एंट्री का प्रॉब्लम हो गया है। तो बैंक को कंप्लेन करना। बैंक को लिखे 1 महीना हो गया है, बट वो गूगली पे गूगली डाले जा रहा है।
तो आरबीआई के बैंकिंग लोकपाल को इन्फॉर्म करो।
रुक, मैं समझाता हूँ। जैसे क्रिकेट में थर्ड अंपायर, वैसे ही आरबीआई का बैंकिंग ओम्बुड्समैन। आरबीआई कहता है अगर बैंक आपकी कंप्लेंट को 1 महीने में नहीं सुलझाता तो आप आरबीआई के कंप्लेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम पर ऑनलाइन कंप्लेंट कर सकते हैं। ये आरबीआई का आसान तरीका है आपकी कंप्लेंट सुलझाने का, और वो भी फ्री।
आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
से शॉपिंग? बाबूजी, आपने इसे बिगाड़ के रखा।
लिमिट में करो तो कुछ बुरा नहीं होता है।
बिना लिमिट शॉपिंग करेगी आपके कार्ड पे। ऐड ऑन जो है,
मैंने तो कार्ड पे लिमिट सेट कर दिया। अच्छा, इसके फायदे ये हैं कि रिस्क कम हो जाता है, और अगर फ्रॉड भी हुआ तो तुरंत बैंक को बोल दीजिए, नुकसान कम।
दादू,
नेक्स्ट टाइम ये पिंक ड्रेस।
यू आर द लिमिट।
लिमिट तो सेट है। आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Insightful opinion. Incisive analysis. Intelligent conversation. Watch the best minds from India and the US decode the US election for you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran, and it's 8 p.m. in New Delhi, or 14:30 GMT, and 9:30 in the morning in Washington, D.C. And you're watching a special broadcast here on DD India. We're calling it The Race for the White House.
Yes, and good evening, viewers. I'm Sakal Bhatt, and it is election day in the United States, and we at DD India, our entire team, are bringing to you a 360-degree global and comprehensive coverage of the US elections. And on the show, in the next 2 more hours, we not only get you the top leading international voices on the elections, we'll get you live ground reportage from the action epicenter.
Absolutely. Now, viewers, we began our live coverage at 6 p.m. IST, so it's been 2 hours and counting now. For those of you who just tuned in, our coverage is complete with a distinguished panel of opinion makers and influencers from India and the US, and a full complement of reporters on the ground tracking every move by Trump and Biden.
Absolutely, Ramesh. And we at DD India, let's also tell our viewers, have made elaborate arrangements to keep you on the top of the news as it happens from USA. Here's all that we have lined up for you, just for you, whether you're joining us from India, you're joining us from Africa, you're joining us from Asia, Australia, or Europe for that matter, or for that matter, the Americans, who sure don't want to miss even a bit of it.
All right, so let's get started. All right, so let's get started. Here are the headlines, US election headlines this hour. Voters are casting their ballots across America to pick up their president, either Republican Trump or Democrat Biden. Polling picks up all across the country as tens of millions have already voted either early or through the mail.
And to win the presidency, either Trump or Biden must acquire over 50% of the Electoral College vote of 538, a minimum of 270 electoral votes needed to clinch the presidency.
Joe Biden continues to lead Donald Trump in the national opinion polls. If elected, he'd be the oldest president in US history at 78. Trump would also be the oldest president ever if he wins a second term. He is currently 74.
And DD India gets you extensive coverage of US presidential polls like never ever before. Get all news, views and analysis on just one platform, that is DD India, and its all social media handles.
All right, so we'll be joined by our colleagues Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C., William Denslow in Wisconsin, and Nick Harper in Delaware. Now, Kate is tracking Trump and his campaign. She'll follow Trump wherever he goes and keep a close eye on everything that happens in the Trump camp. And we'll be going across to Kate momentarily. Now, William is in Wisconsin, a state that turned from blue to red in 2016. Which way will it vote this time round? We'll find out from William in Wisconsin. And Nick is in Delaware tracking Biden and his campaign. Now, Delaware is Biden's home state.
Absolutely. And to add to that, we will be in a very short while from now joined by a distinguished panel of guests joining us on the show. We will be, in fact, getting live on this show Ambassador Arun Singh. He's going to be with us in any moment from now. He is, of course, former Indian ambassador to United States of America, as well as France and Israel. On the show also will be joined by, from US, is Professor W.P.S. Sidhu. Professor Sidhu is at the New York University School of Professional Studies. Ramesh, also on the show from United States, where the action is as we speak, will be Puneet Ahluwalia, who needs no introduction, an Indian-American businessman and a member also of the Republican Party, to get a perspective what's happening at the Republican camp, as well as Preeti Upala, a California-based geopolitical analyst as well as columnist, will be on the show in any moment. So the action is building up.
Absolutely. Also joining us will be 3 more guests. Professor Sriram Cholia, Professor K.P. Vijayalakshmi, and Dhruv Jaishankar. Now, Professor Cholia is the Dean at the Jindal School of International Affairs, And Professor Vijay Lakshmi is with the School of International Studies at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. And Dhruv Jaishankar is the Director, US Initiative as the Observer Research Foundation. Now, the ORF is a privately funded think tank headquartered in New Delhi.
In fact, Kate is going to be with us in a moment from now, but Ambassador saying, let me start the discussion.
Sure.
Ambassador, thank you so much. In fact, all our guests at this hour, thank you so much. Really honored to have such a distinguished and high-powered panel with us. Initial thoughts, there's a palpable excitement on ground, absolutely no doubt about it. And the unprecedented voter turnout that we saw running into millions and millions. Should Trump camp be a little nervous as we speak?
Going by the experience of 2016, I think both the Trump and Biden camps should be nervous at this stage.
Okay.
Most public opinion polls show that Biden is in lead, and a comfortable lead of 8 to 10%. But Hillary Clinton in 2016 was in a similar lead, about 6%. So Trump's lead is, Biden's lead is a little more. But despite that, Trump was able to pull off the election because the US electoral process, as you mentioned in your comments, is determined not so much by the overall voting at the national level, but what happens at the state-by-state elections and who wins which state, and therefore how does the Electoral College add up. And I remember in 2016, around 16th October, and the elections were in early November, soon after the third debate with Hillary Clinton had ended, there was a sense that Hillary Clinton was winning. But after that, the FBI director came out with a statement that he was restarting investigation into Clinton's use of a private server for official emails. That started changing the mood. And Trump went into a vigorous campaign in the last few weeks of the elections, focusing on the battleground states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, which were historically Democratic. And he was able to turn them around. And with that, he was able to turn around the results in that election. Now, at this stage, Biden is in the lead. Most statistics, most polls suggest that he should win, not just at the national level, but the state-by-state level. At the same time, in the last couple of weeks, especially after he came out of hospital, Trump has brought in a lot of energy to his campaign. And he's traveled to different parts of the country. He's attracted the huge rallies. So we have to see how it plays out. Ultimately, it's a question of who is able to rally the base, how many voters turn out. Both camps are making a determined effort. And you'd have seen reports that already 100 million people in the United States have cast their votes. That's more than 2/3 of those who had cast the votes in the entire elections in 2016.
Right.
So there is tremendous mobilization, and we'll have to see how this all plays out. And then also there are people are planning legal challenges to vote count, both camps. And so it's going to be complicated.
Professor Sidhu, let's hear from you. You're joining us from the US. Now, put this into the right perspective and context for viewers here in India and around the world. Now, every election is significant, no doubt. But why is this election so crucial and significant? One, for the US, two for India, and three for the world at large?
Delighted to be here, and thank you very much for having me.
Welcome,
and
Professor.
I think that's a very important and pertinent question. And I would argue that there are three reasons, perhaps four, if you include COVID-19, why this election is particularly exceptional. First of all, it's the turnout. As Ambassador Arun Singh just mentioned, the pre-poll turnout has already crossed 100 million. And it's estimated that the final turnout is probably going to be something like 67% of the electorate, those who have the right to vote, about 240 million, which would be the highest ever recorded, certainly in the last century or so. The only time which was higher than this was in 1908. So that already is a very significant factor. As you know, there's really a lot of mobilization. People are very, very energized, even in states which are not necessarily in play. For example, New York as well. The second is that this is by far the most expensive election that the US has ever witnessed. So today, the cost of this election, not just the presidential, but all the other races, is estimated at $14 billion, not million, $14 billion. And what's remarkable is this is more than double what was spent in the last election, which brought Donald Trump to power in 2016.
Yes.
And the bulk of this money, interestingly, has gone to the Democrats. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it will translate into votes,
absolutely.
but that is an important and crucial element of that. And I think the third reason why this election is going to be very different than the others is the International Crisis Group just put out a report last week warning of post-election violence.
Okay.
And this, for a country, a mature democracy like the United States, is almost unprecedented.
All right, all right.
So I think precisely for that reason as well, there's actually great concern that particularly if the result is contested, if it's not a clear mandate or a clear landslide, then you may actually see some degree of post-election violence as well.
And there is also a sense
of... all, of course,
absolutely.
you have COVID-19, which has posed such a big challenge to the running of the whole hustings as well. So it is an exceptional election for all of those reasons.
In fact, there's a lot of speculation, even post-election results. There could be a sense of unwillingness to accept from either camps whatever the result is. In fact, right. Kate Fisher is with us, joining us live from Washington, D.C., the epicenter of very action. Kate, it's breezy, it's beautiful morning over there. Palpable excitement. In fact, we really envy you for you being there. The sense from the Trump camp. Over to you.
Yeah, here I am outside the White House in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump will shortly be leaving. He is going to visit his campaign headquarters in Northern Virginia, but a bit of a rest for him today, really, because he spent the last few weeks crisscrossing this country, desperately trying to shore up those votes that he won in 2016. He's been trailing Joe Biden, his opponent, in the polls consistently throughout this campaign. So he has, despite those few days off when he was in hospital with coronavirus, he has been holding rallies all over the country. Of course, rallies and being in front of a big crowd of his supporters are what really motivates and energize Donald Trump, and it also energizes his supporters, and he's going to have to rely on that energy as we head into the rest of today and start getting some results back, because so far, if the polls are to be believed, he needs something of a miracle to happen today. He needs a lot of people to go out to their polling stations and vote for him if he is to close the gap between him and Joe Biden.
Are the people out there, very briefly, Kate, accepting this gap? Has the Trump camp almost conceded the sentiment that we are trying to understand from you? We cannot jump the gun, we cannot really speculate, but what's the sense that you are getting, and how serious is the threat of violence, Kate?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
How serious is the threat of violence there? And Trump camp, have they conceded this nervousness? Because you're talking about bridging the gap and some miracle can actually save Trump.
Yeah, so the threat of violence is a concern for many. I'm surrounded here at the White House by fences that have been erected. There's a church here, a hotel there. There are shops, cafes, restaurants that are all being boarded up in this area of Washington, D.C., because there is concern that whichever way this result goes, that supporters of the person that hasn't won or supporters of the person that has won feel the need to come here and perhaps make their message heard in a violent or something that causes public unrest. So there certainly is concern, and Donald Trump has not played down the idea of using some kind of, for his supporters to make their voices heard. He has certainly in the past encouraged some, violent responses. And he hasn't been saying that in recent days, but there is concern that if he seems to be doing badly on election night, he will suggest that it is a fraudulent reason, that there has been some kind of election tampering because of these early votes that have been posted in. Of course, they are completely legal. There is no evidence of any kind of widespread fraud, but he appears to be sowing the seeds of doubt in Americans' minds about the validity of some of these votes. It's almost though, although on stage when he's campaigning he says that he is looking forward to victory and that he's winning and he's doing brilliantly, he's also trying to get a kind of suggesting that what will happen if he doesn't win. Okay. He's trying to lay those seeds of doubt.
Kate, let's talk a bit, if you will, about the Trumps now. Where is the Trump family now as we speak? Have you heard from them yet this morning? And also, what do we know about whether they've voted or not?
Well, we don't have any information about where all the members of his family are. We're only given the solid information about the president's movements, and we know he's going to see his campaign headquarters in Northern Virginia this morning. Yes, we understand that all members of the Trump family have voted. We assume they have all voted for President Trump. They have all been, most of his adult children, that is, have been very busy on the campaign trail for him. They've been his surrogates, sending his message into states where he's campaigning elsewhere. They have held events, particularly Ivanka Trump, his daughter, and Don Jr., one of his sons, very, very busy on the campaign trail. Don Jr. often also appearing on cable news here to expound his father's message and to try to drum up more support. This is very much a family operation, this White House.
So we'll leave it at that, Kate, and we'll keep coming back to you for more over the next 2 days as well. Do keep an eye out for the Trump campaign and stay on the news, and we'll come back to you for more. Thank you.
In fact, we're also getting to pick more information from there. The Trump has, as we speak, has visited RNC Annex in Virginia. In fact, our correspondent there also just confirmed that, and we believe we have the shots there, and we can in fact try and dip in live. In the meanwhile, we will try and connect with the other set of distinguished panelists who will be with us in a moment. But Ramesh, you know, you've closed.
In fact, just on a programming note, viewers, do tweet to us. The hashtag is flashing on the top right-hand corner of your screens. It's hashtag Raise for White House, and the DD India Live Twitter handle is there for you to see as well. So please send us your news, views, and everything, all your comments to us at that hashtag and our Twitter handle. And you can also watch us live on YouTube as we speak.
Yes, and I've been told Preeti Upala, in fact, joins us live all the way from California. She's a California-based geopolitical analyst. Thank you so much, Preeti. Yes, she's there with us, and we continue to have Professor Vijay Lakshmi with us, and also we have...
Also joining us is Puneet Ahluwalia. Yes. So we have a power-packed panel for this segment of the discussion. So let's welcome all our guests once again on this special broadcast. If I can come to you, Professor Vijay Lakshmi, you've been with us, waiting patiently by all these minutes. Now, talking about these, disconcerting reports coming in from the U.S. as we speak, that the Republican camp might be reluctant to accept the results of the election if it goes against them, and a threat of violence as well. We are told the White House has been boarded up as we speak to prevent any untoward incident. What does that tell you about the state? I mean, how polarizing could this election get?
Well, I would say that this is a two-party system, tends to lean towards polarization, even on any election, because clearly the positions of both the parties on major issues will be different. There would be personality differences as well, very many other things. I mean, I have never subscribed to the view that both parties in the United States are Tweedledum and Tweedledee, which is what I used to be told when I was much younger, but that's not true. And I think there is a keen contest. But as you know, there are a number of races that the U.S. electorate keeps voting on. So this polarization, as you call it, is also partisanship. That is, you identify either as a Democrat or as a Republican or as an independent or undecided. So, you know, there are many categories in which you can place yourself. But the main thing is to be convinced enough that this election matters to the issues you care about, and therefore you would go in and vote. And that seems to be the case in this election. And I fully agree with what Sidhu has said, because, you know, and I'm really delighted that he's also here on this panel after a long time.
Absolutely.
It's been really a pleasure also to see the other panelists.
Yes.
But really, I think polarization has been going on for quite some time. And I would trace it back to Clinton's time, in fact, and, you know, divided government. That is what we all learned about Congress being in one party's hands and the presidency in another party's hands. And so this polarization and the debates about polarization is not new. Why is this time so very peculiar? And I think the reason is this constant refrain of that of the Trump administration saying, or of President Trump saying that, you know, there is a lot of fraud, election fraud.
Okay.
This can be a stolen election.
Okay.
This can be a election in which you know, there will be manipulation. These are not things that we had heard about, even though there have been legal challenges. And, you know, there is, the system itself allows till December 14th. For, you know, in the olden days, you had to write, you had, you know, the communications. And all
If I may come in for a second, Professor Vijayalakshmi. Yes, you know, you flagged that very pertinent point of this intense polarization, ma'am.
Counting and canvassing and processing and everything, checking the votes. And of course, it's normal, you know, you verify signatures, you do that. But time and again, almost all of the reports are saying there is no basis for this claim of large-scale fraud or mail manipulation of mailed-in votes or any of those postal ballots. So why is then this fear leading to violence? I think that goes deeper. It goes back to the other issue apart from COVID pandemic, which I think is one of the fundamental reasons why this election is so unique. The social unrest that we saw for the last few months. This is not just about Black Lives Matter. It's also about an issue of law and order. It is about the violence that you saw on the streets, and also about the kind of justice that people expect when somebody fires into a protester's crowd, whether that person is going to be put in jail, not put, will the law take its own course? So there is this constant worry about whether you can protest about what is happening to you. So this violence that you're seeing as a fear of actually just the election result has a deeper root. And that unrest, social unrest, might be one of the reasons why you're seeing such a strong reaction from white supremacist groups, which are calling for all kinds of action. And, you know,
all right. I want to quickly get in this one reaction from somebody who is the member of the Republican Party himself. I'm talking about Punit Ahluwalia, who is joining us live on this broadcast from United States of America, Indian-American businessman. This whole narrative of violence, in fact, attached to these elections. And as I ask my question, let me also welcome Dr. Sriram Cholya on our broadcast, author and distinguished professor from Opijindal University, expert in international relations. Thank you very much. And Ambassador Singh continues to be with us. Preeti is there with us, and so is Professor Sidhu. Yes, Puneet, over to you now. This whole narrative of too much of violence, this narrative of not really having that acceptance. I'm talking about the Trump camp. And no matter the kind of aggressive debates we have seen from both camps, you would agree that it has been a COVID-dominated election discourse. And, well, numbers speak for themselves. US is at the top of the list, continues to be at the top of the list when it comes to the worst affected nations. Or perhaps the containment of it, we may agree or we may not. What is your take on it, and how is Republican camp dealing with it, the COVID containment?
First thing is, I've been part of the Republican Party for the last 20 years and proud of my association with the party. And now I'm running for Lieutenant Governor of Virginia.
Yes.
And I announced my candidacy almost 3 months ago. I would say very clearly, all this hype has been created by CNN and the media and the social media promoters, Twitter, Facebook, who are part of the whole takedown strategy of success of what President Trump has achieved in the last 4 years. And the rioting and looting was funded by the Democratic Party through their organization called Antifa and funded by many other people, like Soros is one to be precise. It is they who are doing it in their blue cities with blue mayors and police associations controlled by them. This is not the Republican, and this nonsense about that President Trump has supported the white supremacists. I am campaigning in rural Virginia, 5th and 7th district. I am brown, I am nowhere white, I don't have the white privilege. And that's all nonsense fed by CNN just to keep showing the systemic racism. It is basically the Democratic Party's failed policies for many years. President Biden's 47 years in Senate has showed the failure, what the Democrats could not do for the large minority population, unfortunately for the African-American population. And those failed school system, the opportunity for them to keep passing out, and when they came to the real life, they could not get the real job. And guess what? They couldn't find anything to do, so their role models were basically people who were drug dealers or drug peddlers or gangs. Hence the reason they are frustrated and disappointed. But President Trump changed all of that. We had the highest unemployment in the African-American community and the Hispanic community. And most importantly, President Trump took on the COVID issue right from the beginning. It was Vice President Biden who said, no, there's no virus and you're being harsh on China. But President Trump called out, while in February itself, to stop the travel ban from China. And you have Governor Cuomo from a Democratic state of New York saying, we thank President Trump for giving us all the resources needed to fight the COVID. They have made this into a COVID war because President Trump's economy, the economy of the United States, was humming and thriving and churning at a great speed. You can see earlier this month, a few days ago, last week, we had a 33% growth in the United States job and GDP.
Puneet, hold your thought. We'll come back to you momentarily. I'll also ask my other guests, Preeti and Professor Cholia, to bear with us for a few more minutes. We have to cut live and go across to our colleague William Denslow, who is standing by in Wisconsin as we speak. William, good to have you join us on this special broadcast. Now, Wisconsin. Now, let's talk a bit about Wisconsin, where you are now. How crucial is Wisconsin for the pathways of the two contenders, President Trump and his challenger, Joe Biden? Give us a flavor of the campaigning and the polling taking place in Wisconsin as we speak.
Absolutely, plenty to unpack, and of course what we saw in 2016 was the pivotal role that states like Wisconsin played in the outcome of the presidential election. Now, Wisconsin brings with it 10 electoral college votes. Of course, 270 is the benchmark that both candidates will need to cross that threshold to become the next president. So that figure of 10 electoral college votes is not the same amount of somewhere like Pennsylvania that's getting plenty of attention that brings with it 20 electoral college votes, for example. But considering the fact that when it comes to it, if it is indeed a tight election, that these states like Wisconsin could play an absolutely monumental role. We saw back in 2016, Donald Trump won the state of Wisconsin by less than 23,000 votes, so such a small margin of victory. It was the first time that Republicans had won the state of Wisconsin in a presidential race since 1988. So that just shows how much is at stake, and I think what signifies that is the fact that the penultimate campaign rally that President Trump made yesterday here in the United States was here in Wisconsin. That just shows the value that he is certainly putting on Wisconsin. You mentioned the polls. Well, according to a Siena College New York Times poll released a few days ago, it showed that Joe Biden was up by around 11 points. However, speaking to his supporters in Kenosha, Wisconsin, the message from President Trump is that the polls were wrong in 2016. He hopes they're wrong yet again this time around.
William, in 2016, we saw that Hillary Clinton did not campaign at all in Wisconsin. Now, cut to 2020, has Joe Biden made amends for that?
Well, 2016 was seen as an absolutely huge omission as far as the Democrats are concerned, and what many will tell you within the party is that they did in fact ultimately pay the price for that. Now, Joe Biden has made some appearances here in the state of Wisconsin, but the campaign strategies from both presidential hopefuls is very different. For months, we've been seeing President Trump making frequent trips to Wisconsin, holding these large-scale rallies. Joe Biden, former vice president, in contrast, making far more smaller, socially distanced type events to his supporters. Of course, let's not forget that the Democrats chose here in the city of Milwaukee, the biggest city in Wisconsin, choose for their national convention. That was really seen as a strong message to Democratic voters that they are making a real push for Wisconsin. They acknowledged what happened in 2016 and they would not be making the same mistake again. Of course, COVID-19 had a huge role to play. That convention was moved pretty much entirely remotely and virtually, so that is seen as a blow for Democrats, but at least that message of intent was there. The message from Democrats, they're hoping that that will now resonate with voters.
But Williams, why is there a lot of uncertainty attached this time around to these results? Well, there are already speculations doing rounds, William, that this may take long and it may get into a legal tangle, and Trump's camp would not accept the defeat. And maybe the poll pundits' predictions so far, giving that slender lead to Biden, could be flawed. And you know, that is something which is adding to a lot of uncertainty. No matter how much we say that Biden is leading, but it could happen the other way also.
Absolutely. So first of all, if we take a look at Wisconsin, so under the laws of this particular state, of course, different states have different laws when it comes to election day. That is important to note. Now, despite the fact that more than half of the state's registered voters have voted early, however, in Wisconsin, those votes can only start to be counted as of 7 a.m. local time on November 3rd, traditional election day here in the United States. That means that we are expecting, according to pollsters here and those in charge of the election commission here, they're estimating that it could be between the hours of 3 a.m., 6 a.m. local time in Wisconsin before we start seeing results from major cities such as Milwaukee come through. So we're certainly not expecting an early call for Wisconsin. It could be potentially as early as tomorrow morning until we start to see results like Wisconsin come through. However, the Supreme Court made a decision here in the state that any ballots that are received after 8 p.m. tonight on election day will not be counted. That comes after Democrats had wanted up to 6 days leeway for those absentee ballots to be registered and to be allowed to count if they were postmarked by November 3rd, election day. So that will make the voting process a little smoother, or will certainly allow the voting process to come through quicker here in Wisconsin. However, as you so rightly mentioned, that's not the case in other states like Pennsylvania that have a little bit longer to be able to calculate those absentee ballots, which is why we might not expect an overall winner in this presidential race on election night.
And talking about very quickly, William, about the swing states, the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan. Now, all these states turned from blue to red in 2016. Talking about the 2020 election campaign, how do you rate the chances of the Democrats to wrest these states from the Republicans?
Well, of course, what we're seeing in the polls is that it's not just the state of Wisconsin that shows Biden with a lead. If these polls are certainly to be believed, the likes of Michigan, the likes of Pennsylvania also seem to be in Joe Biden's favor. But of course, those polls were so wrong in 2016. Rural America will be a hugely crucial part for President Trump. He'll be hoping for a strong turnout today on election day to make sure he gets over the line once again.
All right, on that note, William Denslow in Wisconsin, thank you so much for joining us on this special broadcast. Appreciate it. And Sakal, we're getting news as we're getting the news from the U.S. that Melania Trump would actually be voting in West Palm Beach, Florida, as we speak. So we'll get you all the latest from that front as well. But if I can we go back to our guests? Yes. If I ask the producers to go back to our guests, Preeti and Professor Chaulia. Yes. And if I can start with you, Preeti, if I can begin by asking, have you voted already, or are you looking forward to actually casting your vote? All right, I'm told we are getting these visuals of Melania Trump as we speak. These are the live visuals coming to you of Melania Trump going to cast her votes in West Palm Beach, Florida. Yes. Now, Florida is a crucial state, mind you, viewers. It has 29 electoral votes at stake, and it could decide the winner
of the 2020 US presidential election. We are seeing these live pictures of Melania Trump walking to cast her vote in Florida. Sakal?
Yes, the incumbent First Lady of the United States of America, and our research team telling us that she's already cast her ballot and now she's walking out of the Palm Beach, Florida. And I'm sure as we speak, the world is watching and watching her and trying to read her body language, trying to maintain her nerve and cool. And in fact, I think she's smiling at the cameras. Will she speak? We'll have to see. As we stay with these live visuals, let's quickly get in a quick word from Preeti Upala as well as Sriram Chole. But Preeti, coming to you, thank you so much for waiting patiently as we stay live with these visuals. Preeti, very quickly, the whole Kamala Harris factor, Preeti, has it actually cut ice with the electorate of America this time around? Simple.
Well, namaste, Sakal, and namaste to your wonderful audience. Thank you for having me on your show. Pleasure to be here. This is the most crucial election in U.S. history, and the whole world is watching because what happens will affect the whole world at large, on a larger geopolitical point of view, because of what's shaping up, and there's a very clear divide of, let's say the big rogue actors out there, and obviously China is one of them, and then you've got the rest of the world. You've got the Western liberal democracies, and of course you've got a great country like India too. So a strong U.S. administration that has great foreign policy vis-a-vis India becomes very important. I will touch on the point you made, the question you asked me about Kamala Harris. So it sadly not quite, because for two reasons. One, as far as the Indian American diaspora is concerned, look, I'm so happy that we've gone beyond the point of just looking at somebody's last name or skin color and realizing that they're Indian to think that they are going to be good for us. We have seen in the past some of the Congress men and women who happen to be of Indian origin have not actually been very in line with some of the domestic issues back home in India, and they have not supported this current Modi government. And on issues like whether it's 370 or CAA or NRC, they unfortunately don't understand the needs that India is, a sovereign country and needs no interference into its internal matters. So when you look at someone like Kamala Harris, you don't get that sense that she's going to really respect that. The Trump administration, the best thing that they've done is to stay out of Indian politics. That's more than what we can ask for. So the diaspora here is very mixed. It's quite split. There is quite a large faction who are not happy with the Democratic Party in general because of the stance that they've taken towards India, being a little antagonistic, while not calling out terrorism and other rogue elements in the neighborhood, which does affect us. It's affecting us in so many ways. That's one thing. And then the other issue is the African American community themselves are not that thrilled with Kamala Harris either, considering she, during her time as the AG over here in California, they, a lot of African American people were locked up for very, very menial crimes, so to speak. So I think that her own community also is not that thrilled. And then the whole race issue. I mean, is she Indian? Is she black? Is she Jamaican? She keeps changing her race by the minute. And none of these things actually fly. This is a very, very important election. And
indeed, you've covered a lot of ground there, Preeti. We'll come back to you in just a bit. But if I can, Professor Cholia, do stay on. We'll come to you in just a bit. But I want to go across to Ambassador Singh once again on this broadcast. Ambassador Singh, let's talk a bit, if you will, about the issues at play here, be it race, immigration, gun law, economy, China, foreign policy. Help our viewers understand which are these crucial issues that could tilt or decide the fate of the election one way or another.
Elections in the US are determined more by domestic issues. In fact, if you saw the two debates that were held between Joe Biden and President Trump, both of them focused largely on domestic issues. Issues related to healthcare, how COVID has been handled, issues related to Affordable Care Act, the kind of insurance support, including from the state, that would be available to people, especially with pre-existing conditions, and issues related to the economy. Because especially under the impact of COVID, there has been huge unemployment. There has been a negative rate of growth in the US. Till January, before COVID impacted, the US economy was doing very well, and unemployment was at historically low levels. But since then, the situation has turned, and there is a hope that it's a V-shaped, not a K-shaped, and not a W-shaped kind of recovery, which goes up and down. But so the people largely are concerned about these issues, the kind of jobs they would get. President Trump has also played up some foreign policy issues in the context of the elections, notably China, because he wants to project that the impact of COVID has been because China held and hid information related to the disease, how it was spreading, and therefore US was not able to control. And he's doing that in a sense to cover the failure of his own administration, which was not able to effectively contain the spread of the disease. More than 9 million people in the US have been affected, and almost 250,000 people have died, and this is the highest level in the world. And the Democrats are using that, and in a sense related to that, the dysfunction of the Trump administration, to criticize them heavily. So that's a very important aspect that is in play. And so President Trump brings in China in that framework. He's also trying to address the issues related to jobs by bringing in China, saying that there has been unemployment in the US because jobs shifted away to China under the globalization that was pursued by previous administrations in the US. And he wants to also blame the Obama administration and as a result, Vice President Biden for being part of a process that led to jobs moving away from the US elsewhere. In fact, it was as a result of this that almost 40% of the population of the US, which saw that it was losing jobs, its wages were stagnating, death rates were going up, drug addiction was happening, that they came out and voted heavily for President Trump in 2016. So these are some of the main challenges and issues that have come up, and challenge related to race. Yes. Because the race-related issues in the US have become very prominent over the past years, and in the past few months we've seen reports of violence in the United States as a result of that. There has been talk of systematic racism in the police in the manner that they have treated African Americans and people of color as compared to the white population. President Trump has held back from outright criticizing what are described as the white nationalist groups, and that's being played up because especially the white population in the US has a fear that as a result of increased immigration in the United States over a period of time, their control over the processes in the United States is coming down, and that therefore their power, their access to economic resources could come down. Because as you can see, the Republican Party is also making a very determined effort to prevent full voting from taking place. They're challenging the votes that are being cast. And that is whole part of the process that the minority groups somehow be kept away.
Yes, because Trump's legacy, and you, in fact, have been India's envoy to US, and I'm sure you've observed subsequent US elections from Barack Obama to Trump and now this. Very clearly, what could be the reasons for this elections, which has actually seen many first and undoubtedly extremely vitriolic in nature? I mean, perhaps one of those rare US elections, would you say, that's going to have a larger impact on the world?
No, I think each US election has an impact on the world because the US is the strongest power. The decisions taken in the US impact on all of us. Whether we agree with them, whether we accept them, we have to work our way around them. So each of the elections does have consequences. In 2000, for example, whether it would be Bush being elected or Al Gore elected would have had consequences. But I think this time, because there has been tremendous polarization in US society and deep divisions on issues. For example, if you take COVID, normally if there was a pandemic, the US would have led the world for a global coordinated response. This time, President Trump's policy has been of America first. America should do things on its own and not work through a coordinated global process or a multilateral process. So it's become every country for itself. And earlier, for example, when there was the challenge of Ebola, the US had led a coordinated global response. So there is a consequence, and there's a division related to that. There are deep divisions in the US related to how to handle healthcare, how to address issues related to race. So there is significant polarization, and President Trump, many have argued, has tried to use polarization to ensure that his base remains with him, so that his chances of getting re-elected are better. And it's because of that that I think both sides fear that they may feel a little bit of disempowerment if the man they back loses the race.
Right. I'll ask all our guests to stay on. The U.S. election process is very complex, so let's take a moment to understand in some detail how a president is actually elected in the U.S. Now, my colleague Anil Thomas joins us from the Newspit. Over to you, Anil.
Well, thank you, Sakal, and thank you, Ramesh. There, this particular election is going to be a sleepless night for everyone. Sleepless night because America decides and the world waits. Let's now take a look on how this particular elections or how exactly a U.S. president is elected. What exactly happens? A state-based system, not popular vote, decides the winner. This is very important when it comes to the electoral college system. Every state has a group of electors who are chosen by political parties. Once again, a clear system here where each of the 50 states get electoral votes based on population size. What exactly happens is that all the 50 states have one vote when it comes to population size.
Right, Anil, hold your thoughts. We're getting these live visuals once again of Joe Biden interacting with his constituents as we speak. Let's listen.
Two families for I don't know how many years now, and so they had me sign years ago up on the 3rd floor where my Aunt Gertie lived. They had me sign my name. They just had me sign it behind a picture in the living room. So, but I'm afraid it's attracting a lot of people to their home.
Have you talked to President Trump today, sir?
Yes, I have.
You have? Sir,
have I talked about?
Have you talked to President Trump today, or is he?
Oh no, I thought you said you talked about my son today. I beg your pardon. No, I haven't talked to President Trump today.
What advice would your son give you about
Thank you.
All right, so we're watching these live visuals from Scranton of Joe Biden continuing with his election campaign, even as the U.S. goes to the polls across the country. Now let's go back to my colleague Anil in the Newspit. Anil.
Well, Pennsylvania is a place from where Biden has come to vote. That's his hometown, and he's losing no ground, especially trying to make inroads into that particular stronghold. And it's going to be a tipping point in this particular election, especially when it comes to Pennsylvania. It's got 20 seats there, 20 electoral votes, and it's going to be crucial, especially when it all boils down to that one particular state. Remember, Pennsylvania, the votes don't come out that easily. It's going to be Thursday or even Friday when the election results will be out. So it's going to be crucial. And Joe Biden there once again, his last home run that he's doing in that particular state of Pennsylvania. Well, coming back to the presidential election, how it goes about, the electoral college systems, at least 7 most populous states, Alaska, Delaware, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Vermont and Wyoming have 3 electoral votes each. There are also states which have a maximum number of votes, which are very crucial in this particular elections, especially the electoral college system. The president candidates compete to win electoral college votes. The magic number is 270. Any candidate that wins 270 wins this particular election out of the 538 college votes. Candidate who wins the popular vote in a state gets all the electoral votes in that particular state. So it's crucial there. All the candidates at this point of time trying to get that particular point. The total number of electoral votes, that's 538. Up for grabs in this particular college. The electoral college has 538 votes up for grabs. The magic number that both Biden as well as Trump is looking for is 270. Any candidate that wins 270 or more particular votes wins this particular election. Is it going to be a repeat of Trump there in the White House, or is Biden going to come and surprise everyone? It's a battle between red and blue. We'll see as the map comes out how things go. A projected winner, what happens? How is the president elected? A projected winner is announced on the election night. This time around, we don't know when that particular night is going to be. In the event of an electoral college, the House will decide a winner. this is how the president is elected there, the electoral college system that's been explained to you. Now, which are the important dates, when it comes to this particular elections? The important date number 1, November 3rd, that's today, where United States of America presidential election takes place. But the numbers are going to come in slowly this time around. Another important date, December 14, 2020, electorates vote in their particular states. An important date, 2 important dates in this particular elections. December 3rd, Jan 6, 2021, the Congress counts the electoral votes. That's when you get a much clearer picture on who holds power in the Congress. And January 20, 2021 at noon, the inauguration day, or when the new president swears in. This time around, it's going to be pretty crucial because there are many particular states, especially 6 states of the 12 that have been fiercely fought. That's Arizona, Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. So it's going to be an interesting next few days or next few nights, as many put it, as somebody put it perfectly on a newspaper heading today. It's going to be United States of anxiety, especially over the next few nights or next few days or even next few weeks. But we all got to hold our breath together. Absolutely. Because we're going to see history in the making, and it's going to be history that we are all going to bring it together live on DD India.
Yes.
Indeed. Over to you, Sakal and Ramesh.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Let's quickly, Ramesh, in fact, go to Professor Cholia. It's been waiting very, very patiently. I'm sure you heard my colleague Anil Thomas elaborating on how these elections happen in United States of America. Very quickly, Professor Cholia, what we want to know from you, the legacy of Donald Trump marred by Russian election interference. I mean, besides the good things, the governance points, we are not speculating here. Pandemic shutdowns, the whole China thing that he's been talking about during his campaigning, the contentious immigration policies, Russian election interference, all that and much more. For the Trump campaign and for the Biden campaign, the issues have been extremely divergent in nature. And many poll pundits and American experts have been writing about the fact that this has not been a really issue-based election. This is focused much on coronavirus, the mishandling of it. What's your assessment? Whatever is the result, what do you think has been the most rallying point for Trump to retain his seat?
Well, I think, Sakal, definitely for Trump, he's an anti-establishment. He continues to say that Biden represents the corrupt liberal establishment. He has been in politics for 47 years and he did nothing. And Trump has positioned himself as still as an outsider. And even though he's in power, he says, for example, in this campaign, he has gone on a relentless attack against what he calls a big tech, big media, Silicon Valley mafia, because he thinks that there is a liberal conspiracy of elites to suppress people and their will. That is the basis of his populism. So that is actually his ultimate legacy, and whether he gets a second term or bows out after one, the fact is he could create this notion that there is the people versus the establishment.
Okay.
And he's still appealing on that basis, for the votes. Until the last moment, he's saying, I'm not a typical politician. I came from nowhere. I was a businessman. And, the career politicians, what we call the Beltway in Washington, D.C., I am from outside, and I am here to what he calls drain the swamp. The problem for Trump is, it had a greater appeal, this fiery anti-establishment populism in 2016, when he was untested. He came from nowhere, and suddenly, like a meteor, he rose to the top. But this time, people have seen his record, and that's where, the populism probably will not have the same impact. So, for example, many of the battleground states we're talking about, which he took last time, was because solid support of the white working class. But this time, due to the pandemic, due to the layoffs, due to the unemployment, due to the continued suffering of people due to healthcare and lack of access to healthcare, these kind of issues mean that there are some who are likely to peel away. So Biden is going to peel away. Biden is promoting himself as the most pro-worker and pro-union president the U.S. has ever had. This rally he's doing even today in Pennsylvania on the day of voting itself shows, because that is the working class suburbs where he's trying to peel away voters from the traditional Trump base. And if he succeeds, and along with the coalition of the, the African Americans and the Latinos who tend to be pro-democratic generally, then he has got a pretty good chance of winning. So I think for Trump, really, he'll also try to take away some of the minority votes. Last time, Ramesh, Trump had only 8% of black voters for him and only 28% of Latinos. This time in Florida,
Professor Cholia, hold your thoughts. We'll just have to go momentarily across to our colleague Nick Harper, waiting in Delaware. Nick, if you are with us now as we speak, you are in Delaware now. Help us understand the mood in the Biden camp as we speak. We saw those visuals of Biden campaigning himself at Scranton, but how would you describe the mood in the Biden camp? Would you say they are anxious, upbeat, or nervous maybe?
Well, I think a little bit of all of those, a bit of nervous apprehension going in today. Certainly opinion polls seem to suggest that Joe Biden goes into an election day with a huge national lead, somewhere in the region of 7, 8, 9 points, depending on which poll you look at. It is closer in the battleground states, in particular Pennsylvania. It's very close there, just a few percentage points difference. So it's certainly a mood of upbeat optimism with those opinion polls suggesting that Joe Biden has something of a cushion. But of course, today is election day. We've seen nearly 100 million people vote before the day, but somewhere in the region of perhaps 50, 60 million people may vote during the day itself. So it's still very important for the Biden campaign to continue to push that message to supporters that they must go out and get out the vote and vote for their candidate. Obviously, there will be some anxiety considering that in 2016, all the polls suggested that Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton was on course for a win. That's what the polls suggested before Election Day. And then there was upset on the day itself with Donald Trump winning by quite a considerable margin in the end. So optimism, but certainly some nervousness within the campaign.
Nick, help our viewers understand the issues that are resonating most with voters in the US, generally speaking, and in Delaware in particular where you are. Could it be the economy, jobs, healthcare, or for that matter, COVID-19 pandemic?
All of those things, undoubtedly. I mean, this time round, the election has become about COVID-19. In many ways, it's become a referendum of Donald Trump's handling of the pandemic. But of course, we've also seen economic fallout with millions of Americans losing their jobs. We've seen economic output fall dramatically. The stock market has had a hit even within the last week or so, falling to have its worst week since March of this year. So those two things tied together, the pandemic and the economy, have become very central to this election. Of course, jobs in the economy and taxes, they're always important issues. They've just become much more critical this time round. And healthcare as well. You mentioned that one. It's certainly something that's on the mind of Democrats. Joe Biden warning that Republicans could potentially take away healthcare insurance of around 21 million Americans. There's a Supreme Court ruling next week. They'll be deciding on what to do with Obamacare, the act that was put in place in 2010. The Democrats are warning that if it goes the way of the Republicans, there could be millions of people who lose their healthcare insurance. So all of those issues certainly tied in this election to make considerable challenge.
All right. Okay. Well, let's try and reconnect with Nick in a bit from now. I think, Nick, can you hear us? All right, he's connected. Very, very briefly, 30 seconds.
I certainly can.
Yes, all right. Very, very briefly, 30 seconds. This whole euphoria about US early voting crossing a million mark, and this could be a worrisome factor for Trump. But from you, what we want to know is Biden a little happy man, considering the trends that we have seen in the last 48 hours, which has actually grabbed international headlines?
Well, I think so, absolutely. We have seen an overwhelming...
All right, we'll try and get back to Nick in a moment from now. Ramesh?
Indeed. Right, so it is just a few minutes past 9 p.m. India time. I want to go across to our guests one more time in the discussion, and to you, Puneet, in particular, before we let you go. Puneet, if you can, if you're still with us, yes, I can see you. Puneet, help our viewers understand, you know, we're told that almost 100 million people have already voted through two means, a postal ballot or an in-person early voting. And we are given to understand that 60 or 70% of those early votes may have gone to the Democrats, so to speak. Why? Because they are postal ballots, and only 60 or maybe 40% was in-person early voting. Help our viewers understand who stands to benefit from all these early votes, and who stands to gain, either Trump or is it going to be Biden?
Well, I think it's anybody's good guess who's going to vote for who. But most importantly, in the mail-in ballot, we could suspect, and we have seen in the past, the Democrats suddenly coming up with ballots which were lost somewhere and then upsetting the election. We've seen that in California, and the congressional candidate who had won had come in for her orientation as a new congresswoman. But apparently then the ballots came up from somewhere. So the Democrats have had a history of cheating on the ballots. But to tell what I've been hearing from other viewers, yes, it is about COVID, and yes, it is about the economy. But at the same time, I think President Trump has done a phenomenal job in dealing with those two issues. And lastly, the Democrats are the ones who are preparing for this rioting and looting, because this is the part of their socialist agenda to take over with what they can't win by ethical elections. And most importantly, see the rallies. The amount of people turning up to President Trump's rallies tells you where the mood and the mood of the electorate is. And that's what you have to see. And apparently there is a way from CNN and the social media to really put down and depress the voters, the Republican voters, that, oh, this is already lost.
I just want to quickly ask you one question here. The mention of CNN, yes. Puneet, just to add to that, why do you think, what are the compelling reasons for the certain sections of international media, and some of them you pointed out earlier also, going on the anti-Trump tirade, and Trump has been giving them back in equal measure? In USA, whatever media tries to set the narrative, does it actually impact the mind of electorate? Does it really make a difference?
Ma'am, if you keep telling constantly that a certain president is not doing right, you can see Washington Post, New York Times, CNN, MSNBC all the time saying President Trump cannot do anything good. Even when you have a governor of a state saying we thank we thank President Trump, the California governor thanked President Trump, but never ever that'll play out. The Abraham Accord, which is one of the greatest achievement of this president last week between Israel and Middle East, the Gulf nation, is a huge success. But was it brought on the media? No. And Obama got an Oscar, in my opinion, for doing just lip service, whereas this president has truly worked towards creating jobs, creating peace, and basically withdrawing America out of unnecessary wars.
All right, on that note, Puneet, thank you so much for joining us on this special broadcast. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Right, I'll ask all other guests to stay on for now, but time for a quick update. Now, debates are an integral part of a U.S. presidential election. Take a look at some of the exchanges between Trump and Biden over the last several weeks. Right, we'll play out that package for you viewers momentarily, but you're watching a special broadcast here on DD India, and we'll get you all the news, views and analyses from India and the US going forward. But for now, let's quickly go across to the package that we're talking about.
With the United States already voting in the presidential elections, the world awaits to see who claims the title for 2020. Playing a crucial part in the elections, the debates have long played a key role in the way Americans choose their leaders. US President Donald Trump and Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden came face-to-face for their final debate before Election Day. The candidates who debated at Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee, sparred on topics that included the pandemic, climate change, China and corruption. Both the leaders argued vociferously over how they would deal with the coronavirus pandemic.
We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine.
This is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter, and he has no clear plan.
Arguing on gradual unlocking of the country, Trump said that the shutdown had caused depression, job loss, suicide, alcohol and drug use, as well as abuse.
We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace. but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Responding to Trump's "we are learning to live with the pandemic," Biden said, "We are learning to die with it."
He says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry, the warm weather. Don't worry, maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control.
Meanwhile, Trump repeated his accusations that Biden and his son Hunter engaged in unethical practices in China and Ukraine. Responding to the allegations cited against him, Biden refuted such claims and said that he never took a single penny whatsoever.
All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever.
At the end of the debate, when asked about what they would say at their hypothetical inaugural address to those who did not vote for them, Donald Trump used his time to say that Biden would cause an economic depression if elected and about his own economic record. On the other hand, Biden said he would tell people he was there to represent all of them and was going to give them hope. Bureau Report, DD India.
Time for a short break. Keep watching this special.
दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ. LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Insightful opinion. Incisive analysis. Intelligent conversation. Watch the best minds from India and the US decode the US election for you. Join us for a 14-hour live coverage of the race for the White House. From 6 p.m. on November 3, only on DD India, A Billion Voices.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ. LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Insightful opinion. All right, welcome back. You're watching a special broadcast here on DD India. We're calling it Race for the White House, and we'll get to all the news, views, and updates from the US going forward as well. Time to welcome Dhruv Jaishankar on this special broadcast. Welcome, Dhruv. And we also have with us our other guest, Ambassador Arun K. Singh, Professor W.P.S. Sidhu, Preeti Upala, Professor K.P. Vijayalakshmi, and Professor Sriram Cholia as well. Thank you all for joining us and staying on this special broadcast. If I can start with you, Dhruv. The polling has continued for the last couple of hours now. Based on the early trends, what's the sense you are getting from where you are, your vantage, your perspective on the elections so far?
Well, this year has been quite unusual in that we've seen much higher rates of early voting over the past few days and weeks than we have on election day itself. Traditionally in the US, unlike in India, we have you have elections on one day. And so in some ways, the voter turnout on election day matters somewhat less than in previous elections. About 93 million votes were cast as of 2 days ago. That's roughly 70% of the total votes that were cast in 2016, roughly 2/3 of what is expected this time around. So in some ways, the voting on election day this year will matter somewhat less.
And talking about the issues at play here, Dhruv, very quickly, your thoughts on the issues that will determine the course of the polling over the next several hours. From your perspective, is it going to be the economy, jobs, healthcare, or is it going to be COVID-19 pandemic in particular, or other domestic issues such as race and immigration, or for that matter, gun laws?
Well, obviously a combination of the above. There is pretty consistent polling data showing what voters care about most. The economy is traditionally very high up there and often the number one thing. The coronavirus pandemic seems to have had an effect. So to give one example, roughly 55% of Americans believe that President Trump is doing a good job with the economy, but only 40% believe that he's done a good job in handling the coronavirus pandemic. And overall, his approval rating is about 40%.
I want to quickly get in Preeti's view also here, and we will go to subsequently to Professor Chaulia and Ambassador Singh as well. Preeti, in these elections, the role of Indian diaspora has also been hugely talked about, especially because of the Kamala Harris factor. And I did ask you that question earlier, you being the Indian origin American entrepreneur there. Indian diaspora now, will it make or mar? Many would say will make a huge difference in these US elections, Preeti. But you being an Indian origin American there, is it just a rhetoric, or perhaps this time there has been an all-out effort from both camps to woo the Indian diaspora significantly?
Well, definitely we can see from the Trump administration an out-and-out wooing, and they had put out that incredible commercial that was showcasing the friendship between India and the US and Prime Minister Modi and the president. I think the diaspora is definitely very split. I mean, it's usually 20-80 going to the Democrats. However, I think the recent stance of the Democratic Party towards internal matters in India have had a huge effect on the diaspora right here, and there's a lot of people moving center, moving right, even who are not quite thrilled with what a Biden administration or what a Harris administration even would mean for the Indian American alliance. And it's interesting to note that in the past few weeks we've had these amazing ministerial meetings, the 2+2, the Quad. And all of those formalized, summits between the U.S. and India to strengthen our global alliance and the defense cooperation and so on, which becomes incredibly important. I think what I like about the current administration is their focus on foreign policy, because what I've noticed here in America is that they're way too insular. They only care about, domestic issues. Like, it seems like abortion is like the number one issue here. And I think for a superpower, I think it should be tilting more towards foreign policy and the geopolitical the game that's going on. So I do think, although our diaspora is quite tiny, obviously they have a lot of influence when it comes to backing candidates.
In fact, you talked about abortion, you have climate change, economic inequality, immigration, race and ethnic inequality, gun policy, so much and so forth, Ramesh. But the question is that Professor Chaulia, before I hand it over to my colleague Ramesh, Professor Chaulia, many would say that Republicans were trying to lead on the economy and Democrats took an advantage on climate and healthcare narratives. And many would also say that these debates did not really focus on the policy matter. They were damp and they were more vitriolic and personal attacks in nature. Professor Chaulia, briefly, please.
The conservative Republicans, and on almost all issues. For example, Trump stood for more for evangelical Christians, and he had more of a religious appeal. Trump was talking about sustaining fracking, the oil and fossil fuel industry, and on the other hand, the Democrats, especially more left of Biden, were talking about issues of redistribution and climate change. A lot of young people, young voters who have come in for the first time and who had not voted in 2016, apparently many of them, the ones with college degrees, are voting for Biden, irrespective of race, because they feel that they are going to inherit the planet. And for them, it's a raw deal because Trump pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. And many of them also are not very religious. So if you look at it that way, there is the classic left versus right. But you are correct that it has been in many ways overshadowed by the personality, especially of Trump, because, he has a way of trying to impose himself on the entire scene. He's been the showman forever. So that sense, there is also a clear distinction between Biden, who's mild and sober and tends to be understated. And on the other hand, Trump, who's very always bragging about his achievements and larger than life, and always projecting a kind of image of America that was going backwards, but he's pulled it out and he's now taking it up. He's made it great. So I think the hyperbole is there, but if you go beneath it, there is a clear distinction between left and right, and I think people have to choose.
Yes.
Right. Professor Cholia, I'll come back to you momentarily, but if I can bring my other guests back in the discussion, Ambassador Singh, Professor Sidhu and Professor Vijay Lakshmi. Starting with you, Professor Sidhu. Now, talking about a Trump 2.0 versus Biden in the White House, how do you think the two will fare on issues such as Russia, China, Iran, the Indo-Pacific, Afghanistan, West Asia, or Middle East, as it's spoken in the US? Give our viewers a sense of the weaknesses and strengths of a Trump 2.0 as compared to a Biden in the White House.
Well, I think there's a more fundamental question here, right? Both the US, both the parties recognize that this is a moment of transition for the US, right? And how they're going to engage with the emerging world order is going to be crucial. In that context, what you see from the Republicans as represented by Trump is really going back to the past, to fossil fuel, more traditional linkages with some of the Middle East, looking, with the exception of Russia, which seems to be very particularly personally driven, to China, etc. as well. Whereas the Democrats are clearly kind of moving towards a new world order, but at a pace which is managed and controlled by the US. But it's quite clear that both of them are looking to move back out of leading responsibility worldwide. For President Trump, it's more particular that he wants to be an anti-war president in almost every sense of the word, and I think that's likely to continue unless there's a direct attack on the homeland, which is something that no president can stand up to. I think on all the areas that you've talked about, there's going to be similarities in the approach to China. You will see two distinctions, I think, between a Biden and a Trump administration in the Middle East, and that is really towards Iran. You might well see a movement back towards the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. You'll see perhaps a much more stronger hard line on Russia. But I think when you come to the Indo-Pacific, and particularly to India, you're likely to see much more continuity, because the approach to India is truly bipartisan. That is the one element I think that we need to recognize. And there's a growing recognition of the role that India is going to play in the broader scheme globally, and therefore, irrespective of what administration is here, it's likely to continue to engage with India. The only difference is really going to be on the pace of it.
Absolutely. Okay. And Professor Vijay Lakshmi, how do you see Trump's foreign policy legacy, and what might a Biden in the White House mean for countries around the world, including India?
Is that to me?
Yes, to you, Professor Vijay Lakshmi.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Is it to me?
Yes,
yes, Professor Vijay Lakshmi, please go ahead. That question was for you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, let me add to what Professor Sidhu has just commented. I think there have been stark differences, but there are some goals which I see a lot of continuity. One is the limited troop deployments in the Middle East, in Afghanistan. These are going to continue. And there's been a discussion, Charles Kupchan's book talks about return to isolationism or more selective engagement. And I think overall you're going to see an America which is not really interested in interfering in all the hotspots around the world or be the policeman of the world. And I think, therefore, you're going to see there will be some retrenchment on the Middle East for certain, but on Afghanistan, as you know, the talks are going on, so that's of great interest to India. And that is one of the crucial hotspots that we will be keeping a strong eye on. But on also the other thing, the stand on China, I think the Trump administration has always maintained that go to it alone or go, sledgehammer tactics. And in this, the trade sanctions and tariffs were the precursor to a more stringent and stronger, harsher, even bilateral strategy between America and China. And there is across the government, pan-American recognition of the China threat, and therefore the Biden administration is not going to see a more conciliatory approach as has been touted. I think there will be a cold confrontation that will continue. It may not be a cold war, but however, there will be hawkish sentiment that Biden administration. What he has outlined is that there will be a more united front. Maybe he will follow more alliance patterns and bring more allies to the table, but certainly the change is not going to be about becoming soft on China. So there's another continuity there. And that, of course, will interest India. And on Indo-Pacific, and as has been said by so many of your panelists, and I see, Dhruva also there, and we discussed this, Dhruva, some time ago, there is a great deal of work that has been put in from the time of Obama's Asia pivot policy on what could be the possible contours of a new and inclusive Indo-Pacific that can benefit the region and also the role of external powers. And this has yielded some fruit for the current U.S. strategy on Indo-Pacific. And I think from 2018 to 2020, you're seeing a series of acts which the Trump administration has really put out. And the last visit by Secretary Pompeo and Secretary Esper, the 2+2 meeting, where India has signed the final foundational agreement of Becca, is a testimony to the level of sustained dialogue and consultation and importance given to strategic partnership. And I don't think that's going to change, because this started with DTTI, which was under Ashton Carter during Obama administration. It continues. And this is because the geopolitical interests of both India and China, which Preeti was talking about a little while ago.
All right.
I would argue that these interests continue to animate international landscape. And therefore, US and India are on a pathway to being much more congruent and more convergences on the issue of Indo-Pacific. And their joint statements certainly help us understand that this is not a one-off or, just something, one administration does on either side, but it is a well-thought-out policy. And given the, latest China-India border clashes that you're seeing in, for the last so many months, this has tremendous significance. Some analysts, and I do think that there's some point there, have argued that China has in fact
made a very interesting point, because ma'am, you're specifically talking about Biden versus Trump position on China. Ramesh, Biden says, and I quote, China should be held accountable for unfair environment and trade practices, but instead of unilateral tariffs, he has proposed an international coalition with other democracies that China can't afford to ignore. But this sounds extremely vague, and I'm going to quickly take a reaction later from Ambassador Singh. But before that, I think we're getting some live action, live ground reportage. William is with us again, and William Denzido is joining us once again live all the way from Wisconsin, which happens to be one of the epicenters. William, over to you. Just describe the scene behind you, and how is the morning shaping up over there? Because we have seen Biden a couple of times right now as we speak. We don't know what Trump is doing, but Biden is trying to reach out and engage with the voters out there in his own constituency.
That's absolutely right. Just for a little bit of context, perhaps. So, as of this weekend, it's being reported, or it's being, according to some analysts, that more than half of Wisconsin's registered voters have already cast their ballots early before November 3rd, Election Day, here in the United States. That means through either mail-in ballots or through those early votes that opened at around October 20th here in Wisconsin. However, what we are seeing here in Milwaukee, where I'm currently at, we're at a polling station right in the city. This is the biggest city in the state of Wisconsin. What we saw is that when polls opened at 7 a.m., there were already long lines going down the block here, despite the fact that so many people, a record amount of people in the state, have already voted early. Now, we've spoken to some voters. They say that for some, it's the tradition of it. They've always voted on November 3rd in the United States. Pandemic or not, they will do so again. Another reason that some people are heading to the polls on November 3rd and not voting early is because the Supreme Court in the US made that decision, which means that all absentee ballots must be processed and delivered by 8 p.m.
That could be the crucial swing states that could make or mar the election for Trump.
That's absolutely right, of course, with them bringing a huge amount of these electoral college votes. And really the message from analysts and those that look at these polls, they suggest that if the president was to lose the likes of Florida or Pennsylvania, his path to the presidency gets very small indeed. They're seen as absolutely crucial for the president if he wants to keep hold of the keys to the White House. Of course, there are a number of other states that the Democrats now feel they might have a shot in, states like Georgia, states like Arizona, even the likes of Texas, where there's been heavy campaigning as far as the Democrats are involved, Ohio as well, to name another. So the hope is for Democrats is that not only can they take some of the states that they perhaps surprised many analysts by losing in 2016, the likes of Wisconsin, their hopes is that they can reclaim those, to turn those blue, and they can even make some inroads into some predominantly and historically Republican states, such as those including Georgia and Texas. But of course, the message from President Trump himself is that he believes that the exact opposite will occur. He believes that he's making up ground in likes of Pennsylvania, in the likes of Florida, and that they'll certainly stay true and stay Republican as far as he's concerned.
All right, on that note, William, thank you so much for joining us again on this special broadcast. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time once again. Right, let's continue our discussion here on this special broadcast. We still have with us Ambassador Arun K. Singh, Professor W.P.S. Sidhu, Professor K.P. Vijayalakshmi, Dhruv Jaishankar, Preeti Uppala, and Professor Sriram Cholia. If I can come to you, Dhruv, very quickly. Now, let's talk a bit about from India's perspective. What is in it for India in terms of trade, terrorism, technology, especially the Indian American community and the Indians living and working in the US in terms of immigration, visa issues, and so on and so forth?
Previously, I think this election is very important for India, but for two reasons. One, of course, this is India's most important bilateral relationship, no matter how you cut it. And if you take the totality of the relationship, which encompasses the, from security, counterterrorism, to economics, trade, education, energy, take almost any facet of public policy today, and from an Indian point of view is important, and therefore the election outcome matters for that reason. But the second reason, I think, is less to do with India per se. Both candidates have broadly said that they intend to improve the partnership with India. This is, India does not feature prominently in this election, which is probably a good thing. But what will matter, as you've alluded to in previous questions, is really how the US approaches China, how it approaches Afghanistan and Pakistan, approaches West Asia, Russia, and as well as broader issues of trade, immigration, and openness. On these, on many of those issues, you have seen differences between the Trump administration's approach and the Biden campaign's platform. And so for these reasons, I think that will be important to monitor in the years.
Yes.
In
I want to take that thought
ahead.
I want to take that thought to Ambassador Singh. We're very, very, in fact, honored to have him with us on special broadcast, Ambassador Singh. Respective positions of Trump and Biden camp on China in particular, Pakistan in particular, especially when Biden says that he's going to increase the engagements with NATO and have better relationships with allies. The statements that he has made on China are pretty vague in nature. But Ambassador Singh, whatever foreign policy templates they both are trying to manufacture, they tried to manufacture during their campaigning period, does it really make a big difference when it comes to the voting pattern, when it comes to the results per se? Because I remember I was listening to Ambassador Mohan in our earlier chunk in our earlier broadcast. He said that for an average American Joe, it doesn't really matter how America relationship really pans out with the rest of the world when it comes to elections. Would you agree with that?
As we discussed earlier, much of the focus for the voters has been on domestic issues.
Yeah.
And in fact, in the main debates, the two debates that took place between President Trump and Vice President Biden, the entire focus was essentially on domestic issues. But that having been said, foreign policy issues remain important because the decisions that the US takes impacts on everyone. It impacts on us. And there have been some divergences and some convergence between what Trump has been saying and what Joe Biden has been advocating. For example, Trump has been speaking of America first and talking about allies being a drain on the United States and that every country should look after its own interests and only its own interests. Whereas Joe Biden has been talking about revitalizing the relationship with allies and partners, arguing that a stronger alliance and partner relationship will make the US more effective in dealing with the many challenges, including from China. For example, if the US really wants to meet the economic, technological, and military challenge from China, it needs to get its allies and partners, including the Europeans, on a common position on how to respond to China. Because the Europeans take a different position in responding to China as they have been doing so far, looking just at the economic opportunity in China rather than the strategic and technological challenge from China, then the US impact is going to be limited. And then on China itself, I think there is a broad convergence in the US establishment that the earlier policy of engagement with China in the hope that engagement would lead to political and economic liberalization in China, China would accept the norms of international conduct, has been belied, especially under President Xi. And China is now trying to set its own rules and norms for international conduct, which is a challenge to the United States. Therefore, across the board, there is a sense that the Chinese challenge has to be met. And I think the Biden administration would do exactly that, although they may see opportunity for cooperation with China in dealing with climate change issues. On Russia, President Trump wanted to move positively with Russia, but he was not able to because there was a sense that Russia had intervened in 2016 through social media to help him in the elections against Hillary Clinton. And therefore, the US Congress and the wider establishment in the US tried to prevent him from moving positively with Russia. Now, Joe Biden himself, because of this legacy, will have a harsher approach towards Russia, but he'll be less constrained if he wants to move positively with Russia, especially, for example, on arms control issues. And again, on Pakistan, President Trump started by being very hardline, stopping assistance to Pakistan, but then he's wanted to use Pakistan in the context of the dialogue and moving forward with Taliban.
Yes.
And Joe Biden, in the statement that he put out on 15th August, statement to the Indian American community and to the people of India on our Independence Day, said that his administration would take a very strong line against cross-border terrorism and would also be mindful of India's interests in terms of the other challenges India is facing on the border.
Right.
But in terms of Afghanistan, Joe Biden, as vice president, had also pushed for US withdrawal from Afghanistan because there is a fatigue in the US social system, society and political system from extensive and extended engagement abroad, and they want to draw down to that on that. So there would be some similarity. So I would say that there is still a lack of clarity on what a Trump 2.0 would look like, because he would not be looking at re-election, he would be looking at a legacy. And we have to see how, and many of his policies have been determined by his preferences rather than an interagency and administration process moving its way up. Whereas Joe Biden administration will try and revive a more traditional foreign policy, much like at the time of Obama, with emphasis on alliances, emphasis on democracy, and that would be his way forward.
Absolutely. I'll request all our guests to stay on for a bit more on this last segment of this special broadcast for this particular segment. Let's take a moment to go back to our colleague Anil Thomas in the newspaper and take a look at the US presidential elections and the battleground states in particular. Which are those states we get an early projections on, and what are the reasons for the delay in projections? Over to you, Anil.
Well, thank you, Ramesh and Sakal, once again. You know, election nights or election days are generally days that are tense moments and moments for closure. However, this particular election is a different game altogether because this particular elections is ending on a disturbing note. When I say disturbing note, what I mean is there is a long drawn, legal battle that could be in store once this election results are announced. But let's now take a look at certain things. What's the US presidential election all about? 538 electoral college votes. What's the magic number that both the candidates are looking for? That's 270. Any candidate that gets about 270 is going to be the winner. Is it going to be Joe Biden or is it going to be Donald Trump who's going to walk away with 270 plus? How does one arrive at this magic number? There are 12 battleground states in this particular election. It starts off with Texas, that's got the maximum 38 votes, Florida 29, Pennsylvania 20. That's where both the candidates campaigned in that last phase. Ohio 18, Georgia and Michigan both having 16 electoral college votes. But the most important thing, Florida. This is the important state that both candidates will be looking at. Let me finish the 12 states for you here. North Carolina 15, Arizona 11, Wisconsin 10, Minnesota 10, Nevada and Ohio having 6 seats. These are the 12 battleground states. This is where the battle is going to be, and this is where it's going to be played out big. Which are the 6 states that's going to have a tight contest? It's going to start with Arizona, Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and North Carolina. If Trump manages to get Florida and Pennsylvania, he's got 49 seats, 49 votes there, then Biden has to look for Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina to compensate that loss if he loses both these particular states. So it's going to be crucial on how these particular things are going to, wound up. When you look at the 2016 campaign for Trump, what were the important states that he managed to win? Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Ohio. The 6 states that helped him, catch Hillary Trump and the Democrats, clearly offside in that particular battle. In this particular elections, November 3rd, why there could be a delay? November 3rd, that's tomorrow. These are the seats, or these are the states from where we could get the numbers early. Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Minnesota, and Nevada. These are the 7 states from where early numbers could come in, early projections could come in. Florida, once again, is the state to look out for because Florida is going to have 29 seats, and any US president right from 1964 till 2016, no president has managed to lose this particular state and hold power. So this is a very crucial state to win, Florida, and this is going to be where all the battle is. Now, projections that could be delayed beyond November 3rd. Pennsylvania, 20 seats. Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Ohio. The 5 states where the vote count or the projections could come much later, and this could be crucial in this particular elections, because these delayed announcements, these delayed projections coming in as late as Thursday and Friday could be crucial in this particular election and this particular projections when it comes to the biggest swing state. When I say is Florida, why is it a biggest swing state? Because it's sharply politically divided, number one. The second point that one looks at, it swings between major political parties. It swings either Democrats, it swings Republican. There's been a swing every 8 years that you've seen. Let's now take a look at that Florida battleground state. 1996, it went with Democrats won at that point of time, Bill Clinton winning that seat in 1996. Shifted over to the Republicans 2000, 2004, George W. Bush bagging that seat again, Florida. 2008, 2012, Barack Obama, then Democrats once again capturing that seat of Florida. 2016, Trump surprising Hillary Clinton, taking that particular seat of Florida there once again. So this is why Florida is very crucial, and this is why the battle is going to be, those crucial votes there matter, and Florida is important because every president that wins the election in Florida has gone to win on the election. So it's a crucial state, and both candidates will be looking to pocket Florida. 2020, which is the tipping state, a state that is very important if things go down to the wire, Pennsylvania. The vote count here is not going to be early because it's going to begin only on election day. So the vote count is going to be late, and this particular elections could all boil down to this particular tipping state. The final results and projections will not be possible tonight. That means on November 3rd, you got to wait till Friday for Pennsylvania results to come. That's why it's going to be a tipping state. It's just got 20 votes, but it's going to play a crucial state. Why is there a delay in projections? Many are left confused on why is there a delay in projection. Each state has its own date for starting in-person or mail-in voting. That is, when you start the whole process. Let's take a look at Arizona. Arizona, the mail-in voting began on October 7th. Very early, it began there, and it closed on election day, that it closes today. But the counting here began on October 20th. That's why, you are able to get a trend, you are able to get a projection on this particular state when it comes to Arizona. Now, let's shift over to another state, Ohio. The mail-in voting started here on the 6th of October, and it's allowed till the 13th of November. When I say 13th of November, there is a catch here. But you must be postmarked by November 2nd. So you got to mark it on November 2nd. The voting can take place till November 13th. Ohio, the counting starts on November 3rd. These are the reasons why, you would not get those projections, you would not get those numbers pretty early. The numbers could be pretty late, and that's where the projections, and that's where there's going to be, Pennsylvania, that's going to play a crucial role here. Now, this particular Ohio state will take 3 days to count, hence there's going to be a delay when it comes to projections. If you're looking at Tuesday, the results or the projections could be as late as Friday coming in from Ohio. Now, take a look at some possible outcomes. Florida and Pennsylvania, as I put it together, 29-20, that's 49 votes or 49 electoral votes going for Trump. This could be crucial if Trump manages to hold on to these two particular states, because these two states are very important. Both the candidates campaigned in their last phase in Pennsylvania. They spend a lot of time, and they both are looking at what does Biden have to do if Florida and Pennsylvania go that way. Biden will have to win Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and do well in so many other states. So that's going to be, the odds stacked against Biden. But the way things are, the way projections are, things are looking good for Biden, and this could not be a position that we are looking at. What happened in the 2016 elections? 227 for Hillary Clinton, that's Democrat backing 226 votes, while Trump, the surprise package, the man who came from behind, the man who stole the thunder in 2016, managing to get 304 electoral votes. This time around, also when it comes to campaigning spends, campaigning spends, there is a smashing new record that's been created, 6.6 billion. This is the total campaigning that's the campaigning spend from both the candidates this time around. This is just 2 more million from what was spent in 2016, that were 4.6 billion. So number crunching, when it comes to number crunching and number spend or money being spent in this particular elections, 6.6 billion US dollars being spent in this particular election. So it's going to be, the mother of all battles, but, we still have to wait and watch how things pan out. But, in this election, there is a simple saying that one needs to follow. Ignore the noise, keep your poise. I think we'll all keep our fingers crossed and hope that, America decides while the world watches, but it's going to be one crucial elections where, there is going to be the winner takes it all. Back to you, Ramesh and Sakal.
Anil, I mean, that touch of humor and those lines coming from Anil Thomas, wait seems to be unprecedented. The excitement seems to be more than unprecedented. In 2016, Trump sprung up a big surprise. Could it be Biden this time, repeating what Trump did in 2016?
Indeed.
Not speculating here. We're going to take a short break, but wait for the White House. Our special programming, a rolling reportage continues on your channel. DD India, A Billion Voices. A short break. Don't go away.
दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Insightful opinion. Incisive analysis. Intelligent conversation. Watch the best minds from India and the US decode the US election for you. Join us for a 14-hour live coverage of the race for the White House. From 6 p.m. on November 3, only on DD India, A Billion Voices.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
Welcome back. You're watching the special broadcast here on DD India. We're calling it the race for the White House. And we still have with us 6 very special guests. Ambassador Arun K. Singh, Professor W.P.S. Sidhu, Professor Sriram Cholia, Professor K.P. Vijayalakshmi, Preeti Opala and Dhruva Jashankar. But we have just about 10 minutes left on this segment of the broadcast. So if you can go across to all our guests one last time on this discussion. And if I can start with you, Ambassador Singh, your wish list from either a Trump 2.0 or a Biden. And by the way, if you want to have the bragging rights of telling us, see, I told you so, now is it time for you to stick your neck out and say who's winning? Ambassador Singh.
So I'm going to skip the second part about who's winning.
Spoken like a true diplomat. I'm not surprised at all.
But in terms of what I'd wish for, I'd like whoever wins to continue to work for strengthening the India-US relationship. I think it's important for India because given the challenges we face, including in our neighborhood, a stronger relationship with the United States would be helpful to us in meeting those challenges. And I think for the United States also, the kind of world it is facing, it has already said that it is now in an era of great power rivalry. It sees a major challenge emerging from China, the economic, technological, military. And in that process, clearly India would be an important partner for the US. So I would like to see the US focusing even more on strengthening the economic and other dimensions of its relationship with India.
Professor Sidhu, your take, will Trump be lucky this time around or it could be a different game altogether?
Well, again, I think in Americanism, I'm also going to take the fifth, as it's called, and hold forward, hold back my views on that. I think the important thing is that, the Americans are going to vote for who they think is going to be best for them and for the United States, right? I think that seems to be the most obvious kind of approach that's going to come through. And it's quite clear that a large part of the country, not all of it, a large part of the country is really exhausted by the divide. And so if they're going to see somebody who's more of a uniter rather than somebody who's going to be very, very much deliberately a divider, I think that's going to be the important driver, in my opinion, I think, for the electorate, and seems to have been the case already. Given that people are, spending so much time to vote, even during COVID-19 and terrible weather, among others. And I think a United States which is at ease with itself domestically is also, in my opinion, I think going to be far more conducive for relationships with India, even though US-India relations are on a particular trajectory which are likely to continue. The challenge for India really is to be prepared for either a Trump 2.0 or a Biden, if you like, 1.5 in some ways, going forward as well. It cannot be seen to be, very much partisan in any one
Indeed.
camp.
Point
or
taken,
the
Professor
other.
Sidhu. If I can bring in Dhruv Jaishankar. Dhruv, last thoughts very quickly, your wish list, and who do you think is ahead, if you want to stick your neck out and say it in so many words?
Well, I'm not going to do any projections, but I think with that in mind, I think the polls are quite clearly indicating that Joe Biden is favored. But a number of things can happen, and I think three things to look out for in the next few hours and day. One is, the accuracy of the polling. Two, the possibility of Trump winning by small margins in several of the swing states, enough to give him the requisite votes. And then the third possibility, of course, is the voter turnout and the manner in which ballots are accepted and counted, and whether that will make a difference in the outcome.
Okay.
So I think those are just some things to keep in mind as the results start rolling in a few hours' time. And broadly on the India-US relationship, I think India is actually not very badly positioned for many other countries where, who depend upon the United States for their alliance relationships or are significantly more dependent upon it for trading relations, such as Canada or Mexico.
All
this
right,
is a much
Dhruv,
more
we're really
important
running short of time. Preview
relation.
Pala, 10-15 seconds. Your take, quickly.
Look, the two greatest threats that we face in the world today are rising imperialistic China and the threat of radical Islamic terrorism. So the US administration that can counter both of them, the best is going to be better for the country. It's going to be better for the world. I've always said that the next half century is going to be one where the India and the US relationship is going to be the most important moving forward. So I just hope that we get the right administration for that. My only prediction is that this could possibly become a contested election. So one, either Trump wins in a landslide, or two, he doesn't, but then it does get contested and ends up in the Supreme Court, which is where it will be decided judicially.
Fair point taken,
in which
Preeti.
case
And
he actually
one
has
last
the
round of discussion, Professor Sriram Chaulia and Professor Vijayalakshmi. You first, Professor Chaulia, and then Professor Vijayalakshmi. Very quickly, please.
Economic or a health crisis. There's a crisis of institutions, trust in institutions, from the local, county election boards all the way up to the Supreme Court. People are raising aspersions and the media is under question. So American democracy is on the line. This is not a referendum on coronavirus or on populism. Ultimately, it's about the world's oldest democracy. Our wish as the largest democracy is that they can solve these issues and the institutional faith comes back and America emerges stronger, if not now, at least in 4 more years.
Right. And the last word to the lady on this panel, Professor Vijayalakshmi, very quickly, your thoughts.
Well, I think there are 3 important things, which are very quickly. How to sync India, US's bilateral, regional and global interests and continuing that journey on a positive trajectory. That would be my first wish. And I think we are very much capable because we've set up the mechanisms and we should be moving towards that despite the changes or not in the administration. But for the US itself, I think there's one very small but an important fact that we've not discussed this evening, and that is the shy Trump voter. The Trafalgar group and the Susquehanna group have constantly talked about a submerger voter theory, and therefore they may come out and they may have a tremendous impact, and therefore we should look out for that. But I think the most important thing is that the social contract that has been the American, let's say the basis for America's soft power and credibility is online as well. And I agree that the democracy referendum on America's democracy is also about its soft power credibility, both in terms of violence and non-violence, etc., etc. I think, though, it will be a winner will come out of this election.
Yes, it's pulsating excitement, undoubtedly. The discussions and analysis will continue on the side of the globe as well. But thank you very much, our distinguished panelists, for being with us on this very, very special edition of A Raid for White House. And with that, it's a wrap-up of this segment. But the special broadcast continues here on DD India with our colleagues Gautam and Marklin joining you to take this forward. Ramesh?
Right, and don't forget a hashtag Raise for White House. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Namaskar.
हर दिन हर पल बनती खबरें, बदलती दुनिया, हम लेकर आते हैं आपके लिए बड़ी खबरें, संपूर्ण कवरेज, ताकि आप रहें खबरों के बीच हमारे साथ। मिड डे प्राइम हिंदी सोमवार से शुक्रवार दोपहर 1 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India.
और इस गीत के बाद
और इंडिया रेडियो
Namaskar and welcome to our continued coverage of the US presidential election. Well, the US elects its president on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. And today's that day, the 3rd of November. The incumbent Republican President Donald Trump and the Vice President Mike Pence are defending their first term against the Democratic challenger, the candidate Joe Biden, who was a former Vice President, and his Vice Presidential candidate Kamala Harris. Well, there are other candidates too, from the Green Party, from the Libertarian Party, but you know, for all practical purposes, the United States has a two-party system. I'm Mark, and with me is Gautam.
Thanks, Mark. Well, this presidential election may be happening on the traditionally appointed day, but almost everything about it, Mark, is dramatically different from previous elections.
True.
Being held in the time of the economic strife brought on by the unprecedented health crisis of COVID-19 and exploding in the US right now. In fact, there are many other issues like color, nationalism, trade wars, climate, court, packing that make it quite unique. And we'll tell you all about it with views from the best analysts from India as well as the US, apart from getting you ground reports as well. But first, the election headlines. Voters are casting their ballots across America to pick their president, either Republican Trump or Democrat Biden. Voting picks up all across the country, even as 100 million voters had already exercised their franchise through early or mail-in voting.
Joe Biden touches base with supporters in his birthplace, Pennsylvania. Cracks a joke about winning a unanimous verdict in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire township, with a tradition of declaring early results. Reaches out to voters on Twitter as well, saying that he can heal the soul of this nation.
There's action in the incumbent camp as well, as First Lady Melania Trump casts a ballot in Palm Beach, Florida. Social distancing for sure, but no mask in place. Trump gets ready for election night at the White House, hosting a dinner for 400 guests.
The first exit polls will start trickling in about 5.5 hours from now. Biden leads Trump in the opinion polls, but the incumbent had narrowed that margin during the last leg of the contest.
And DD India is getting you extensive coverage of the US presidential polls like never before. Get all news, views and analysis on just one platform. That's DD India and its social media handles.
Well, and now let's go across live. Let me we are joined by Nina Maria Potts, who's joining us from Washington, D.C. Nina, so let's try and understand what the feel of what's the mood on the ground at this moment. Of course, voting has just started for a little while. You know, we already know that much of the country has already voted in early voting. So, you know, are people really? Are they expecting more out of this election than otherwise?
Well, first of all, it's a very hotly contested election, and the atmosphere in the United States is very tense. People are very much on edge, but it looks as if we're heading towards record turnout in 6 states. The votes have already exceeded the voting average and voting total, so that's a marker, I think, that people are turning out in droves. And at polling stations across the United States, you will have seen the pictures, but there are long lines, Americans very determined to cast their ballots even in a pandemic. Those lines are socially distanced, people are wearing masks, but we're getting reports that the polling stations in some places, in a lot of places, are very crowded, and people certainly rushed to the polls this morning, but those lines have held up. We know that Melania Trump has voted herself, and both candidates have also made public appearances urging people to get out and vote. Of course, the campaigns are now officially over. President Biden has been in Pennsylvania. We believe he'll be in Wilmington and Delaware to make his address to the nation later tonight. And President Trump will be, as you say, watching the evening's developments from the White House.
Well, yes, certainly. And the fact that you're mentioning that it's going to be a record-breaking turnout by all accounts. The last time 138.8 million people had voted. This time around, the estimates are taking it up to 160, 170 million. That's an unprecedented number. What sort of an impact do you think could it have on the verdict and America as a society on the whole?
Well, if President Trump has achieved one thing during his presidency, it's to I guess, motivate people to be more politically active. America has emerged after 4 years under President Trump, certainly more divided and more polarized, but certainly more passionate about politics. I think the assumption and the consensus is that those early votes and mail-in ballots are largely Democrats, that people vote in large numbers when they are motivated to call for change. President Trump is banking on high turnout among Republicans in person on this final day of voting. And just to stress again, it's the final day of voting, but in many states, the counting will continue for several days. So I think any sense that we might get a result this evening, I think that would be premature. We could see days, even weeks, of protracted legal battles.
But Nina, when are we likely to see trends so that we know, who is, whether the opinion polls are correct or not?
Well, as polling stations begin to close, I guess we will see some evidence of what way the tide is turning. But the problem is that President Trump has made it pretty clear in very unambiguous terms that he will contest delayed results. He does not want those results or votes counted, votes coming in after voting day today, the final day of voting. And as a result, the Biden campaign has also had to lawyer up. There are some hot spots where those legal battles are likely to get quite ugly. Pennsylvania, one of them, where Trump actually caught up a little bit in the polls. Yes. Biden still maintains the lead. And although Biden is the preferred candidate in terms of what the polls are telling us, it's not impossible for President Trump to reclaim the White House.
And normally what used to happen was that the networks used to call the elections in different states, and then there were projections made, and on that basis the networks used to say, we're calling the election in favor of such and such person, and most probably the person who would lose would concede the race as well. But that is quite unlikely this time, isn't it, Nina? Not just because of the fact that Trump has already indicated that it may not be a peaceful transition of power, transfer of power, but there could be mirages that could initially be misleading as well, and the networks will be perhaps doubly careful about giving out projections this time around. That will lead to further delays even in finding out the trends.
That's right. Although the New York Times and other media outlets have been reporting leaks from inside the Trump administration, which has been characterized by a sense of chaos, people being fired all the way through the campaign and replaced, media outlets have been suggesting that President Trump's strategy for the last few weeks has been to claim victory early and to make a victory speech at the end of Election Day. If he feels that he has a leg to stand on when it comes to discounting those late counts, those late votes. Okay. The Trump administration has essentially denied those claims, but there is a clear sense that this will go to the courts. The Republicans, I think, have been very disappointed that their attempt to limit expanded means of voting during a pandemic have failed. They're hoping that the Supreme Court will intervene. But I think you're quite right to predict that any sort of victory speech from either side would be premature unless there is a landslide for Joe Biden, a clear landslide, which nobody is quite yet ready to predict.
Right. And Nina, if we look at the key issues in this election, from the Trump side, the Trump supporters believe that the economy is the big issue. And on the Biden side, perhaps it was the coronavirus, the COVID-19 and the pandemic. So these, are pretty weighty issues when one looks at it. And to decide one candidate based on one of these issues is a pretty difficult choice.
Well, President Trump, I think, feels quite bitter that the pandemic has derailed his chances of success and hopes of a second term. And he has repeated again and again, really hammering home this message that Joe Biden, his plan is to put the nation into one long permanent lockdown. And President Trump takes pride in telling voters that the economy has made a more rapid recovery than anybody expected. Coronavirus cases are surging, and that is one huge problem for the Trump campaign. You're right to point that out. Cases are rising in key political battleground states. Michigan, for example, cases are up 115%. Wisconsin, cases are up 88%. And coronavirus deaths are up 15%. So I think either way, Americans are looking at a fairly bleak winter. When it comes to coronavirus, but also in the weeks ahead, an increasingly uncertain political future as well.
And what are the other considerations? Because this has been a hotly contested election where new factors have been introduced, such as the sad passing away of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and then the changed composition of the Supreme Court as well. And that too has colored, and I'm deliberately using the word colored here as well, the entire atmosphere as far as these elections are concerned.
I mean, they're very deep issues that run very, very deep in America, and President Trump has revealed the depth of those divisions, whether it's a row about packing the Supreme Court with either conservative justices or liberal justices, whether it's a question of the racial divide. President Trump is on course to win less than 15% of the African-American vote because the African-American community has been overwhelmingly hit by the pandemic. And he has sought, along with the Republican Party, to try and suppress that vote. And I think that the issues that America is facing say something to the rest of the world. The rest of the world has been looking for leadership from the US, and President Trump has gone about that leadership in a relatively unilateral way. For Europeans, I think 75% of Brits are hoping for a Biden win. In France, 80% of French people would vote for Biden as well. I think they are hoping in large parts of the rest of the world that America will find its way back to being a united country and a multilateral player.
Certainly, Neera, that is an outcome that I'm sure a lot of people around the world might be pulling for, but we'll have to wait and see what really happens. Thanks a lot for joining us for the moment from Washington, D.C.
Well, action in the incumbent camp as well, as the First Lady Melania Trump cast her ballot in Palm Beach, Florida. Social distancing for sure, but no mask in place.
Yes, in fact, let's turn to what we have got for you this evening. It is a late hour, but we do have an eminent panel of guests with us, starting with the Ministry of External Affairs former Secretary Vivek Kaju, who served as India's ambassador in Afghanistan as well, among other assignments. Who else do we have, Mark?
Well, we also have former senior diplomat Manjeev Puri, who served as India's envoy to Nepal and Brussels, and he's been in New York as India's deputy permanent representative to the UN in the past as well.
Yes, and we do also have Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, who's professor at the Center for Canadian, US and Latin American Studies at the School of International Studies at the Jawaharlal Nehru University.
And Professor Harsh Pant is the Director of Studies and Head of Strategic Studies Program at the Observer Research Foundation, a think tank in New Delhi. And he holds a joint appointment with the Department of Defense Studies and King's India Institute as Professor of International Relations at King's College in London.
Well, let's turn to Vivek Kaju. Ambassador Kaju, if you could let us know in terms of what are your first thoughts as far as this election is concerned, when people in America, we've been informed, are coming out in good numbers. We're seeing long queues on election day, despite the fact that nearly 100 million people have already cast their votes before election day, be it through mail-in ballots or early voting.
I've often thought that the American political process, especially the election process, is perhaps the most exasperating process in the entire world. There is no central authority which governs these elections or superintends them or guides them. And therefore, to understand this process is extremely difficult. But at the end of the day, it does deliver results, even though those results are not representative truly of a one-man, one-vote system that is the essence of democratic systems. And therefore, I've heard some American commentators, some American professors of political science state quite unambiguously that this process needs to be changed. But as long as it is there, we've got to deal with it. And today, instead of simplifying this process, I think the incumbent president is going to complicate it further, because all polls, as you've been saying all through your program,
yes,
all polls indicate that the contender, Joe Biden, is going to win. Now, I think because the polls were wrong in 2016, pollsters and Democrats who were badly bitten by it because of the results are being extremely conservative and careful when it comes to predicting what will happen. Now, the difficulty that I'm seeing is that at a time when the world needs a certain degree of stability, this election may not prove, instead of providing stability, may be a factor for instability.
Mm-hmm.
And that in a situation where COVID is rampant and starting with the United States is not a very good augury. I mean, it's mind-boggling that this country, which prides itself on its democratic traditions and roots, is now finding, is now speculating whether the election results will be accepted, and that they'll be tied up in legal battles, etc. So we've got to wait and watch. Those are my first thoughts, but we'll have to really wait and watch. But as of now, I think the advantage is with Mr. Biden.
Okay. Mr. Manchipuri, Ambassador Manchipuri, well, Trump has been seen as a disruptionist, and he has basically disrupted the world in a sense. He's transformed everything. He's renegotiated deals. The world is a different place now, maybe largely because of policies of Donald Trump. And perhaps, you know, that may be what establishment people believe, that it's time to go back to the tried and tested, in a sense. But the world has moved on, and we have COVID, we have situations and challenges. What do you think? I mean, how would you see the world progressing after this election, either side winning?
Thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to thank you all for having me over in your program.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm joining you from relative small town Chandigarh, as compared to all the people who've joined from Washington, D.C., and all my senior colleagues and friends from Delhi. And thanks to DD News in Delhi as well as in Chandigarh. You know, you started by saying that Trump has been a disruptionist. And I don't disagree with that. But all I'd like to say is that his disruptions haven't really been the cause of the disruption that we are really talking about. The coronavirus, for example, I think we can leave at the doorstep of Mr. Trump the facts of the way the world has come to terms with it, simply because there has been a bit of absence of leadership from the most important country in the world. But the coronavirus certainly originated somewhere else. In fact, if you remember, in the month of February, Mr. Trump was doing a deal with the Chinese on trade.
He was praising the Chinese as well initially during the COVID pandemic.
There are bound to be certain changes. And what has happened is that the entire world has come to know of China, in my opinion, perhaps earlier than what the Chinese would have liked. You know, I'll try and frame this to you in such a manner. Pre-COVID, global GDP was roughly about $87 trillion. The United States was about $21 trillion. The Europeans, EU without Britain, about 18 trillion, and the Chinese at 14 trillion. Now, everyone was very sure that the Chinese would become the largest economy in the world. But would they really have liked the world to focus on them so early? I don't know the answers to it. But my point is, the fact that the transatlantic alliance hasn't been strong has given the Chinese a certain opportunity to try and work. How would the United States election impact all of this? My take is, almost irrespective of who wins, and I hear Ambassador Kaju quoting the polls, and I see what your ticker is running, that Mr. Joe Biden is apparently ahead on all the opinion polls, and maybe that's the case. That would, of course, energize the transatlantic alliance in a tremendous manner. But I think otherwise also, please remember, if it's Mr. Trump coming back again, it would be Mr. Trump who would not be seeking a re-election. He would be looking at his own legacy issues.
Okay.
And certainly America First would be a legacy issue. We, from the Indian perspective, could face issues such as immigration.
Yes.
All of these would be particularly important in the way a second Trump administration would turn out. A Biden administration, on the other hand, comes in to try and, in a sense, bring America back to where they left off 4 years back. I think the transatlantic alliance would be particularly important for them, and it would not mean that they would not be strong in their actions or whatever they'd like to do in terms of China. But the methods and the processes might be a bit different. They might be ones of co-opting much more of the world rather than pretending, or rather, let me say, speaking out and being more aggressive about being disruptionist, without necessarily that being the case. So I think there are two different competing visions which are on play in the United States. And if you see these large turnouts, they are a case of people in the United States also feeling energized to come out and vote. I think
but certainly, I'm sure it's stemming from the fact that they are voting for certain things that they need at these times. And Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, if I could come to you now, Professor Mahapatra, in terms of what the American people need and what the world needs, what India needs, is perhaps a stability, a stabilization, and a response to the COVID crisis that is completely united across the globe. Now, which kind of an administration do you think has provided it, if you look at the Trump administration and the prospect of a Biden one, if there is to be one?
Right now, the United States is undergoing one of the worst phases in its history. There is a massive health crisis where more than 230,000 people are dead, the highest number of deaths in terms of COVID-19, and the largest number of people in the world infected are all Americans. Secondly, partly because of the pandemic and partly because of other disruptions, the American economy is facing deep crisis at the moment. Millions of people are unemployed, and people don't have even health insurance, and they do not know how to manage the situation. Number three, the United States was never as divided as it is today, politically and even socially, because last time the major disruption that took place was during the Civil War. And after that, this is really a great divided American society today. Then you have the questions of police brutality, racism, Black Lives Matter movement. So at this time of crisis, a large number of American people are coming to vote. I remember my own guru, who was the father of American studies in India, wrote an article in Frontline quite a long time ago.
Right.
The title of the article was American Democracy 43%. That means people would not come to vote. But this time the turnout is very high. Now there are 230 million people who are the voters in the USA. Last time about 138 million people voted. And now before the election day, 100 million people have already cast their ballots. So large number of them are coming up because this is a defining moment for the Americans and of course for the world. Now the world is, anxiously watching what is going to happen. If Donald Trump comes to power again, then it will be indicative of a new trend in American society, because Donald Trump otherwise would have been just an anomaly. Another 4-year term means...
Professor Mahapatra, if I can interrupt here, because we need to go across to Delaware. We are joined by Nick Harper, who's joining us from there, and we have him only for a short while on the line. Nick Harper, you're tracking Biden in his home state, so most of the opinion polls seem to suggest that Biden is doing rather well. Very confident, and much of the commentary that we have in our studio also seems to suggest that the world seems to be wanting a Biden administration. But you're right there on the ground. What is it actually? What's the mood on the ground?
Well, just in terms of those polls, I think, remember 2016, that is at the back of Joe Biden's campaign's mind. 2016, going into Election Day, all of the polls suggested that Hillary Clinton, the Democratic candidate, was going to win and win very well. Of course, that didn't happen. So looking at the polls, the Biden campaign are optimistic, but perhaps also wary. They're not relying 100% on those. I think they would obviously love to see the result going the way the opinion polls seem to suggest. In terms of the international response, Joe Biden has very much made that part of his campaign, saying that under President Trump, America's standing on the world stage has diminished, that we've lost allies, we've fallen out with friends, we've given tariffs against a whole load of countries, including India, and that, Joe Biden says, has been the detriment to America. He says he's going to build back better, not just here in America, but also with allies right around the world. So yes, looking at those opinion polls, Joe Biden's certainly up, but those are polls going into today. There's still a very long way ahead, another 50 or 60 million people expected to vote today on top of the 100 million that have already voted early. There's a long road ahead, I would say, and there is certainly some wariness inside the Biden camp to rely on those opinion polls.
The camp, if you look at Trump, the way he would feel that it's a foregone conclusion that he's getting a second term, and that is perhaps being also spoken of as a strategy. Now, with that strategy in mind, the fact that he's already talked about lawyering up, it does seem that a fair amount of misgiving, or at least some kind of hedging your bets is required in this kind of an atmosphere, and uncertainty will then be very, very debilitating for not just the US at this critical juncture, but for the entire world.
Undoubtedly. I mean, that uncertainty, if we don't get a result for several days, will impact not just the US, but all of the world. We're likely to see global markets that certainly don't like uncertainty having something of a roller coaster. We could see Wall Street dipping quite significantly when it opens on Wednesday morning if we do not have a result. And we'll see allies nervously talking, I guess, in their own countries, looking at the United States, trying to work out what is happening with no clear result. And there is a fear in the US, if there's no result anytime soon, that we could see potentially unrest on the streets of America. A number of very large cities, including Philadelphia, about a 30-minute drive from here, Washington, D.C., a couple of hours from here, they've started to board up shop fronts in the fear that we could see protests that potentially turn violent. So that uncertainty will bleed through right across America, right through the world, and it could have devastating consequences. And I think that is why Joe Biden's campaign is nervous as well going into today.
And Joe Biden, in his, let's say, in his promises to the electorate, has said that there would be free testing for COVID. He would have about 100,000 people working on contact tracing, and there would be testing, a rapid increase in testing in every single state. But the Trump camp has also talked about eradicating COVID with a much more effective policy, which is that they'd have a vaccine by the end of 2020, and the country will be back to normal by 2021. So, when a voter is viewing this, one is looking at containing a virus spread, the other is looking at getting back to normal. So if COVID is the biggest issue, they have a pretty tough time deciding which way to go.
One of Joe Biden's big messages during this campaign is to rely on science, not fiction. And he says that when he speaks to health experts, when he speaks to doctors, they don't think there will be a vaccine potentially until spring next year. We could be a few months away from that. And they have always said that Donald Trump's claims of having a vaccine before Election Day, which haven't happened, or a vaccine by the end of the year, are simply a political tactic to try and get more people to vote for President Trump. Joe Biden's response to COVID-19, he's outlined a whole range of measures. Yes, free testing, also a free vaccine, testing the same number of people that are currently tested in the course of a week, in the course of every single day. He's also saying that he would like to mandate mask wearing across the US in certain hotspots. He may run into trouble because those type of laws are instituted by the governors in each individual state, all 50 of them across the US. But he has tried to lay out a message that he says relies more on the facts and less on the fiction of being able to pump out a vaccine as quickly as possible.
And the connected issue, of course, is jobs and economy, not alienable from the COVID crisis. And who's led a more credible campaign on that front?
Well, Donald Trump has always said that he is the jobs president, but we saw about 20 million people lose their employment earlier this year as a result of the pandemic. Some of those jobs have started to come back, but there's still a considerable amount of people unemployed. Joe Biden says that he will create millions of jobs. One of his key policies is creating climate change technology and jobs throughout the United States that would enable people who are currently out of work to return to the workforce. There have been warnings from the Republicans that Joe Biden would shut down the economy. Joe Biden hasn't said that he necessarily would. He has looked at the possibility of more localized lockdowns.
Right.
But both of them are very much trying to push the fact that they would be stronger when it comes to the economy.
A final question, Nick, about China. Both seem to be aggressive on China, but you know, one talks about making China accountable, and the other, of course, which is Donald Trump, is much more. I mean, about a trade war, continuing to be much tougher with China, blaming China for the coronavirus. So, is that, you know, is that an issue? Is that on people's minds at all?
Well, I think it is. Joe Biden's stance is similar but slightly different. It is less of a bullying tactic, more of an attempt to work multilaterally with other countries to remain tough on China. It doesn't seem likely that we'd see a full-scale rollback of the tariffs that the Trump administration have put in if Joe Biden were to be elected. It's certainly something that's bubbling away. There is that tension there. That tension is likely to remain. Many voters probably have it at the back of their minds because that tension has a knock-on effect on things like the stock market, on the ability for farmers in the Midwest to sell their products to China. For some voters, it is crucial, for others less so, but we probably won't see a major policy shift if a Biden administration were to come in relation to China.
All right, thanks for joining us, Nick, with your views on that and your perspective. And let's get back to our panel here in, joining us from all over the country, really. We have Harsh V. Pant as well. Harsh, if I could come to you, Professor Pant, in terms of your views on what you've heard so far as to how divisive this election is, how difficult a choice does America face, and yet there is the fact that we have a huge number, unprecedented number of people coming out to vote on election day, apart from the fact that an unprecedented number have already voted in advance voting.
Well, frankly, I find it quite fascinating in terms of, as an observer, because it might end up appending a number of assumptions that we have made about these polls. Because the kind of record turnout that we have already witnessed in terms of early voting, and ostensibly today is going to be a huge turnout as well. So I think a number of our assumptions and a number of our polling data, polling models are also based on historic trends in America. So in terms of long-term trends in American history and how people have voted, the number of people who have voted. So clearly what we are witnessing is quite unprecedented. There is certainly a lot of interest, there is on both sides. And one of the interesting things has always been this idea on the Democratic side that the kind of unprecedented numbers that they are witnessing in early voting is something to do with the fact that people want to get rid of Mr. Trump, and Mr. Trump and his supporters asserting that they will come out in huge numbers on the polling day. So in a sense, both balancing itself out, on the one hand, trying to make a case that, look, both these numbers can be interpreted very, very differently on both sides. So I think it would be very, very interesting to see, because ultimately this vote and this election is going to turn out on who can get the baseline voters out. So can Mr. Trump get out his conservative voters to vote for him in huge numbers? And on the other hand, can Mr. Biden energize the Democratic base? And I think that is going to be the challenge, and that is the challenge of both sides, because ultimately the polarization is such, at least on Mr. Trump's side, he has not expanded his voter base over the last 4 years. So what he has is his core voter base that needs to turn out in huge number. So I think that is pretty interesting in terms of observing this election cycle and observing what is happening on the ground, and perhaps what happens through the day to day in America and the results thereafter. And therefore, I think in some ways these elections are unprecedented, and in some ways the results might also be unprecedented, because it would underscore some of those underlying shifts that we have been witnessing in American society, in American polity over the last few years, both in terms of isolationism and how that has played into the American engagement with the world,
indeed, Professor
as well
Pant.
as in terms of polarization.
Let me introduce you to we have another guest joining us. Senior journalist Ms. Seema Sirohi is joining us. She writes on foreign policy matters. Thanks very much, ma'am, for being with us. So, Ms. Sirohi, how would you look at, a Biden win, which is what the polls are predicting, in terms of relations with India?
Well, see, there's bipartisan consensus on good relations, strong relations with India. So I don't think the trajectory is going to change at all. In fact, India is one of those relationships that President Donald Trump hasn't damaged in ways that, let's say, he has with South Korea or some of the European allies of America. So we can be confident in that Biden will keep on sort of moving along the same lines. There'll be difference in nuance and emphasis. There'll be gains in some ways, like, for example, on trade and immigration. He is unlikely to take the kind of tough measures that Trump has taken. He might remove some of those or counter some of those executive orders. For example, on H-1B visas and green cards and things like that.
Okay.
And on trade, he might give the GSP benefits back to India.
Okay.
But in terms of, on foreign policy issues, the clarity that Trump has brought to the China issue, I fear that it might not retain the same clarity. China being a rival and a competitor of the United States, because the Biden camp wants to restore normalcy everywhere in all of those relationships. And so we could see some big changes there.
Okay. Vivek Kachoo, Ambassador Kachoo, if I could come to you on how this entire dynamic could be altered on the basis of the fact that if Trump gets a second term, he'll be like an unbridled president because he cannot, go for another term after that. And if Biden gets it, the factors that Seema Sirohi has mentioned, but I would also like to add that there is speculation on the front that there might be gains on the climate change front, which we might not get with Trump, and on the issue of trade and investments as well.
Look, Trump has shown in his first term that he's completely mercurial. It's very difficult to plot a graph of what Trump will do, except on some basic issues where he had, during his campaign in 2016, indicated that he'll do this. But let's take something which is close to us, which is his Afghan policy. Trump in 2017 August had really read out the Riot Act to Pakistan and had warned them of very severe consequences if they did not close the Taliban bases, if they did not stop meddling in Afghanistan. He used very harsh language. But as it turned out, his policy was just the opposite. He started negotiating with the Taliban. He mollycoddled Pakistan because he realized that Pakistan was essential, in his view, to bring about peace in Afghanistan. So hence, there's a lot of daylight between what Trump says and what he does on some of these issues. As far as India is concerned, Biden, I entirely agree with the view that there is bipartisan agreement in the United States that the India relationship is important in all ways, including in the strategic realm. But the fact is that if Trump comes in, then too we are not certain as to how he will keep dealing with China. He has adopted, and I agree with Seema Sirohi, that he has great clarity on China, and he's adopted a certain position and certain policies on China. But the question is whether he'll pursue them when it comes to when it comes to his second term, or will he do what he did with North Korea? There again, we have a stark example of going on one course and suddenly veering away to an entirely different approach.
Yes, and there's an open question as to whether Trump pre-elections will be the same person as Trump post-elections. That remains an open question. But let me get in my colleague Anil Thomas, who's got some interesting factoids for us right there on the video wall. Anil, what do you have for us?
Well, good evening, Gautam. Good evening, Mark. It's going to be an interesting elections. Remember, the world is, America is voting, and the world is watching with bated breath what exactly transpires. So let's now take a look at how exactly an American president is elected. The electoral college system is what is followed, a state-based system, not popular vote deciding the particular winner in this particular elections. So it's an electoral college system that's been created, a state-based system, not popular vote, that decides the winner when it comes to this elections. Moving on, what exactly happened? Every state has a group of electors who are chosen for political parties. So that's how it moves forward from there on, the next step that is taken. Moving on, each of the 50 states here in the fray get electoral votes based on the population size. So it's the population size that decides the electoral votes. 6 states with the maximum votes that are there: California 55, Texas 38, New York 29, Florida 29, Illinois 20, and Pennsylvania 20. Remember, Pennsylvania is the state where both the leaders, Joe Biden as well as Trump, spend a lot of time there trying to capture the vote, because that's going to be the tipping state. 7 states with the least populous, so 7 with the least populous when it comes to votes: Alaska, Delaware, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Vermont, all having 3 electoral seats. So 3 votes from these small states, they could play a crucial role if it all goes down to the wire. The president candidates compete to win the electoral college votes. This is exactly what the 2 candidates there fight it out for, getting those votes to move ahead. The candidate who wins the popular vote in a state gets all the electoral votes in that particular state. So let's suppose if it's the case of Florida, let's take an example here. Florida, if everything goes in favor of one, he gets the total electoral vote from that particular state. The total number of electoral votes or electoral college votes that exist, 538. What's the magic number to win an election? 270 and more. So if any candidate gets 270 votes or 270 or more, he is the next president of America. So that's how it's going to be. 270 is the magic number that both the candidates, the Democrats as well as the Republicans, both the parties will be looking for. Is it going to be bounced back? Especially for the Democrats, because they are looking for a return to power. 2016 they came pretty close, but Trump surprised all. Is it going to change this time around? The projected winner, when is he going to be announced? The projected winner is going to be announced on election night. This time it's going to be different, because there are few states where the counting is going to be delayed. The counting is going to come as late as Friday. So that's where it could get interesting. States like Pennsylvania, where the results are going to be pretty late, and that could play a big crucial role in the outcome of this particular election. In the event of electoral college, the House will decide electoral there is an electoral college tie. If it happens, what happens? The House will decide the winner. Let's hope that we don't reach this situation, because in all likelihood, it looks like things could, pan out as the electoral votes are counted or the projections come in. How exactly? Some important dates that one needs to follow in this particular election. November 3rd, 2020, United States presidential election. Remember, the projections in some states are expected to come later today, but most other states it's going to go down till Friday. So you'll have to wait and watch for the final announcement. Another important day in this particular election is December 14, 2020. Electorates vote in their states. It's another important or a crucial day when votes takes place and voters in their states vote. The next one, January 6, 2020, Congress counts the electoral votes, because this could be a crucial factor. This could be the final or the third step, and the fourth step that we are looking at, the final day or the most important day when you will get to see the new American president, January 2021 at noon, inauguration day, or when the president swears in. So it's going to be interesting. Remember, this particular election has seen many twists and turns. Elections or election day is generally about closures, generally about tense moments, but this particular election or driving into election day has been on, has been much more cumbersome, has been much more hectic, and has been much more on a disturbing note. So that's going to be crucial, because there is a long legal battle, and both teams, Democrats as well as Republicans, are getting ready for a long-drawn legal battle. We'll have to wait and watch whether it gets into a long-drawn legal battle or America decides who they want as the next president. All in all, I think the world is going to wait with bated breath on what exactly transpires on election day. But let's all hope that we get to see something interesting, history being made, and we sitting here on DD News and DD Live bring to your audience all those live images on how this election plays out. Okay, that's all from me on the video wall. Back to you, Mark and Gautam.
Thanks very much, Anil. And let's go across to our guests once again. Ambassador Manjeet Puri, the general consensus that seems to be emerging in this discussion is that President Trump has a firmer policy against China than the challenger Joe Biden, in a sense. But does that, if Biden wins, would China be happy in that sense?
It is my considered view that China is now in the eye in the United States. So the question of any president of the United States not being strongly focused on China will not arise. It is true that in general perception there is the feeling that President Trump is strong, but he is the incumbent president and the strength had to be seen on his watch by him. My understanding is that if it is going to be Mr. Biden as the next president, he will be equally tough with China, but there would be differences in processes. For example, Mr. Biden, I'm sure, would reach out to his transatlantic allies to bring about greater global pressure to rein in China and make them sort of part of the global order. I don't think that Mr. Biden would also not be interested in the Quad with countries such as India, Japan, with great capabilities. But the processes could be different. In fact, they would be different. But by and large, I think China, in my opinion, has got wrong-footed on COVID. And whether the results are going to be more disruptive or they'll be making them toe the line and be part of a global order is something that we'll have to see. In my personal opinion, India is in a relative sweet spot. We have good bipartisan support in the United States. There are, of course, issues on which one party is stronger than the other. For example, today most people would say that on issues of immigration, the approach likely to be taken by a Biden presidency would be beneficial to India. But then you see some counters in certain areas of strategic relations, foreign policy, relations with Pakistan. So, you know, some of these things have to be balanced out. But I think India is a well-placed country. this is an election, either way, should do us well. The United States itself, while opinion polls, etc., are indicating a particular direction of Mr. Biden, 2016 has been a case that we have all seen, although it would appear that today most pollsters simply don't want to eat cricket on a television studio.
Right.
And so don't want to make predictions. But the fact of the matter is that that's what the polls are saying.
Okay. Now, a lot of people have also talked about the
why
fact...
Why are we seeing such large turnouts?
One of the things that has also been talked about, if I could bring in Seema Sirohi at this point, Mr. Sirohi, if I could ask you, a lot of people have also made a lot about the kind of relationship that President Trump and Prime Minister Modi have shared, and how that has taken, this relationship between India and the US forward the last 4 years. And they just forget that why is it not possible for, if there is a change in the administration in the US, why wouldn't it be possible for Prime Minister Modi to have a similar working relationship or even a better relationship with Joe Biden?
Right. I know that both Prime Minister Modi and President Trump emphasize the personal bond that they seem to have. But I'm not much of a believer in personal. I think countries have relations because they have interests that converge with each other's. So, I don't think we need to fear that Prime Minister Modi won't strike the same kind of relationship with a President Biden. And political leaders are smarter than we think.
Pragmatic.
And they are pragmatic, exactly. But what might change, I think, is that President Trump had a very hands-off policy on domestic developments in India. President Biden may not. That is the one issue where you may see the Democrats being more vocal, being more sort of, making comments or asking that India change certain things or respect human rights in the way they perceive it. So there could be some trouble in the US Congress. The House is already dominated by the Democrats. If the Senate goes to the Democrats and the White House too, then you would see pressure from the progressive wing of the Democratic Party to question India on certain issues on which President Trump has basically had a hands-off policy.
Right, let's bring in Professor Harsh Pant as well into the discussion. Professor Harsh Pant, when we assess the legacy, in a sense, of Donald Trump, we see that he has brought about significant changes in the US's policy towards Asia as well. There's been a pivot towards Asia. There's the use of the word Indo-Pacific. There has been let's say there's a strengthening of economic ties with Japan and South Korea in East Asia. There is some sort of the America First policy, in a sense, has been looking to try and bring jobs back to America, brand America, and look for markets for American products, and looking at its traditional allies as well as a means to find new markets. Has this policy been effective?
See, I have no doubt in asserting that Mr. Trump's Asia policy has been one of the most effective ones we have seen in recent memory. Presidents before Mr. Trump have also tried, but if you think of Obama administration, they talked a lot about pivot to Asia Pacific, which became a strategic rebalance to the region. But they never could bring, the kind of resources, the kind of restructuring of defense posture that was needed to make it credible. What Mr. Trump has done, and maybe by default, I think, in a sense, he is a hands-off president. He articulated a very robust posture towards China, and I think he has carried that forward. In his administration has carried it forward. And you have had individuals, especially Mr. Pompeo, who has been very, very strong on China and in the Indo-Pacific. Yeah. And so you have had greater clarity on this issue in a long time, which I think many countries in the region have been long demanding. So while there is a lot of this debate about Mr. Trump being this great disruptor and unilateral and mercurial, for all his mercurial nature, for all his transactional nature, you do see a method to his madness as far as Indo-Pacific is concerned, and countries by and large have benefited from America's greater resilience in emerging once again playing this game on the front foot.
And there's by and large consensus as well that this will continue regardless of what kind of administration comes into place, post these elections, whenever we get to know the results, and that is still an open question. Kate Fisher now joining us from Washington DC. She's been tracking the entire Trump camp, and Kate, from what we're hearing is that Donald Trump is getting ready to party in the White House on election night, a big gala dinner being thrown for 400 guests. But does it also come across somewhere that all this could be a facade, that inside, the heart would be beating a little faster than he would like to show?
Hi, yes, I'm here at the White House where Donald Trump will be spending much of today. He's been to visit campaign headquarters at the Republican National Committee in Northern Virginia, but he intends to be here at the White House this evening to watch those election results come in. He'll be with some invited guests. The New York Times newspaper reporting that there will be 400 of those invited guests, even though local restrictions here in Washington, D.C. do not allow more than 50 people to gather in one place. So Donald Trump saying that he's confident about the results, while also sowing some level of doubt about what he believes could be fraudulent votes being posted in that early voting via post that so many Americans have taken part in this year. We understand that 100 million Americans voted early in this election, which makes us think that there's going to be a record turnout this year.
Right, and talking about that, Kate, some of the concerns are that the votes can be rigged because, the whole idea of having the election in the United States on one day is that people don't have, a greater time to vote. It's just those limited hours of one day. But if you have early voting and then you start counting votes early, and these are the kind of issues that, that they probably find doesn't quite go with fair elections. If you're having an election on one day with the purpose of basically limiting the chance of rigging an election by people voting in more than one place, this issue of early voting, how is it being debated at all? Is it a possibility that people are concerned about early voting leading to fraud?
I'm really sorry, I'm afraid the line isn't great, but I think you were talking to me about the concerns that Donald Trump has been raising about the legitimacy of some of these votes. And yes, he has been claiming this, but there is no basis for this. There is no evidence of any kind of widespread fraud, and there's also no legal basis to suggest that these votes cannot be counted. Each state makes up its own law for how it runs its elections, and some of those states allow votes to be counted after Election Day as long as their postmark is before today, November the 3rd. If they arrive after Election Day, they may still be counted according to individual states' law. And the place that Donald Trump is raising most concern is Pennsylvania, which is a key swing state. Both Joe Biden and Donald Trump desperate to win Pennsylvania. It would all but ensure Joe Biden's election to the presidency if he wins it. Pennsylvania has this law where votes can still be counted up to 3 days after Election Day, and Donald Trump is trying to sow seeds of doubt in Americans' minds about whether these votes are actually legitimate because they arrived via the post. Yes. We are keen to make it clear that they are legitimate, and the president is raising these suggestions perhaps because he is concerned about losing that key swing state of Pennsylvania.
And do we know, Kate, in terms of how the polling is going on election day at the moment? Because there have been reports of long lines, people queuing up with masks, social distancing and all that. But in terms of data, are we getting figures of the kind of turnout that we can expect?
Sorry again, I believe you're talking about voter turnout, which has indeed been record-breaking in this election. More than 100 million Americans have already cast their ballot. Those figures just released in the last hour or so. That is more than any other presidential election in terms of early voters. And in some states, early turnout already broke the records for overall turnout in the 2016 presidential election. Notably, Texas and Montana, there more people voted early than voted in the entire 2016 election. So assuming people continue to come to the polls in person today, America is on course to break all its records in terms of how many people have cast their ballot in this election. And I think that shows you just how important it is for people in America to have their voices heard. It's a very polarized country at the moment. People feel very strongly and very passionately about who they want to be their next leader. And they're showing that by coming out and having their votes.
And Kate, if we look at one of the other issues is taxes. And Donald Trump has been, rather easy with his tax regime. He has given a lot of tax breaks. But there's the fear that, the Democratic Party actually doesn't give too many tax breaks to entrepreneurial spirit in the United States. Is from that point of view, is this an issue that that people will be concerned about larger taxes?
Taxes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the things that made Donald Trump so popular for many people is that he essentially cut taxes for many Americans, and it made their lives a little bit easier. And until the coronavirus pandemic hit, you could say that that was his most popular thing that he's done in the country, and it would have perhaps ensured or helped him to be doing a little bit better in the polls than he currently is. But then the coronavirus pandemic happened, and most Americans' kind of interest in the thing that most mattered to them when it comes to choosing who their president is the pandemic and how the government is handling it or not handling it. And so his achievements, if you call them that, if you agree with what he did, is certainly the way he had got the support of many Americans through cutting taxes has perhaps diminished given the way that he has handled the coronavirus pandemic, because the majority of Americans don't believe that he's done a good job at that. And of course, that is the key issue that's in their minds when they're casting their ballots today and in the past few weeks, rather than the economy. But certainly many Republicans have really applauded his tax cuts.
Okay, it's a pretty close cut between what is the biggest issue in people's minds, whether it's economy or the COVID crisis, and both are pretty much interlinked. But thanks a lot for joining us, Kate from Washington DC, getting us the inside track on the Trump camp as well, and as to what is going on in the mind of voters at the moment. Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, if I could come to you, in terms of how this could pan out in the next few hours, do you feel that there will be a lot of uncertainty that will linger, maybe even for days, considering the way things are going right now, an unprecedented mandate in the US, lots of votes to be counted that have come in early, that will all lead to delays and greater uncertainty? Professor Mahapatra, if you could hear me.
We don't seem to have Professor Mahapatra online, but let's bring in Vivek Karchu then. Ambassador Karchu, if we look at the way some of the polls seem to have suggested on these issues, on top, as far as foreign policy is concerned, a poll that was conducted towards the early part of August suggested that Donald Trump was better at foreign policy than Joe Biden. It was 44 to 42 in Trump's favor. And also on the economy, of course, Trump is leading in polls as far as that's concerned. It's only in healthcare that that Biden is leading. So, I mean, if we look at these key issues, you're a foreign policy practitioner. What would you think? I mean, at the end of the day, it's really, is it going to be healthcare that's deciding this election?
Well, for some time, I was reading that healthcare had been superseded by the economy.
Yes.
But once the president himself fell victim to the virus, then the focus came back onto healthcare, onto the pandemic, and this also coincided with the resurgence of the virus in a large number of states, and the number of infections have risen quite substantially across the United States, and therefore the pandemic has come foremost in the minds of the people. Now, foreign policy is never a major issue in most elections. And I think in this election too, in America, its foreign policy does not have the same priority as the health issue and the economy. So, and on foreign policy too, the numbers that you've suggested, 44 to 42, is indicative of a certain division in America. Trump has pursued his America First policy, not only in the economy, but in foreign policy too. His approach towards Europe, his approach to his traditional allies in Asia has been fairly erratic. He hasn't cared for them much. Yes, the one principle he has followed as far as Europe is concerned has been that they must pay their dues when it comes to common defense. And I think everyone there has fallen in line. So those in the Democratic camp or people of that persuasion would like a return to the more traditional mores of U.S. foreign policy. Then the kind of assertions that Trump has made. Yes, two areas of foreign policy which are there, which have been profiled very much. One is Trump's approach to West Asia, where he is veered course completely from Obama. Yes. And the second is climate change, where he pulled America out of the Paris Pact. So we really have to view the American situation on foreign policy as far as this election is concerned from that perspective. At the end of the day, I think this election will be decided on three factors. The first is health, the second is the economy, but the third is Trump's personality itself.
Okay. We'll talk about this further as well, because there are so many other issues that have figured, but perhaps not occupying as much mind space, but nonetheless very important. But let's listen in to some of the reactions of voters that are coming in on polling day in the U.S. from Houston, Texas.
I believe in freedom, liberty, and I come from a communist country, and I disagree with Joe China. He part of the swamp, Washington swamp.
I've studied the man, I've read his books, I've watched many of his speeches. If you go to promiseskept.com, you can see all the accomplishments. There's so many, there's too many to count, right? So there's not really much I disagree with him on, other than I really would like to see him fire Fauci when he gets reelected, which is already rumors on that. Just the way Fauci is just disrupting and trying to shut down our country. I myself haven't worn a mask in 8 months. I know that the disease is real, but the science is ultimately you quarantine the sick, not the healthy.
I identify primarily as just an ordinary Christian woman, and so I feel it's important to vote for the rights of unborn children.
Because I think we've had 4 years of someone who's racist, sexist in the White House. I think that the coronavirus, obviously, he didn't handle it well. I'm not saying that it was his fault, but I do feel that he could have handled it a lot better. The whole mask thing is ridiculous. Just a lot of things.
To me, the most important issues are health care and a true stable economy, not an illusion of a stable economy. I'm an accountant. And so I understand the difference between real economic growth and pretend economic growth. It is very difficult to say economically we've grown when our deficit is higher than it has ever been.
Well, so polling is underway in the U.S. amid the surge in the coronavirus cases across the country, and both Donald Trump and Joe Biden addressed multiple rallies in battleground states. Now let's take a look at some of the defining moments of the campaign in the U.S. 2020 election.
With President Donald Trump running for office again, the 2020 U.S. presidential election was always expected to be dramatic and eventful ride. But nobody predicted a global pandemic that would upend every facet of the campaign. Here are 10 pivotal moments from a dizzying election year. At the beginning of the year, things were looking up for Republican President. Trump's Senate impeachment trial ended with him cleared on true charges brought by the Democrats. The fallout from the Mueller report was no longer hanging over his head. The economy was roaring, and prospects for his re-election looked relatively strong. After disappointing finishes in the Iowa caucuses and the New Hampshire primary, Joe Biden's presidential bid looked cooked. But his campaign aides asserted that things would turn around as soon as African Americans began voting in large numbers, and they were right. Biden blew the field away in South Carolina, causing several rivals to drop out immediately and setting the stage for a stunning run that sewed up a Democratic nomination in a matter of weeks. After weeks of downplaying the coronavirus threat and with cases skyrocketing in the country, Trump delivered a rare national address from the Oval Office in an attempt to reassure a jittery public. 2 days later, he declared national emergency. The virus would reshape American life, closing schools, businesses and restaurants, trapping millions at home and becoming the dominant issue of the 2020 election. Washington was one of the several cities convulsed by largely peaceful protests in the wake of the death on May 25th of George Floyd, a black man under the knee of a white Minneapolis police officer. On June 1st, Trump gave an address at the White House invoking the law and order theme during the rest of his campaign. U.S. Park Police and National Guard troops clad in riot gear then used pepper spray to clear the park outside the White House of protesters so that Trump could walk to the historic St. John's Church and pose for a photo op holding up a Bible. The melee became an image that would haunt Trump as polls showed Americans largely supportive of the protests for racial justice. His approval rating soon dropped to a 7-month low. Biden tapping Senator Kamala Harris of California, a former rival for the nomination, as his running mate didn't come as a surprise. She had been a favorite all along, but she swiftly proved herself to be everything Biden needed, giving him a practiced and polished campaign partner and energizing the Democratic base. She also brought her own fundraising prowess to bear, with contributions to Biden's campaign reaching stratospheric levels once she was in the fold. Needing something to turn his fortunes around, Trump came into the first debate with Biden looking for a fight, but his belligerence worked against him. He repeatedly interrupted Biden and the moderator, Chris Wallace, to the point where the entire event veered out of control. He attacked Biden's family. Polls and focus groups conducted afterwards showed swing voters were repulsed by his behavior. Trump would later drop out of the second debate after it was switched to a virtual format in wake of the COVID-19 diagnosis. He then adopted a more restrained tone for the final face-off with Biden on October 22nd. After weeks of holding in-person rallies in which safety measures against the spread of the coronavirus was largely ignored, Trump and several aides tested positive for the disease. A short illness and quarantine period kept him off the campaign for 10 days. The bigger damage, however, may have been to the president's image, with Trump already faulted by a majority of Americans for handling of the pandemic. His diagnosis made the White House look bumbling and hypocritical, and it ensured the virus would remain the central issue of the campaign just weeks before the election day.
So that's how things are panning out as far as these elections are concerned. The predominant issues, the economy and the COVID crisis. But what about the other issues? Issues such as, say, climate change, the issue of uniting America across all divides, be it based on ethnicity or on anything else, on the issue of immigration. Banji Puri, Ambassador Puri, if I could ask you about it, have the issue of the economy and the COVID crisis sort of diminished the significance of other issues, or are they still in the back of the voters' minds?
Virus are the overlying issues, the ones which are most in focus. You know, if we just think back to January 2020, Mr. Trump was on a sure winning wicket. The economy was doing very well. All other issues were generally under control, and in fact the Democrats were hard pressed to even find a suitable candidate. And then you had coronavirus. The important thing is, of course, the health emergency, but along with it came the lockdowns and the resultant collapse of the economy. These are the truly trying ones. Now, what is Mr. Trump's coming out? His character is coming out. The things that he stood for are coming out. After all, he pulled out of the Paris Accord in January 2020. No one was talking about that. And yet, that has certainly become an issue today, which Joe Biden is able to raise and talk about rebuilding America, building green jobs, reconnecting with the world, reconnecting with the allies. So yes, these are the real facts of life. The coronavirus brought about a huge health emergency, which I'm afraid he hasn't been very well up to it. If 250,000 Americans have lost their lives, you can keep talking in terms of my freedoms, not wearing masks, etc. But think of the families which have lost their loved ones. And this is certainly an important thing. Coupled with it has been the taking down of the economy. With a 23% down in one of the quarters, this is certainly telling. And while a huge stimulus was announced, and so consequently a great deal of money is available for people to expend, the fact of the economy having tanked is not something that can be lost about. And in the American economy, the economy is always the most important thing in the minds of people. So when we look at all these issues such as climate change are certainly important, but who are they really appealing to? They would be appealing to people who in any case are unlikely to have been voting for Mr. Donald Trump. In terms of those who are the undecided, the swing states, I believe it's the handling or the mishandling of the coronavirus and the tanking of the economy. They have brought out, in a sense, the most destructive elements of Mr. Trump, and really it is the other side which is rallying around and talking about rebuilding America. We will know the results to a large extent in the coming hours, although people talk in terms of there not really being a decisive shift, so we may not be able to really decipher what's happened, and things could go right down to the courts, etc.
Yes.
Let me to your viewers just point out that the courts have played a role only once in contested US elections, which was in the Gore versus Bush case. In all other cases, Congress, deal making, etc. allowed ways forward, but that happened 100 years back. Hopefully, we'll have a clear answer. All we need to do is perhaps wait 24 hours or it could be much longer till the mail-in ballots are counted. But certainly we should know everything before the 14th of December, when the Electoral College is due to meet.
So Rohi, how would you look at how the Indian Americans would vote with Kamala Harris on the ticket for the Democrats, but also the fact that there is a feeling that perhaps identity is playing a very important issue in this election?
Ramesh, I have absolutely no doubt that identity politics, each of these things have come to the fore because the corona pandemic, the economy tanking brought out a certain personality trait, a personality trait which was there and it was known, but in the beginning of this year there was no need to really highlight it. But as the campaign became tougher, as the going became tougher, all of these things came out, and then you had that unfortunate incident with George Floyd, who was killed. Black Lives Matter. All of these things have come to the fore. In terms of Indian Americans, well, surely it is a proud moment to see someone with an Indian descent being on the ticket for the presidency, the vice presidency. This is certainly a matter of great pride and great importance for us. But let us remember that Kamala Harris is an American. She's born American. And she very much represents the colored Americans, the blacks. And that's the identity which is important there. Of course, please note that she has not been unmindful of her links with India, talking in terms of her liking idlis and so on and so forth. And Mr. Biden too has had an old set of issues of supporting India on important things like the civil nuclear deal. And in fact, in recent days, he has reached out and made statements which are about his being interested in building a stronger relationship with India. So we matter, but let us remember that the numbers of Indian Americans who are American citizens is
Ambassador
small,
Puri, thanks
and
very
so
much.
therefore as a constituency it is a limited one. We've seen the polls which have said that a vast number of them would vote Democrats, but that's in keeping with the general trends of Indian communities which have been in the United States.
Yes, let's try and look at that as well. We have Ira Spitzer joining us now from San Francisco, Silicon Valley there. And Ira, if I could ask you in terms of how, the tech world really views these elections, it has had a lot of perspective and a lot of, especially on social media, the companies that really run the social media sphere of the world coming from there. It has been very interesting watching that particular space as well.
Well, certainly Silicon Valley and those social media networks have been in tremendous focus, not just in the past month, but ever since the last election. In the 2016 election, we saw the type of foreign interference and misinformation, disinformation spread on social media in a way that we had never seen before. So leading up to this race, companies like Facebook and Twitter all changed their guidelines about what type of content would be flagged. We've seen lots of controversy about that with claims from President Trump of anti-conservative bias. Those social networks have posted labels on his posts several times, but Silicon Valley has a lot at stake in this election. We are expecting to see perhaps some of their ability to be shielded from legal liability change no matter who wins the election. So that is something that people here in the Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area, are paying very close attention to.
The fact is that California has 55 electors, and it's pretty much decided in a sense. It's basically a blue state. But we are, as Indians, want to know about the Indian community too, and the Indian Americans and how they vote. And there are quite a lot of them in California. Are they generally Democrat supporters, or there are different shades?
Well, when you look at the overall picture, both here in California as well as in the Indian American community in California, those communities do lean Democrat, as we've seen through the rest of the state. Of course, it's not a a hard and fast rule. There are Indian Americans on both sides of the political spectrum, both here in California and throughout the United States, but from the polling numbers that we have seen, that would be the indications that we are getting at this point. Another thing to consider with this year's election is that Joe Biden's running mate, Kamala Harris, is of Indian descent herself. She's the first candidate on a major ticket to be of an Indian American background. Her mother was from India, so that is something that Indian Americans here in California and throughout the United States and the world, I'm sure, are very aware of.
Well, certainly. And in terms of how the Trump presidency has gone, and from the perspective of the trade war with China as well, that too would have had an impact, especially with the tariff wars going on a large part of the economic activity in California, ranging from the tech sector to agriculture. So how is that playing out over there?
Well, Trump is an extremely unpopular candidate in California, and one of the reasons for that, you mentioned the trade war, and yes, perhaps there are some California farmers and such who might benefit from some of those tariffs, but when you look at the overall picture, the fact that California is such a blue state, Trump knows and has known the whole time that he did not have a chance to come away with the 55 electoral votes, the most in the United States, from California. So for that reason, really few of the policies were designed to help sectors in California that may have wanted the help. So Trump remains deeply unpopular in this very blue state.
But Ira, Trump has been tough on China, even with intellectual property, and that should be an issue that California, at least the Silicon Valley, should be happy about to some extent, because there's been a lot of copycat technology and manufacturing, etc., that has probably taken business away from Silicon Valley, and Trump has been hard on the Chinese.
Absolutely. I think you raise a great point there. There are certainly many elements of Trump's China policy
It was an honor. They're great people. These are people that they appreciate what we did, and they also remember before I got there and before we all got there. This group has been with me. A lot of them are very young, but they've been with me, many of them, for a long time, right? A long time. And I really came here to thank you all, and then I'm going to say, and get immediately back to work.
China policy.
Texas, and Texas is, we will have a tremendous victory there based on, everything that you see. This is no longer polls. This is now we're looking at what's happening. It'll be a tremendous victory in Texas. I'm hearing we're doing tremendously well in Arizona. I think we're doing well all over, yeah?
When do you think we'll know a winner, and should every vote be counted, no matter how long it takes?
Well, I think you'll know possibly tonight, depending on the extent of a victory. I think you could know tonight. I think the ruling on Pennsylvania was an unfortunate one by the Supreme Court, because I think we should know what happens on the night. Let people put their ballots in earlier. But you have to have numbers. You can't have these things delayed for many days and maybe weeks. You can't do that. The whole world is waiting. This country is waiting, but the whole world is waiting. And a lot of shenanigans, a lot of bad things happen with ballots when you say, oh, let's devote days and days, and all of a sudden the ballot count changes. And you take a look at Philadelphia, the history of Philadelphia politics. No, I don't put people on their honor code. I don't think it's right, and I think it's a very dangerous thing that they've done with that decision. And maybe their wisdom will change that decision, or maybe we'll go back and give them a right to change it. But that's it's a very dangerous decision for this country, what they did with Pennsylvania, and some others also. You have to have a date, and the date happens to be November 3rd, and we should be entitled to know who won on November 3rd. And if somebody comes along and puts a ballot in way late, they shouldn't be. They should put the ballot in earlier. There's no reason why they can't put the ballot in 2 weeks earlier or 1 week earlier. I think it's a very dangerous decision for our country. In many ways dangerous, in many ways.
Will you speak to the American people tonight, regardless of the outcome or not?
Well, I may. I mean, we're going to have to see. We have a big night planned. We're going to have a very big night. I just think we're going to have a tremendous, I think we're going to have, look, right now I'm looking at different locations, and we're seeing lines of people, and they're wearing a lot of red material, including hats. But no, we're seeing in certain areas that would be Trump areas, we're seeing lines of people that are extended for miles. Seeing it too. I mean, you don't have to say it, but you're seeing it too. So I think we're going to have a great night. But it's politics and it's elections, and you never know. I can say that Texas, Arizona, a few of them are looking really very, very strong. Florida, looking very, very strong. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars in Florida. But the people of Florida, they know I love them and they love me. You know, we just have a automatic bond. Yeah, please.
What are you seeing in Florida, especially in terms of seniors? Are you worried about any slippage there, or do you think?
No, I don't think we're going to have any slippage. I think we're going to have, look, my relationship to seniors. I happen to be a senior. I don't want to say that too loud in this group. People that are averaging about 20 years old. But I don't think we're going to have anything. I think, if anything, we're going to do very well. I have seen, and we have seen, African Americans way up and Hispanic Americans way up, and people have seen that. And, you know, I've said with regard to African American, the black community, I've done more than any other president with the exception of Abraham Lincoln. And sometimes I say with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln, but let's give him a lot of credit, right? But I've done more than any other president in the history of this country for African American, the black community, and they understand it. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, historically black colleges and universities. You look at what we've done, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, South Carolina, who's great. Nobody's done what I've done in terms of the African American community. So, and they see it, and they're tired of being used by the Democrats for 100 years. I mean, it's like been 100 years. So I think we're doing very well there, and I've heard we're doing very well with the Hispanic community.
Did you put any of your own money into your campaign?
What's it?
Did you put any of your own money into your campaign?
Well, you'll see that in the filings. But we had plenty of money, I will tell you. We had plenty of money. And what I didn't do is call up Wall Street and say, send me 25 million to the head of every firm. I could have done that. I would have been the all-time king of fundraising if I did that. But once you do that, you can no longer deal properly with them. You just can't. So I didn't do that. We could have done that. I could have raised much more money. I mean, Hillary Clinton spent much more money than I did. And in this case, when they raise that much money, that means to me they're making deals. And that can happen. So thank you very much. We'll maybe see you later. Have an exciting... And for you, I just appreciate everything you've all done, and we'll see you soon, okay?
We saw and heard Donald Trump talking about his chances, and he said something very, very telling. He said, winning is easy, losing is never easy, and especially for me.
Well, that's true, and well, words of encouragement for his team we could see there, and he also spoke to the media, and he did mention a few important states, Texas, Florida, Arizona, and Pennsylvania, and Arnold Thomas is standing by with an update, or really he's going to tell us some of the important swing states. In fact, we don't have Arnold Thomas with us, so we'll go across to our guests. We have Mr. Vivek Karchu. In fact, we will speak to Professor Harsh Pant. We haven't spoken. Would you like to go ahead?
Yes, sure. If I could come to you, Ambassador Karchu, and just talk about what Trump had to say about especially the battleground states, where he was saying that he's feeling pretty confident and saying that he's seeing a lot of red around him. But it's not, we all know that it's not going to be easy, is it?
Look, he seemed to be very confident about Texas, and he kept repeating Arizona. They were doing extremely well. But I thought that he was a little more diffident when it came to Florida.
Yes.
And certainly on Pennsylvania, he was repeating his old argument that the Supreme Court has given a very dangerous decision. But the one sentence which caught my ear was when he said, "This is politics, you never know." That, I think, was an extremely telling sentence, because he's been in politics. He's holding the world's preeminent political office, without a doubt, and therefore, behind all this energizing his supporters and his troops, so to speak, there is this element too of a politician which he reveals, and this sentence was revealing that you never know what happens, and that's the true hallmark of a good politician, that he is prepared for surprises, even though, as you rightly pointed out, that he said winning is easy, losing never is, and for him, especially if you see his track record. But that has to be balanced with this admission that this is politics, you never know. So, so given that, I get the feeling that he is preparing himself for an outcome which will not be to his liking.
Okay.
And he is aware that he can't plunge his country and the world in a true crisis. So if the results are clearly against him, the question is, will he then try to dig his heels in? Yes, if they are borderline, then it's another thing.
Right. Let's bring in Professor Harsh Pant. Professor Pant, you know, the polls have been suggesting that the gap is closing to some extent. You know, it was much larger But now it's about 51% in Biden's favor to about 46 in Trump's favor. So that is pretty much, what Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump voted in 2016. Of that, you talk about the popular vote, but of course the manner in which the Electoral College voted was different, and it's difficult to predict the Electoral College vote. But how would you see this? Is it still? Would you call this election at this time?
Well, I'm pretty surprised, with some of this very certain language that is coming out from certain quarters, especially in the US. If we see these numbers, they are quite telling. They are quite reminiscent of Hillary Clinton's numbers and what was happening, during the eve of 2016 elections. And I think what has also happened, something very interesting, is that not only have we seen a national tightening, we have also seen tightening of polls in the battleground states.
Yes.
Now, in some of the battleground states, the numbers are actually within the margin of error, and although the trend line suggests that Mr. Biden has had a consistent advantage, but I'm not so sure. And what is, I think, extraordinary about these elections, which as an observer from outside is quite interesting to suggest, to observe as someone who's fascinated by elections, that here is a candidate in Donald Trump who is, if you believe the media narrative, who is universally reviled, at least in strong constituencies. He's seen as either a joker or a very disruptive candidate. On the other hand, you have an economy that is seemingly in shambles, according to some, that has gone down the drain because of pandemic. Pandemic has changed the nature of the discourse. There's a health crisis, which is quite extraordinary proportions. And yet, Mr. Biden has not got the kind of traction that you would expect of a candidate who is actually energizing the people, or even the Democratic base, which is quite extraordinary. I mean, if you think that Mr. Trump is such a bad candidate, and if you think that stars are universally aligned against him, and yet you have in Mr. Biden a candidate that is trying so hard. Here is a candidate that is almost never seemingly crossing that line.
Yes.
Which I think is a very major trend of this election, that we have seen in Donald Trump, in Mr. Trump's views, I think some of the fundamental shifts in American society. Right. And I would think even with Mr. Biden's win, and I think Mr. Trump wins underscored it in his first elections, something fundamental is shifting in America. And that, I think, has to be acknowledged by outsiders, whether it is a debate on American foreign policy or whether it's going to be a debate on American democracy itself. I think that these are quite long-term trends that Mr. Trump embodies. And win or lose, I think he has changed America in one way or another, quite significantly.
Okay. While we're getting perspectives from our guests, let's also cross across to the U.S. We're getting a live input from William Denslow, who's joining us from Wisconsin, which is one of those states that we all love to talk about, battleground state, a swing state, and one that changed things dramatically the last time around and broke the blue wall. That's what Trump did, succeeded in doing that. But is he going to be able to do that this time around as well?
Well, absolutely. In 2016, Donald Trump won the state of Wisconsin by less than 23,000 votes. That just shows how close the race was back 4 years ago. Now, looking ahead to this year, well, according to some recent polls over recent days, a Siena poll, New York Times poll, released just a few days ago, suggested that former Vice President Joe Biden was leading in the state of Wisconsin by around 11 percentage points. But President Trump was here in Wisconsin yesterday, his penultimate rally stop on his whirlwind trip across the country, in his last-minute push to win over supporters in the United States. He said that the polls were wrong in Wisconsin 4 years ago, and they will be wrong again this time around. There are a few key areas that the Republicans will be looking at in this particular race. We saw 4 years ago that of the 22 counties that Republicans managed to flip from Democrats, 18 of those were in rural communities. So expect that to be a key area that the Republicans will be looking to dominate this time around again. Of course, voter turnout is absolutely crucial as well. I'm here in Milwaukee, the most populous city in the state of Wisconsin. the message from Democrats is that high turnouts in counties like Milwaukee, places like Dane County, home of the state capital, Madison, they say that huge turnouts there could be crucial for them.
William, I noticed that you're wearing a mask, and you say that voter turnout is crucial. Are people coming out with masks, and could one identify if they are wearing masks? Perhaps they are supporting the Democrats, and if they aren't wearing masks, then they perhaps are supporting Donald Trump. I mean, that's just an analysis that came to my mind.
Well, the message from the Election Commission here in Wisconsin is that you don't have to wear a mask to be able to vote, but it is strongly advised that you do so. Now, we are in the city of Milwaukee, which does lean historically predominantly Democrat. But the message really across the state of Wisconsin is that this comes as the state is facing a huge surge in coronavirus cases, and expect that to play prominently in the minds of voters. Of course, at the moment, there have been more than 2,000 deaths from COVID-19 in Wisconsin alone, more than 200,000 cases. Putting that into a degree of perspective, Wisconsin currently rates third in the nation when it comes to COVID cases per capita. It's become an incredibly politicized issue here in the state as well. The governor, who's a Democrat, Tony Evers, has been pushing for things like mask mandates indoors, as well as to restrict indoor capacity. That has faced fierce opposition from some Republicans in the state legislation, as well as from the courts as well. So certainly COVID-19 has become politicized and expected to play a crucial in the minds of voters as people try and balance the economic impacts of lockdown measures versus the health and safety concerns as well.
Certainly, and that, of course, turning out to be the biggest factors in these elections, no doubt. Thanks a lot for joining us from Wisconsin. So there you have it. That's the way the elections are playing out at the moment. Right now, still voting is open, and the earlier trends, the exit polls will start emerging much later during the middle of the night, really. And we'll keep a close tab on it, Mark. For the moment, we'll have to thank our guests, won't we?
Right. We'd like to thank Professor Harsh Pant, Ms. Seema Sarohi, Ambassador Manji Puri, and Ambassador Vivek Karchu. Thank you very much for being with us.
And we will keep this going as well from the morning onwards as well. Remember, it's a continuous coverage. 14 hours, we will be getting you all the updates going up to at least 2 p.m. We could extend coverage as well, depending on how things turn out. And it does look that there might be some uncertainty there, and some extension might be required.
And it's interesting to see that so many people are coming out. They're braving the cold, and they are braving the coronavirus. And so they obviously want to send out a message. And perhaps we need to wait and see what that message is all about. And that's what we'll do. Thanks very much for joining. Namaskar.
Have a great night.